The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Contenders are biding their time for the perfect chance to strike at the Super Chess Classic in Bucharest. Unique circumstances forced players to adapt to new playing conditions, but these elite grandmasters rolled with the punches and kept on battling. With all games ending in fighting draws, frontrunner Vincent Keymer remains half a point ahead and clear first. Is he the man to beat? Day 6 of Can't Miss Chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 of the 2026 Super Classic held here in Bucharest, Romania. We are past the midpoint of the tournament. The players just had a rest day. They're re-energized and ready to take on the challenges of the final stretch. Let's go to the studio and start today's action.
The business end is rapidly approaching in the first classical event of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour in the beautiful, sunlit Romanian capital. Welcome to our coverage of Round 6 of Super Chess Classic Bucharest, starting right now. With only 4 rounds to go, Vincent is leading the pack, but there's as many as 4 players just half a point behind. We're in for a fantastic sprint to the finish line as we begin our Round 6 show from the early morning St. Louis.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, the one and only. How was your free day?
It was great. I feel fully recharged. How about you?
Me too. I feel good. I felt like more, I must say. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. Once again, I have an official statement that I would like to share. Alireza Firouzja has made the difficult decision to withdraw from the Super Chess Classic in Romania 2026 due to an ankle injury. Alireza commentated, "Unfortunately, due to an ankle injury suffered during the event, I have decided to withdraw from the tournament. Thank you to the organizers for their support and accommodations, and thank you to everyone following the games. I wish the players and organizers the best for the rest of the tournament. We thank Alireza for his efforts to continue competing despite the injury and wish him a speedy recovery. We hope to see him back at the board soon." Yes, indeed. On behalf of the commentary team, it is terrible for us to lose Alireza. He was a marvelous competitor.
We're definitely going to miss him. We love watching his games.
For sure, but that really impacts the standing, his withdrawal. Explain to us what his withdrawal means, Nasi.
Yes, let's have a look at this graph. Since he withdrew after round 5, Firouzja's past results will still count towards tournament standings.
Right.
And Firouzja's opponents will be awarded a full point in remaining matches.
Got it. All right, and the standings after...
Our current standings after round 6. We have a sole leader, Vincent Keymer, with 3.5 points. There's a chasing pack of 4 players, Fabiano, Caruana, Anish, Giri, Jorden, Foreest, and Praggnanandhaa, only half point behind him.
And tell us about the format for the Super Chess Classic.
The 10-player round-robin event with a classical time control. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a regular scoring system.
I know we can't go back in time and have a free day, but tell us about the schedule.
Yeah, everybody enjoyed the rest day yesterday. Players are back today for round 6. Only 4 rounds to go. If there is no sole winner at the end, we'll see playoffs.
Fantastic. And Peter, we have a sole leader.
We absolutely do. Welcome, everyone. Vincent is currently ahead of the huge pack of people chasing him on +2. Let's take a look at how he got here and what awaits him in the future. And we begin with the line score, and there you have it. 3 draws with the black pieces in rounds 1, 3, and 5, and 2 very nice wins with the white pieces in rounds 2 and 4. In particular, kind of a modern classic in round 4 in a Najdorf against MBL, I think, standing out. And very comfortable position atop of our leaderboard for the newcomer to the tour. Very, very good first classical event for Vincent. And as for what awaits him today, he is playing, well, would have been playing Alireza, but we know he gets a full point in that game, which is why the road ahead is only 3 games. He's going to be playing against Javokhir Sindarov in round 7, Fabi in round 8, and finishing it up with a game against Jorden van Foreest in round 9. Very tough opponents in all 3 games, but he will have a margin, because the forfeit win today against Alireza means that he will still be leading the tournament going into the final 3. And on that note, welcome to our Romanian studio and Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to round 6 here in Bucharest, Romania. An amazing event so far. Played with some problems, of course, but we move on. The player that Peter highlighted, Vincent Keymer, obviously did not want to win the way he is going to win today against Alireza. But a point is a point. A victory is a victory. And right now he's extending his lead. There's a lot of players that are chasing him. A lot of them have some interesting games today. Which one is your favorite?
My favorite today, Cristian, obviously the game between Jorden van Foreest and Anish Giri. It's going to be a matchup for, let's say, Dutch leadership. I mean, we know for so many years Anish Giri was #1 in Netherlands, and now Jorden van Foreest is following his steps and trying to chase him. So I know that Jorden was suffering quite a lot against Anish, but recently this year during the Vachier-Lagrave tournament he managed to beat Anish also with white pieces in Najdorf. Today he also has white pieces and going to play against his long-term opponent. Will he manage to beat Anish today? Is it going to be a draw, or Anish will try to actually pay him back after Vachier-Lagrave? It's a good question, because we know that Anish has already played against Alireza Firouzja and he managed to win this game. But Jorden hasn't done it yet, so it means he has this extra point in his pocket. Definitely Anish needs to try to win this game to fight for something in this event. We can see both of the players now on our screens, ready for the battle. Looking forward.
Not only that they're compatriots, but these players know each other so well because they trained with each other as well. Jorden was the second of Anish Giri at one point in time. Right now, these 2 players are probably some of the players that are in the best shape of their career. Anish is coming back from like 2730, right now close to 2800, and of course Jorden from 2680 to 2740. So definitely a big ascent for these players.
He gained 50 points exactly,
huge.
Christian. And I know that this year he also beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
Twice he beat Vincent Keymer. Like, he is doing really great recently.
Another couple of players that have quite an intriguing story in this round is Fabiano Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov, the only 2 players in the event that actually played Alireza while he was resting in bed. And today they have a big clash. Fabiano with the white pieces. He put some pressure at the candidates against Sindarov. So this one is going to be quite an interesting one. And let's take a look at the head-to-head. Fabi never defeated Sindarov in their direct encounters. 0 wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws. You don't see a lot of players that have no losses against Fabiano Caruana. So this one is quite interesting. I'm very interested to see what Fabiano Caruana has prepared, especially in the opening phase, because we know he comes always with interesting ideas, and yesterday obviously got a lot of motivation back after defeating Alireza. Very intriguing game. Guys, we will be here to give you all the updates throughout the round. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. We have opening moves. We have Virgil.
This is Virgil Stănescu, Super Foundation Ambassador, making a move on Bogdan's board.
Don't blow it. Make a good one.
Make a legal move. That's all they have to do.
Exactly.
All he knows is he's played before. He's been watching chess, clearly.
Yeah, clearly. Like a super pro. Thank you, Virgil.
And we have 2 more special guests today.
Oh, wonderful. The rower who had won 5 Olympic medals.
Gold, 5 gold Olympic medals.
Yeah, the most decorated. She was impressive.
Yeah, you think the players on stage are impressive.
You're going to have to move over, make room.
This is Ionel Danculescu, another Superbet ambassador.
You nailed it.
Tried my best.
It was good. All right.
I think he's going with D4.
With understanding.
No, D4, very nice.
No takebacks.
No.
And last but not least, we have a guest for a special table of the game between Jorden, Foreest, and Anish, Giri, and who is the best match for this table if not the ambassador of Netherlands in Romania.
Those are English announcements now, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm picking up. So this is an ambassador?
He's an ambassador of Netherlands. Miss Willemijn van Haften. She's from Netherlands, and
Yeah.
she's going to make a move on this old Dutch matchup.
Well, it really is a family affair then. The ambassador from the Netherlands.
Look at that, she's going with the knight. Knight of 3.
Whoa. Well, Wilhelma, nicely done. Actually, I always enjoyed it when the politicians came out. And all the pairings for this round 7,
Just
Messi.
right before the round begins, let's check. It's Bogdan-Daniel Deac against Praggnanandhaa. Wesley so facing MVL. 2 Dutch players, Jorden against Anish. Fabiano Caruana against Javokhir Sindarov. Big matchup.
Yeah, welcome back to the stage.
Absolutely. And then Vincent gets a forfeit win against Alireza.
The players are fighting hard for a big prize fund. See.
Yes, they are. Total prize fund for this event is $475,000. First place winner takes home $100,000. Just huge prizes for everybody. And Yasser, tell us more about that bonus money.
Well, it's an innovation. The idea is this $125,000 pool of money, and it will be divided by the total number of wins at the end of the tournament. That will determine the bonus amount paid per win for each player. Please note that the forfeit wins from Alireza will not be included in this calculation, and the players are off. Games are underway, and I noticed that I just had Wesley so on my board, and Wesley opened E4, and a Sicilian Najdorf was offered by MVL. Wesley declined to play bishop B5 check, and knight D7 was quickly played.
Yes, sir. I haven't seen this line on the top level in classical chess in a while.
A long time, yeah.
Peter?
I think the fashion has switched back to bishop d7, it felt to me. Like people
Yes.
began playing bishop d7 again, even though, bishop b5 began its life as a kind of a draw for because bishop d7, quote unquote, equalizes easily.
Right.
Then white actually found ways not to allow immediate equality, and it became playable again. And then the black players thought, why don't I maybe play for more than just safe equality? And knight d7 became fashionable. And now I think there's been a bit of a switch towards bishop d7 again. But yeah, MVL goes knight. I think MVL is a knight d7 player in his heart. And Wesley goes d4, queen takes d4, which is definitely one of the ways people play these lines these days. Gone are the days of long theory after castles, knight gf6, rook e1, or castles a6, bishop d3.
Right. If I can just go back for a moment, one of the reasons, you help me out on this one, Peter, one of the reasons that white doesn't play the immediate cd4, queen d4, knight c6, bishop b5 is...
You know what, Yas? This used to be, like, queen takes d4 is a line. I played this
Yes.
against Gary once and lost like a novice. But people used to reply to it with knight c6 straight away. These days, knight c6 is not maybe even the main move. I think knight f6 and a6 and all kinds of other moves are played at least just as often. But yeah, obviously you would like the knight on d7 in this position rather than c6. So if you know your opponent will play knight d7 to bishop b5 check, why not play this line and just play queen takes d4 in a slightly more favorable setting?
Exactly. So there we have it.
Smart
We'll keep
preparation.
Yeah, right, by
Yes, sir.
Wesley,
You're
please.
going to enjoy what these Dutchmen are playing. So let's go to
Alright.
Jordan's game.
Wow, okay.
You recognize it?
Oh, right away. But with, apologies, not with h2, h3. But it's a Sveshnikov reverse.
Reversed, yes.
With White having
With the extra tempo.
h3.
Yeah, if you consider how these, and I mean, obviously bishop g4 is no longer playable, which means Anish kind of has to play knight c6 d4, and he already has. So this is the knight d5 Sveshnikov in which black played h7, h6. And if you consider those positions, the pawn often goes to h5 for black anyway. So we might end up with a pure, quote-unquote, Sveshnikov with colors reversed if white ends up playing, although I think that belongs more in the 97/92 here.
92,
so
right.
Now that he's gone knight b1, I think it's just a straight-up extra tempo.
But Peter, is this a very rare line, or?
You mean this one or the Sveshnikov?
This one, exactly, this position.
H3 is not, I mean, nothing is new, but
Yeah.
it's very rare. I think H3 on my screen, I'm barely believing my eyes here, 6 games.
Only 6.
That is very, very low for a move 4 position because people have tried all kinds of kind of weighty moves in this position.
Exactly.
A3 is a very serious move, E3, G3, D3. But H3 does appear to be quite rare, even though Ivanchuk played it, David Paravian, who is a very, very interesting theoretician, played it this year without any success, but he has. Ivanchuk played it twice.
Remarkable.
So, yeah, not unheard of. And
I just don't feel like it has any redeeming qualities to it. I mean, a whole tempo to protect the G4 square. E3, G3 dominated my career whenever I had this position. And I've also played D4.
And
in this position,
of course,
I played
D4 is one of the main old moves in this position. Although
E3,
I think it's
E3 and G3 dominated my own practice. And like you say, it's a reverse Sveshnikov. White has the extra move H3,
which is not critical, but should not harm you.
Yeah, exactly.
Should not harm you. I'm very, well, not very. Anish is just very well prepared, and he clearly has an idea as to what's what. But if you are to choose, let's go back to H3.
And I'll also just point out how important this matchup is. These two players are sharing second right now, chasing Keymer by half a point. And you can also see on the right side of our screen that Vincent has won his game by forfeit. So no one can catch him, but they have to win to just stay close to Vincent.
Exactly. Vincent at +3, having a free day today. It's not just a win, it's also a free day.
Right.
That's pretty nice, actually. After H3,
I was
you were
going to
about
say,
to tell us D5 wasn't necessarily.
Yeah, like you can play bishop b4, and the question, what use is the move H2, H3? Still, I think is very, very valid. And for me, if I got here with black, I would probably be inclined to play bishop b4 more than to play d5, because d5 I know what's coming.
Right.
I know I'm going to be playing a Sveshnikov, and then you're kind of trying to prove H3 is completely useless. And I don't know if it is. It might actually have some small pluses for white. Whereas if you play bishop b4, it feels like this should be, although even in this position, maybe you can make an argument for something like knight e5, e4, takes and knight d4, and this is also a pretty well-known Sicilian position in which people play knight f6, g4 with colors reversed.
This you can't do it.
Yeah, but here once again, I've ruled out one of your main moves here. So yeah, but once again, Anish just knows. Anish clearly h3 came as zero surprise, and they are now playing what is with colors reversed. I'm guessing the main line of the knight d5, knight b8 variation of the Sveshnikov, where white is supposed to be a little bit better there, according to machines, but it's playable. People have done it, and it is not, I think, considered to be a refutation of the Sveshnikov. So these structures are very sharp. I think we are in for an enjoyable ride from here on out.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter, for that.
Love to see new types of positions. I mean, it's not completely new, but it's very rare.
Yeah, well, the Sveshnikov, there was a time when old classics like myself said, this is unplayable. I'm sorry, you just can't play it. Now, fast forward 25 years, people are desperately trying to play it with white. Crazy. We're going to go take a look at the game between Fabi and Sindarov. As our commentator said at the opening of the show, both players have much to say with the candidates fresh in their memory. Sindarov won a magnificent game in the candidates with the white side against Fabi, having prepared a beautiful game. And today, Fabi has the white pieces and a classical Joko piano with an early b4, so no a6s, no a5s, but forcing the bishop back at once. And the move bishop b3 is kind of a signal that white wants to play knight c4, not with the idea of taking the bishop right away, but once you get the knight to c4, to then play the move a4, provoke a5, and then capture the bishop. So to avoid such a distress, a6, a4, knight e7, and we've caught up with the players. Still a lot of theory in front of us as we see that Sindarov is looking to reposition his knight, maybe even play the move c6 and reposition his bishop to c7. All theory so far. And Peter, what's caught your eye?
Well, I was looking at this and I was trying to compare it to the game that was played in round 5 before the rest day, the game you referred to with Alireza against Sindarov. This had the chance to transpose into that game, but Fabi very quickly went for this a4 before bishop b3 plan instead of rook e1, so we have a kind of a fresh position. But yeah, this is all fairly, I mean, I wouldn't say standard. By the standards of 2026 Joko piano, only 9 games by move 10 is a rare line, frankly, because it's so well studied. The conversation sort of is very much around the fact that white wants to play d3, d4 as early as possible, and black needs to have some kind of a reply to it. If you play d4 and black just plays knight g6, these types of positions are supposed to be at least a little bit better for white, although obviously this is not the end of the conversation, and there's a lot of very intricate differences in all kinds of similar but not the same positions you get. Sometimes after d4, black actually takes on d4, goes d5, e5, knight e4. I don't know if this is what Javokhir is intending, but appears to be at least playable in the current position. And Fabi, of course, is not obliged to pull the trigger straight away. You can go rook e1 and then perhaps try to improve, maybe go knight f1, knight g3. Plenty of play, but the one game we haven't touched yet today is maybe the one to switch to. And that's the game between Bogdan-Daniel, Deac, and Pragg, in which Pragg is doing something that is quite a rare guest these days in top grandmaster practice. And he is playing via a slightly unusual move order. He is playing a kind of a proper classical Stonewall.
Dutch Stonewall, yeah.
Which I think is sort of more correct than you would think. But it's still a very risky line strategically, and a very rare line strategically. Well, not strategically, statistically, I want to say, because people don't really enjoy setting themselves up for such a rigid, initially passive structure.
Yeah, and thank you, Peter. And how did these two players match up, Nasi?
Let's check between Bogdan and Pragg. How many games have they played? Well, very evenly matched in classical, 3 draws and 1 win for each.
I'm thinking of Pragg as the defending champion from Bucharest last year.
Probably won last year. Right?
That's what I'm thinking that win is from.
But I'm very happy to see the Stonewall Dutch.
Absolutely. It's such a rare treat. And again, the move order is very specific.
So usually black doesn't play d5 so early, right?
Well, actually, it is even earlier than that. So if you play d4, I play d4, and let's say my opponents play f5. I like to play the
G3,
lines against the Dutch Stonewall, where I borrow a page from the Anatoly Karpov.
Do you put the knight on h3?
Correct.
I like that too.
I put the knight on h3, and I think that the knight has a better life on f3 as it can go to f4 and support the bishop. And the other knight goes
to f3 and total control of the
exactly.
square, yes.
But if you check out the move order, Pragg says, I'd like to play a French defense. Please play e2, e4. No, I'm not interested in playing a French defense. I want to play a queen's pawn opening.
Right.
So I'll put my knight on f3. Now
Now
that
the
you
knight's on
don't.
f3.
So it's already a little bit tricky, but we do have a Dutch Stonewall. And I want to say, Peter, that one of the things that I found very shocking, I got into Botvinnik and was studying the games of the former world champion. And he struck me as being this enormously correct player, always, doing very, very correct things. And then he played the Dutch Stonewall very successfully.
Yeah.
And it was confusing.
It is, and this is really not the structure I've ever, I think, played with either color. Maybe some position which randomly drifted into this, but
Right.
yeah, I have very little experience. But I think I've sat next to people looking at it. I think the sort of I have the Dutch exposure to the Stonewall more than anything else, and it's not as bad. It's weirdly more dynamic than you would think, and also once you get past the initial computer screaming at you not to do this, it's a lot more playable than you would suspect.
Yeah.
And I do want to highlight a couple of moments very early on in the game where, first of all, you mentioned the French, and this is an anecdote I've been telling for years, but a good friend of mine and somebody who coached the Russian national team, Sergei Dalmatov, he used to do this with black, specifically so that he could tell himself, okay, my opponent already made one mistake here by not playing e2, e4, so he's starting by getting a moral victory over his opponent by move 2.
Right.
Offering him the French and then saying, okay, if you're not ready to play e4 here, you're just not a very good player. And then, interestingly, after knight f3, f5, and I'm very curious as to why this was completely passed up, because d4, d5 here is not at all unplayable. It's a very interesting idea, which, I mean, the machine now, I guess, says that knight f6, d takes e6, and I guess d7, d5 maybe is playable. But knight f6, we can go c4, c2, c4. And if you want to avoid all of this and get a kind of a fresh position, this option does exist, but Daniel just waltzes past it. And a very interesting moment just now where I think Yasser on his analysis board just played c7, c6 as a matter of course, but instead Pragg goes knight e4, kind of indicating that he is going to give white additional options. I don't know if it changes anything long term, but it definitely is a move which is kind of more provocative. First of all, because white, if white wants that option, can now take on d5 and change, sort of make the structure less symmetrical. And secondly, because I think this gives white some ideas of, I don't know, knight c3 takes e4 perhaps, or maybe knight e5 followed by f2, f3 in some lines, because I'm not sure if you're supposed to put the knight on e4 this quickly, but obviously Pragg has some ideas here. And one of those ideas we have to mention very early on is clearly, I would like my opponent to think from move 6.
Yes.
And that's working clearly. Bogdan's thinking he's already down 10 minutes on the clock. Sure, it was a big surprise.
Yeah, Pragg got the memo that Daniel's weakness is that he gets into time trouble. So present problems to him early and then take advantage, exploit his inevitable time trouble that's going to be occurring around move 30. Again, as far as I'm concerned, as far as my knowledge goes, knight e4 is a bad move precisely because of what you've just said, Peter, which involves an early knight e5 and f3. Normally speaking, okay, once again, normally speaking, what I'm aware of is we can get positions like this, castles, queen c2, and then what black tries to do, as far as I am concerned, is going bishop to d7 and swinging the bishop.
That's the typical idea, right?
Out, and you follow up with knight e4. But the idea is if you play an early knight, if you play an early knight e5, this actually is helpful for black because actually capturing and playing knight e4 in this case isn't bad.
Yes, sir. I love how it says accuracy for Pragg is 99.5 because he played the Dutch.
Nice. Well, the Dutch will rejoice knowing that the computer affirms
They dropped the 0.5 from 100 because you played the Dutch.
From
100, yeah.
With just like 5 or 6 moves.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go back to Wesley So and MVL because they're playing a Najdorf, a little bit offbeat Najdorf, with an early bishop b5 check and queen takes d4, and I'm catching up with the players. Peter, tell me when I'm off the beaten path.
Well, bishop b7 is a bit rare, and I was actually kind of curious because I thought, and I checked while we were discussing some other games, if we go back to the position after knight c5, people at some point began even going knight f3 to d2 in this position, specifically because if you make the most natural move in the position, which is what Wesley played, knight c3, there was a period where this was one of the, forced draws du jour. Black can play knight g4, queen d2, and then back to f6. And the pawn on e4 is hanging, and there's a bunch of draws in the database where this repetition occurs. And it's not even that artificial. And I was wondering if Wesley just did not want to play today. But apparently the engines did find a way to avoid it. After knight g4 and then back to f6, there is this move rook d1, creating some kind of an X-ray along the d file. Black can throw in bishop b7. And here, apparently, you can play queen e1. And if black takes on e4 twice, you have knight takes e5, and you're clearly much better, which means that after queen e1, black probably plays something like queen c7 to avoid the X-ray. And we can go bishop e2, f1, finally preserving the pawn on e4 and arriving in a position which is quite unclear, and I don't think it is bad for black, but it's definitely playable, and it's definitely not a forced draw, which is, I think, the explanation for why MVL just waltzed past it. He also knows it doesn't really give him a draw. I think if knight g4 was actually giving him pretty much a guaranteed draw, it would have been played. There's no particular reason to try and go all out to beat Wesley with black. People don't do that very often. But bishop b7 is, of course, a normal move. Now Wesley did play h2, h3, because eventually this knight g4, knight f6 idea could become annoying, and MVL is thinking. This is not a new position, but it's not a very well-known position either. There's, I'm assuming, not assuming, I know this is an online game which Vladimir Kramnik lost with black. So that's the one highlight from this particular position. Vladimir played b5 here, which I'm not sure is the way to go, because if you do play b7, b5 in this position, you are inviting b4 followed by a4, which is a typical way for white to immediately create weaknesses on the queen side. I think just castling is called for, and we get a kind of a normal type of Najdorf-like structure. The queen on e3 is unusual, but these days you actually find it on e3 very, very often in these types of positions.
Thank you for those insights, Peter. Very, very nice. Nasi, Wesley, and MVL, frequent guests on the Grand Chess Tour. I'm assuming they got tons of games between them.
Look at that. Yes, there are 25 draws.
Oh, my goodness.
But also a very impressive score by MVL.
Wow.
6 wins and only 1 loss.
Their ratings are so close, you would expect something in the 4-3 in terms of victories, not a 6-1.
They've been playing each other their whole lives.
Wow.
So I'm not surprised by 25 draws, but 6 wins. Yeah.
For MVL, congrats. Peter, why is the white's queen on e3?
Well, because we've taken on d4 with the queen, and then it was attacked. And if it does get attacked in these types of positions, it very often goes to e3. There's a bunch of lines these days where this happens, and there's been a little bit of a rethinking on that topic, because this particular line is quite well known, but there's also some other positions where white just does that, castles short, goes like rook d1, bishop f1, and claims that the queen on e3 is not really that poorly positioned. And
what do they do with the bishop on c1?
Thank you. That was my question.
Either the queen moves away and it gets developed to e3 eventually, or you play a4, b3, bishop b2. This is the one question, of course. If it was already on g5, I think you'd be quite happy. But this is the one piece that you need to make sense of in the future, and the reason why black isn't that unhappy about things. But yeah, these types of positions are quite a frequent guest in top-level chess these days. It used to kind of shock me that people took it seriously, and then I analyzed some of them for a bit and started playing them with white. So
you were converted.
yeah, there are some really outlandish versions of this. People do this queen takes d4, knight 6, queen e3 in all kinds of positions where it really does look like it cannot be playable, and apparently it is.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game. Where would you like to take us, Nancy?
Let's go back to the Dutch game.
All right.
Jorden
Ben Foreest versus
position now.
Anish. And do make that comparison, Peter, between a normal Sveshnikov without the move h2, h3 and our current position. And let me know when h3 becomes something we can be proud of versus...
I'm not quite sure.
We have a move.
No, this is early on. Actually, everybody went knight. Apparently, everybody who reached that position before went knight e2 here and not knight b1. But that is, we don't need to discuss that. This is just a Sicilian with colors reversed, and those two moves are.
So knight came to d2 and king h8.
But yes, sir, before we answer the question, let's check in with Romania. Over to you, Cristian.
Well, actually, we do want to check that game as well and perhaps discuss it for just a second. You were in the playing hall, Anastasiya. You actually saw the first ceremonial move being done. One of the ambassador, the Dutch ambassador to Romania, made the first move for Jorden, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's such a pleasure to have her here in the playing venue. Also, she visited the players yesterday, as we know, during the free day. I was surprised she made the move knight f3 on the board for Jorden van Foreest, and then she was asked to repeat the move again for the photo, and she repeated it again. It seems like she's a keen player to me. So it's really nice to have, of course, the ambassador for this Dutch battle, as I described it at the beginning of the show. And I also saw Jan Smits and Lucas, brother of Jorden, sitting there. The second of Anish Giri and the second of Jorden were chatting together following the game at the venue. Nice to see all of them, during the games.
That's something we see at this event. We see a lot of the seconds come in and join their players for the first few moves, and then, of course, they go back to the preparation. But speaking of the game, it does seem like Jorden has prepared something that takes the player off the beaten track, right? He just wants an original game, and this is the style of play that Jorden brings to the table.
Exactly, and I was wondering if we'll see another Najdorf, but it seemed like he decided not to go to theoretical battles anymore. I mean, we choose another one. And speaking about style, we know that Anish established himself as a positional, more solid player, while Jorden is fire, is someone who tries to complicate the matters and the position and have some fun during the game and also give some pleasure for his fans who follow the games closely. Are we going to see the same today?
I think so. That's exactly what we're getting right now. A very original position, obviously, with this KG h3 followed by knight b1, knight to d2, and I was looking through some of the lines, and I'm trying to play it in a very natural way. This king to h8, by the way, Anish thought a little bit about this move, and it does feel like he found a way to get Jorden out of his preparation, out of his direct preparation. Now, this is one of those not necessarily slow-moving positions, but a position in which you don't necessarily need to know the exact moves, but you need to know the plans.
I'm wondering, king h8, is he preparing a 5 move?
He is, yes. What he's trying to do is meet f4, which I would assume is the typical way of playing this type of position, trying to gain more space on the king side as white, with a move f5. Obviously, with a king on h8, nothing happens, even if your king is on g8 after queen to b3, but at least you get rid of that idea, right?
And when I look at this position, I really understand that e5 is a bad move right now, because you allow knight to go to d5 and get this e3 square. Just for those who think about how important to think twice where to move your pawns, this is one of those situations.
The way you have to do it, actually, is you want to start with a3, kick the knight away. Now, black can put the knight either on a6 or on c6. Let's say you want to go on a6 just because very often you get this knight on c5 and you start putting pressure on the pawn on d3. And some very interesting moves can be played in this position, such as g4, yes. You can also just simply take first. But it does seem the follow-up will be an attack on the king side.
such as G4.
Is it possible to play like this, Cristian, in this position with your king on G1?
It certainly is, yes. And I was looking through some of the lines. At some point, you will even go H4, like this. You can still see that the engine thinks that black is slightly better.
Let's continue. What if I take on H4?
You probably cannot touch that.
Yes.
Because
G5?
after G5, your bishop on H4 becomes a little bit out of play, and probably I will be able to attack it.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, Jorden has seen this type of ideas before the game started. So right now he's thinking, he's trying to understand this move king to H8 and trying to translate how it matters to the positions that he's seen in his preparation. And we do have a move. It's A3 first.
It's A3 first,
Yes.
something what we discussed, maybe just with different move order. In any case, it seems like, to me, Cristian, that this game is going to be exciting.
It's a big battle.
It's
Yes.
a big battle, and I'm just wondering if Anish really likes this type of positions, like you know him so well as a player. Like
As a player at that level, you have to be universal, and you have to like pretty much any position that's given to you. And Anish is a universal player. He will be able to find very good moves in this one, and obviously Jorden is enjoying this type of position quite a lot. So this one, I'm very curious to see how he's going to develop. Guys, back to you. Take it away and tell us what you think about this game.
Wow, you guys have done such a good job. It's hard for us to toss it in. I did like the early A2, A3, asking black to declare himself. Are you going to go to A6, to C5, to B3, or are you going to go back to C6 and look to play A4?
Where would you go, yes? Oh,
I will go.
It's pretty much always A6 because
Pretty
you don't
much.
want to be in the way of your own potential advances on the queen side. You need the C7 pawn free, and also the knight often will come to C5. I checked once again. I keep on trying to figure out what the theory is with colors reversed.
Yeah.
Magnus played 2 games, I think, in one tournament. Actually, I think I played in that tournament. Everything is very hazy for me 7 years ago. But I think that's the Baden-Baden Classic in 2019. He played 2 games with the black pieces. Well, I mean, would be white in this position. One against MVL and one against David Navarra, scored a point and a half. And after A3, knight A6, you can play the immediate F4. And in one game, knight C4, knight C5, F4 was played with colors reversed once again. Black appears to be fine. I don't know. The engine, as you can see, the engine just dislikes the Sveshnikov even with that extra tempo and gives black a slight advantage in all of these positions. But they are very playable. The one way to maybe make some use of the move H3 is to play bishop E2, G4 here. And maybe we are recapturing with the pawn if that capture happens. But I don't think it happens. I think black probably plays knight C5 or keeps the bishop on C8 or even D7 and waits for white to take if white wants it that badly.
Thank you, Peter. And Nasi, it appears to me like we're going to have a very nice show as we've got a
Special guest
coming
today.
up.
Top of the hour, we're going to have Carissa Ip interview. She's a 4-time U.S. Women's Champion, hunting at the last GM norm.
Yes, she is. And I saw her earlier this year in St. Louis during the St. Louis Masters. As literally, she's got a team from, like a documentary team, kind of following her around in her career as they're really, really hoping that she gets the Grandmaster, her 3rd Grandmaster norm, by the way, soon, to justify all the efforts that they're making to record her victory.
Yes, sir. Should we check how Fabi's doing against
Absolutely. Let's do that. And again, as we know, Vincent is in clear first, but the chasing pack are 4 players standing at +1. Fabi and Sindarov are currently tied for 2nd. A victory between them would obviously propel the victor to clear
Sindarov's
2nd.
at -1.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
I'm
Fabi's at
thinking
+1.
of Jorden and Anish as both being at +1. My bad. And, well, let's
Yeah, as you can see, Sindarov's currently in 8th place at -1, but it's a very important game for Fabi. He has white pieces, and if he wants to stay close to Vincent, he needs a win.
D4.
D4, and I've looked at some lines here, but also I wanted to perhaps introduce our viewers to Alireza's remaining schedule, because that is relevant for who is going to get the forfeit win.
Yeah.
It is Vincent today. It's going to be Jorden and Wesley in rounds 7 and 8. And then Bogdan-Daniel gets an early end to the tournament because he would have been playing Alireza in round 9. And for our standings at the top, the fact that Jorden gets a free win tomorrow is massive. And Wesley as well. Wesley so far is on 50%, but as we all know, just give him something and he will become a force in this tournament. He just needs that one first win. He'll get one in round 8, but if he's still on 50% by then, maybe it's a bit too late. As for this position, I think it's extremely critical because if you give White an additional tempo here, White very often wants to play bishop b3, c2 to further solidify his control over the central squares. And if Fabi gets that, I think he is solidly at least a little bit better. And I've been checking out the move d6, d5, which is very often the way to try and equalize on the spot here. And I think there are two critical responses for White. One is to take on e5 twice, and then take on d5. And after rook e1, queen e1, knight d5, knight e4, this doesn't look like very much, but it turns out that White basically has an unstoppable threat of bishop c1 takes h6. But Black can play bishop e6, bishop takes h6. Now if the bishop gets taken, bishop takes d5, and rook d1, creating this very strong X-ray along the d file and also the c3, c4 threat. White is borderline winning here. But you can, after bishop takes h6, introduce queen takes h4. And this appears to be holding for Black. Once again, the usual disclaimer, this is not a very strong engine, so some mistakes may have crept in. But this appears to be a very interesting forcing variation, which might be okay. And the second response to d6, d5, if we go all the way back, is e takes d5, e takes d4, and c3, c4. And this probably should worry Black more, because if this doesn't work out move by move, you might end up in a very, very poor position, and particularly if White manages to lock out that bishop on a7 with c4, c5 later in the game. But if you don't have d6, d5 here, I think you haven't equalized. I think you're just genuinely at least a little bit worse with Black. We'll see what Javokhir decides on.
Very interesting. As you were telling us about Alireza's remaining schedule, which is basically to go home, you mentioned that his last round opponent in round 9 would be Daniel Deac, the wildcard player. And talk about not getting any breaks at all. Right. Daniel's last game is his free day, you know,
other
round
players
9.
like Vincent's getting a free day today. In addition to a forfeit win. But
exactly.
We'll just end the tournament early.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's pretty unfair. H2, H3. It's funny in positions like these, Peter. I always had the impression that it's actually very sharp. On the surface, it all looks very calm and everything. But then you actually make a move, d6, d5. It's so consequential that the lines are really sharp. They carry you forward for like 10 moves, including bishop takes h6. Yeah. And then you end up somewhere where it's either equal or you're busted.
These are incredibly concrete positions, despite them looking like they haven't woken up yet.
Exactly.
But once they do, yeah, things begin happening very, very quickly. And d6, d5 is a very typical thing that you need to keep under control in all of these. The engine doesn't play. The engine somehow seems to be very, very much interested in the ideas of playing either b5 or b6, which I think nobody would ever do, with the intention of taking with the pawn after the en passant capture. Nobody is ever doing that to their own a7 bishop, I don't think.
Seems very
That just seems completely inhuman, and I don't quite understand what the positional idea behind it is anyway. But yeah, if you make some quiet moves, if you play something like bishop d7, White will play bishop c2, and after bishop c2, White basically is 2 moves away from full control. If I get to play bishop c1, b2, and then c3, c4, it's going to become very, very difficult for Black to play because you're severely behind in terms of spatial control. And I mean, I wouldn't call it very bad, but it does get pretty bad pretty quickly. And also important to note that it feels like the knight belongs on f4 in all of these positions. But if you do that, it gets kicked away immediately by knight d2, c4, and that position already is critical for Black potentially. So there is no direct counterplay that we can really speak of. You could sometimes consider knight h5. in the current position, and it maybe would have been playable, but you have to contend with knight takes e5. And even the positions after knight f1 are not that great, because once again, I think this is how I was brought up, and I don't know about you two, Nazi Yasser. When you play the Gioco Piano from the black side, I always thought, okay, if I get my knight to f4, any knight to f4, and the queen to f6, I'm completely fine, right?
Absolutely.
And then it turned out that no, this doesn't really do very much. It doesn't actually attack anything on the king side, it just stands there.
I've never played e5 with black, so I can't
Fair
answer.
enough. Italians with white? Also no.
No.
You're
I was a different player from the start.
You're a happy person, yeah.
You had a good childhood.
I only touched the c pawn with black pieces,
Yeah.
c6 and c5, yeah.
Well,
What about you, Yasser?
yeah, 100% agreed. I was always taught the same thing. You put a knight on f4, queen on f6, you can put the game to rest happily. You've done a good job. Not
turns out not that simple.
No, not that simple.
Not that simple.
I agree. I always like to ask you, Nasi, statistically speaking.
Pie charts?
Yes. Tell me who's going to win. I'm going to guess it's Vincent, but that's just a wild guess.
You're taking a big wild guess here, yeah.
I know.
So pre-tournament, Sindarov was favorite, Fabi in second, Anish in third, and Vincent was somewhere in the middle at 9%.
Firouzja's chances are not looking good.
Then after day one, everybody drew, so nothing changed that much. After round two, I believe we had 3 co-leaders.
Yeah, 3 decisive games that day.
There's Vincent, Prag, and MVL with plus score, so they were the favorites. Then after day 3, Anish joined them, so it was Anish, Keymer, and Foreest. Oh, actually, there's a 5-way tie, Prag and MVL, right?
That's right.
That didn't last very long, the 5-way tie. Broke after day 4, it became mostly Vincent's pie and Anish Giri second at 20%. But after day 5, there you go. Vincent, of course, remains in the lead at 43.3%. But this doesn't include the fact that he gets a forfeit win today.
Exactly. Or the fact that
Foreest is also going to get it.
as well. Yeah, that certain
Tomorrow
victories.
we'll see a different pie.
Yeah, are kind of expected now as we see the players. I'm going to turn back to the game of Fabi for just a moment, Peter, because you'd mentioned that if you were in Sindarov's shoes, you would be thinking about how to possess the f4 square, whether it be by knight h5. A jump that I'm also kind of familiar with is the retreat knight h7. It looks kind of peculiar. Essentially, you're just making way for the queen, and even more so, you're prepping knight g5. Is this one of
knight f1 pretty much natural? I think whenever the knight departs from f6, we go knight f1 very happily. We want it on g3. If you go knight g5, you've just straight up lost to knight takes g5, queen h5, regrettably, because f7 is very weak. And you don't get to play knight f4.
That bar really told me I was erroring. And I realize now that queen takes g6, thanks to this bishop, as well as bishop takes g5, is a double threat that, well, it hurts. That
hurts a lot.
That is not. So knight h7, the
you can try queen
intention
f6.
is fine.
You can try queen f6 instead of knight g5 there.
Okay.
But after knight g3, you're still not really getting your moves in quickly enough, I don't think. You can now play knight g5.
Knight g5 or knight f4? Knight g5.
Knight g5 probably, but
okay.
There's a number of potential tactical issues with it. Bishop takes g5, knight h5, queen d2, the engine seems to like. Even knight f3, h2 here is playable, which is kind of shocking because we do have some knight jumps to follow if you take on d4. Knight h2, he takes d4, I go bishop takes g5, then knight h5, and I recapture the pawn. But this is not unplayable, actually. Knight h7, judging by the evaluations, is no worse than some of the other things we considered. So maybe it's an option.
And finally, Peter, I mean, Nasi is always referring to my courageous approach to any given position where I try to make sacrifices. Bishop d7.
Bishop c2.
Bishop c2, queen c8. I'm telegraphing what I'm trying to do, which is...
I like it.
Yeah, knight f1, and I don't think it works. Yeah,
it doesn't work.
If you take on h3, I take, and I have queen d3, followed by knight g3. I have enough defenders.
Too many pieces on the king side, yeah. Too many white pieces.
Just a sec. How can I follow up?
Yeah, the bishop on c2 is helping too, otherwise we would have knight h4 at least.
Right. No, I don't. Knight h5? Is this completely... Yeah, you've got knight takes c5.
Tactics now, yeah.
Ah, sigh. Okay, well, again, my courageous approach doesn't always pay off.
9 out of 10 times.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Do we have a move, by the way? Because Sindarov, as we know...
In deep think right now.
Yeah, he's usually the one who just pops out with his preparation, enjoys a 10, 15-minute lead on the clock, and that's not the case
today. He hasn't fully equalized yet, and he's a little bit behind on the clock as well. As Peter said, if black doesn't get d5 here at the right time, d5 in, then they don't really equalize.
Just because we've focused a bit on this game, Peter, and the middle games, I kind of begin to understand why the computer is coming back to the moves b6, b5.
Yeah, I think it wants to stop c3, c4 mainly. And if you take, it takes with the pawn and then tries to stop it again by putting the second one on b5. I think I think that has to be the way to explain it.
And at the same time, what the computer is saying is you just keep e5 solid, and if you take away knight c4 ideas, the weakness on d6 is hard to tap, frankly. And well, I must say, I think this is a very ill treatment of the bishop, and you can get cited by authorities for doing things like this to the bishop. I mean, your team captain might come and say, we're going to have a conversation after this game.
You'd hope it's temporary, but it might not be.
Exactly. One of the things, I think it was actually, with the colors reversed, it was Fabiano when he had such a position. He tossed in the move, b5, to just
say goodbye to the bishop.
Yeah, bury the bishop on a7.
This is a concession at least. You know, we probably don't take. We probably play a6, a5, and we take some temporary pain. But we now have very good endgames with a protected passer on the outside.
But this bishop on
a7. I can see the engine probably does take on b5, judging by this evaluation. Yeah.
I mean. The poor thing on a7 is crying, and you could hear his angst from afar.
Yeah. So I guess we do this, and we play bishop b7.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, everyone, we'll have a very special guest soon on the show. Kari Saib will be joining us via Zoom. She's a 4-time U.S. Women's Champion, soon to be a Grandmaster.
Not just a 4-time U.S. winner. Hasn't she won it like 3 times in a row? She skipped a year because of her Stanford stutter.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's been extraordinarily successful, and the Queen's Award.
Karen's Queen's Award.
Karen's Queen's Award of $100,000 has motivated her to get the overall Grandmaster title. She's got a couple of GM norms, and she's just needs...
And her rating's also close to 2,500, but we'll talk to her
about
in a little bit.
I'm sure she has some insights on her career moves. H2, H3, and again, Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's go to Prag's game to check how the Dutch Stonewall is going.
Slowly.
Slowly.
On both sides.
Not slowly anymore, though.
We did see 95 by Bogdan. And again, he's looking at f3. If you can drive the knight back to d6, you often keep it going. You go c5 and drive the knight back to f7, and bad things tend to happen. Knight d7 by Pragg, bishop f4.
Look at this last move, yes, sir.
Yes.
What we were hoping for.
Okay. Remember a few rounds ago I was saying that because of Bogdan's score, he was putting pressure on the rest of the field. Look, if you're going to give up points, your future opponents are going to try to grab them. this move, g5, well, first of all, the Stonewall itself, and then the ambition of following up is a clear indication that Prague is saying, if I want to defend my championship title,
I have to play something like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to take some risk. Is Prague overdoing it, Peter?
The evaluation appears to be your standard Stonewall evaluation.
Right.
G5 has not shaken it. White is better. White has not become more better as a result
Peter,
of
has
G7, G5.
Bogdan done anything wrong because the accuracy dropped below Prague's?
Yeah, well, I think maybe 95 was actually not the... Ignoring 94 may have been more prudent, weirdly, and just not going for 95 at all. But yeah, this is an interesting position. If we take a look at the options White has here, first of all, you could set a trap here with e2, e3, but Prague is unlikely to blunder my mate into with checks. And after e3, Black probably castles, and you force yourself to put the bishop on e5, which is obviously not bad, but Black isn't that unhappy about it either. I guess knight d6, knight f7, and trying to challenge that bishop in the future is likely. One thing you probably shouldn't do is take on d7, because here I think Black quite happily will take on f4, take on g3, and change the material balance a little bit with the Black bishop on the dark squares now being unopposed, even though the engine doesn't hate this for White either. But I think that's an improvement for Black. I think this is the one you like. In as much as you like anything in this position, this is the one you like. But you could also just drop it back to e3. White is very rarely actually scared of knight e5, d5, because that strands the knight on e4 a little bit. It will have to go back via some slightly awkward squares, I think. Probably if bishop e3, Prague quite likely will just castle short and continue playing. One thing I will say is that these days, honestly, if I didn't know this was a Dutch, you get positions like this in the very slow Catalans, right?
Yes, 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 you do.
And Magnus has done things like this with Black. Very strong players have done specifically these types of reactions to White playing some queen c2, bishop f4 lines where the knight lands on e4, and then Black goes g5, f5, and the resulting very sharp positions, I think, are to everybody's taste. White is not unhappy because White is objectively better. Black is not unhappy because it's a mess now, which is very, very difficult to control.
Yeah, but then it does beg the question. You've played g5, you've won a tempo. White's bishop has stepped back. Asset or liability?
A bit of both. Takes away some squares, but also your king is less safe. So
As an optimist, I'm going to say that's an asset.
And the pessimist within you is like, what have I done to me?
Yes.
Yeah, what have I done to my king? Wow. Okay, double-edged position.
How about realists? What do the realists?
Yes.
That's the real question.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I feel like this entire conversation is bait for me to redo some of the highlights of previous years.
And you mentioned a position, Peter, where I think for a lot of our viewers, they'd like an explanation. Castles, knight takes d7. Now, because the rook is hanging with a tempo, you can't reach for the bishop. And then I think a lot of, you said the bishop has to go to e5 as if it was sad and tragic there, whereas a lot of players might say, well, the bishop looks regal, looks...
I got it there.
Yeah, worked hard.
You still normally prefer the knight on that square, and the bishop, Black will at some point, probably pretty early on, I probably play something like c7, c6 here, and then at the earliest opportunity, I will be playing knight d6, knight f7, and asking you, do you want to give it up? Do you want to support it with f2, f4, which locks the position up very, very... I mean, it's going to be very difficult to open if White is obliged to play f2, f4 at any point.
Right.
So, I mean, it does look very, very nice, but if Black manages to attack it with the knight, let's say if the knight does land on f7, it becomes a bit of a, I mean, not a liability exactly, but you do have to decide what to do about it. And it has no easy way back. Although I did notice that in some positions my engine was playing g3, g4 to give it the g3 square.
Interesting. Yeah, this is one of those things, Nasi, where optically you look at your bishop and you go, yeah, I'm so proud. I'm so proud. And then as...
An outpost.
Yeah, exactly. You're on this beautiful outpost. But as Peter's saying that, well, if the knight ever lands on f7, the bishop is not retreating, and the double pawns, it might turn out that the bishop's actually poorly placed. Because Sindarov did spend so much time on
He did make him move finally.
he didn't play knight h7, did not play knight h5 or knight f4, any of those moves, or in fact d6, d5. Didn't come up with the courageous bishop.
No, Javokhir went with bishop e6.
Directly, and in a sense, inviting the move d4, d5, but once you play that move d5,
opening up the other bishop.
That missile on a7.
I think d4, d5 is extremely unlikely to happen today for many reasons, including the one that I'm not sure how fresh this is in your mind, but that was absolutely one of the central games outside of Sindarov's games, one of the central games of the candidates in Cyprus, where Fabi, not in this type of a position, but in a somewhat related position against Anish Giri, chose to play d4, d5, opening up the bishop on a7.
It was terrible, yeah.
And ended up losing a very painful game, which effectively ended his shot at catching up with Javokhir. So yeah, I think he's going to be staying far away from d4, d5 in Italian type structures for a while. I kicked it about a little bit while you were speaking. I think you're supposed to play bishop c2 here.
Okay.
But interestingly, if black plays c7, c6, which is quite logical here, I can bring joy to your heart here, Yasser.
Yes.
I wanted to play bishop b2, c4, but if you play bishop b2, queen d7, c4, bishop h3 now works. Is very strong, actually gives black an advantage.
It's your idea, yeah.
Yeah, with the knight on f1 and white having access to queen d1, d3, and also importantly, with the bishop on c1, knight f4 would not have been a threat. This doesn't really work very much. With white having none of those things,
neither the bishop on c1.
This is incredibly dangerous. You just cannot do this. So after bishop c2, c6, I think you're supposed to play knight f1. Black probably goes bishop a7, b8, reintroducing the bishop into the game and also supporting the d6, d5 breaks. And after knight g3, apparently, despite white seemingly having all their ducks in a row, you can actually play d6, d5 here. E takes d5, bishop takes d5, and if bishop takes g6, bishop takes f3 is a way to try for equality, and e5, e4 is maybe a try for a more messy position.
Wow.
Not forced, but a kind of an illustration of how the game might progress if we go in that direction. So far, Fabi hasn't even played bishop c2 yet. He has other options, but I think bishop c2 is what you're supposed to do. Black would very much welcome trading those bishops. I think it makes his life a lot simpler because without the bishop on c2, the white center is a lot less solid. It's much harder to even play knight f1 comfortably. And you do need knight f1, knight g3.
But Peter, despite Fabi's personal reasons why he might not play d5, is it objectively a good
d5,
move?
bishop d7 is playable, but you do have to immediately, I guess, go after the a7 bishop, because let's say knight c4, queen c8, you already have to care about bishop takes h3. And it's awkward. Machine says knight h2 is kind of the only move here, because you can't play bishop e3 yet, because actually this still works. Even without the bishop on a7, the sacrifice is still incredibly strong. So I think it's just uncomfortable. Even if it objectively works, you can go knight c4 and then who finds knight h2 there? But black is, I think, very, very well equipped to dealing with d4, d5 here. It's not great.
All right, thank you, Peter, and let's welcome International Master Carissa to our show.
Hey guys.
Hi, Carissa. How are you?
It's all good. Where are you?
I'm at my parents' place right now. I'm just got back from a tournament in Corsica, like last night.
How did you do?
It wasn't my best event ever, I'll say, but it was a good experience. I mean, yeah, every game of chess I play is a learning experience, so that's what I try to hold on to in tough times.
Right.
Great, Carissa. I know that you've been traveling around Europe playing a lot of tournaments. How was the whole experience, and what do you have coming up?
Yeah, well, I kind of went on a Euro trip, I guess. So I played tournament in Reykjavik, played a few tournaments in Spain, Overall, I think it was a good experience because, well, right now I'm out of school, so usually when I'm in school, I have like no time to play really. So right now, since I'm taking a break, I'm trying to just play as much as I can. I think I've played like 60-ish games this year so far. So I'm just trying to, yeah, I'm just trying to play more. I think playing more is always like a good recipe to, figuring out your weaknesses and getting stronger.
Absolutely, that's what these top players in this Grandchester are doing all the time, right? They always have packed schedule.
Carissa,
Exactly.
it's not just about the grandmaster title for you. It's also about, well, making the candidates, challenging for the World Championship. What's your journey like in the future? How are you going to get to the candidates? What's your schedule?
Yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes I think about my chess career in like a very short term, like my months are kind of packed. Like I'm like, oh, next month I'll play like these events and I'll have like this training camp with someone or that sort of thing. But kind of how I like to think about it is like, I mean, the main goal is like just making the next candidate cycle, right? And so what that really means is just like being a much better player in 2 years. And
That's a great approach.
Yeah.
sorry, hang on. I think something happened technically, but just to finish my thought about this, I think it's kind of just like in the next 2 years, I want to make it to candidates, right? And so what matters is like, I don't know, being like a much better player by the time these 2 years are up. And that's kind of what's in the end. And so if there are like little bumps along the road, it's not good to dwell too much on that,
Of course, you're still always gaining experience.
Absolutely. When you say to yourself, I want to be a much better player, break that down. You're saying you want to improve your openings, you want to have a better understanding of middle games, your end game technique to improve. What to you means the answer to your question of being a better player? What are you achieving, striving to achieve, Carissa?
I think it's kind of just a little bit of everything. So I guess to share a bit about my tournaments in the last few months. So basically, I've recently been having trouble playing against like 2600s. For some reason with black I'm okay, but with white I'm just always losing. And so I was trying to think about this for a while. Like, it doesn't really make that much sense, right? And maybe it's like a psychological thing, something like this. But I think kind of what I realized after looking at my games is just like the 2600 level is just like really high, I think maybe when I was like 100 points lower than I am now, like 2380 or so, it wasn't like that. It didn't feel like that difficult to play like 2500, 2550s. But for some reason, like 2650s, they're just crazy good, at least to me right now. And so I don't know exactly how to explain it. It's just like, and I feel like this happens pretty rarely for me, maybe because I don't play like super strong players that often, but I could just get like totally outclassed and I can just feel that they're a better player, And I think this is going to sound a little silly, but that's kind of how I want to make other people feel at some point. That's just like, I don't want them to be like, oh, Carissa Yip is like, I don't know, like really good with the initiative, like, strong attacking play, that sort of thing. I just want them to be like, whoa, Carissa Yip is like really good. Like really good at she's like really good at everything, like every part of the game.
Hey, Carissa, we already think that way, I can tell you.
Carissa, we've had here at the Grand Chess Tour in Bucharest, we had Alireza, unfortunately, withdraw from the tournament. That's tough. That's tough. Have you had any experience yourself where through injury you had to withdraw from a tournament or ever felt like you needed to withdraw?
For sure, for sure. I mean, yeah, I think playing with a physical injury is always so tough because, I mean, playing already is like very hard, you know, I think mentally. And when you're just like physically like not only like not at your best, but actively feeling like extremely poor, it just affects your plays like pretty terribly. I've definitely had instances where I had to withdraw, and they're probably like smaller cases, like, you know, I was having like a fever, something like this.
I remember, Carissa, you were pretty sick during Karen's Cup, but you went on playing and actually won the event.
Yeah, that one was actually kind of like, I mean, sometimes I think back on it and I'm like, wow, that was a crazy event because I don't know, I got like remarkably lucky, I feel. And so nowadays when I look back on it, I'm like, I can't believe, you know, I actually won the tournament. When honestly I was playing like, yeah, I was playing pretty poorly. But I think kind of just like at this level, like the GCT level, every mistake is just like pounced on so quickly and you never get any chances. Like during Karen's, I think I was feeling terribly, but in some ways I'm like a very stubborn person, so I really didn't want to withdraw the tournament. And it was easier because I was like getting my points at some point as well. But I think that was just, you know, my opponents were giving me chances, that sort of thing. But just at such a high level, it's hard to play when you're feeling bad. It's hard to play like, yeah, at all.
Carissa, we're going to thank you for joining us and taking time out of your busy schedule, and to wish you all the best on your journey to the Grandmaster title. You know, we're anxious to party.
We're all rooting for you to get the norm.
As soon as you get the GM norm. So
I'm ready for a party too. Thanks so much. Thanks for having me, guys. All right.
Cheers.
See you.
Thank you, Carissa. We'll see you soon.
We're going to get caught up on the games. I noticed that Fabi did play the move Bishop C2, Peter. And
let's begin there. Fabi took some time over this decision, but made the correct one with Bishop C2, and C6 seems logical, or, I mean, the engine even starts with Bishop B8 and then plays C6, but once again, I don't think humans do that, so that we can discount. The immediate Queen D7, once again, does not create enough of a threat after Knight F1. You really do, for that sacrifice on H3 to work, you really do need to wait until the bishop lands on B2, so that Knight F4 is a major threat once you've given up the piece. So I'm expecting C6 and then perhaps Bishop B8. This looks like not very much is happening, 32 pieces still left on the board, but as we've already shown in a couple of lines, when things do start to happen in these types of positions, they very often happen in a particularly explosive fashion. There was our two Sicilians both featured an interesting turning point. Let's begin with the game between Wesley and Maxime, where we left it somewhere around here, with white playing h3 castles in a5 and black playing bishop g7, bishop c6. Now the e4 pawn is hanging. You don't really want to play knight d2, at least not immediately. Wesley played rook d1, creating the x-ray on the d file. Maxime took on e4, Wesley took on e5. And here a very interesting moment in the game, because Maxime in this position has a line which leads to a very dry and honestly very equal position. You can take on c3. White obviously has to take with the queen. And now you have this move knight f6, d5, which for the time being, it unpins the d6 pawn from the rook on d1. If you take on c6, you actually end up with fewer pieces after everything gets collected. So this is completely unplayable. You have to play queen b3, momentarily being a full piece down. And now you have to play bishop f3. Maybe he didn't like c2, c4 here, but c2, c4, black actually has this very cute little shot knight f4. You can still, of course, win the piece back, but then if you don't take c4 takes d5, black is just quite comfortable here. And if you play bishop f3 instead of c4, these types of positions are just very, very level. Instead, Maxime goes for d6, d5, which is the second best move. But it leaves the position very much still alive. And I don't think Wesley will be unhappy not to see knight c3, knight d5 here. He's not really better as such. After takes, bishop c5 is coming in, rook e8 to follow. But white can play queen f3 or queen d3 with the intention of meeting bishop c5 with bishop e3. And you can imagine this becoming a little bit better for white.
Exactly.
Black has a nice Alani. Black has a somewhat dull bishop on c6.
Maybe a6 becomes weak when you take on c6.
But yes, so we're going to go over to Cristian, and he's going to do a recap of yesterday's game between Fabiano and Alireza. Over to you, Cristian.
Thank you, Nazi, and enjoy your break, guys. Yes, I do want to talk about this game that we missed yesterday because we didn't do a broadcast during the rest day. We did have this big important match, Fabiano with the white pieces in the hotel room facing Alireza Firouzja, who once again unfortunately had a sprained ankle, an ankle injury, and had to withdraw in the end from the tournament. He did, however, try to play two very important games, and kudos to him. Anish, in fact, called him a hero for continuing and trying to continue the tournament. Unfortunately, in the end, he had to withdraw. Now, let's take a look at that game, and I want to catch you guys up to speed as to what happened in that one and try to explain exactly the critical moments. So, Fabi started with knight to f3 in this position, d5, c4, and we ended up in a Slav. Knight to c3, bishop to f5, e6, knight to h4. I'm not going to comment too much on the opening phase because this has been seen plenty of times at the elite level, at pretty much any level. Take on g6, bishop to d2, queen to b3, and right now already white is saying that I might be focusing my attention on the queen side and trying to do something on the queen side. Of course, black has a lot of ways to continue this position. Alireza decided to go queen to c8, which is not a new move. You can also just go queen to c7. You can go queen to b6. There's a lot of responses for black in this position in order to defend the pawn on b7. He played the move queen to c8. And this was the critical new idea, let's say, operated by Fabi. Long castle, never played before. At least I don't have it in my database. At the same time, it is a move that you need to expect as black. So if you're doing analysis, if you're trying to understand this position and prepare, let's say, a file in this position with black pieces, then you're definitely going to be looking at long castle because it is a move that preserves white's advantage, at least white's slight objective advantage out of the opening. So it is a move that you need to consider as black. And that's the reason why Alireza did spend a little bit of time, but not a lot. He only spent 3 minutes in this position. This is a normal time expenditure when you're just trying to remember what you analyzed at home. D takes c4, bishop takes c4, b5, bishop to e2, and a5. The plan for black is quite striking and quite easy. You want to attack the white king that already committed to the queen side. So you have to throw your pawns that way. White, on the other hand, is going to try to do exactly that, but on the other side of the board. So he's going to try to start putting pressure on black's pieces, specifically this knight on f6, as we will see in just a few moments. Specifically that knight on f6, white is going to try to bring the pawns forward and launch an attack against black's king side. King to b1. First I have to shield my king as well. Knight to a6, perhaps a slight misjudgment, but not something to cry home about. A4 perhaps was the better choice, just because after queen to c2 and now ideas such as knight to a6, you do have the knight coming to b4 with a tempo. What a4 allowed, what knight to a6, excuse me, allowed white was to shift that rook all the way to c1, and now I have an extra square for my queen. So now I'm going to be able to retreat a little bit closer to home base. After a4, queen to d1, and there's no more knight to b4 targeting my queen on c2. So almost it feels like white is gaining a tempo. Not only that, but with a rook on c1 and the queen not in front of it, now you also have an extra threat in the position. That is to make use of the pawn on c6 being pinned and just potentially take with a knight on b5. So black has to react to that. a3 first, b3. You cannot really afford to take on b5 because after queen to b7, first of all, you're going to have to deal with the problem of the pawn on b2. You're in fact going to lose a piece. So obviously you're not going to do that. b3, a very typical way. I cannot allow you to open the position up in front of my king. Queen to d7, getting off that file, off the c file, so there's no more knight to b5. f4, rook to b8, g4, c5. g5, and now a critical moment in this game. Alireza decides to put the knight on h5. And this knight on h5 is going to be the root of all his unpleasant experience in this position, because that knight will never come back into play. Now, knight to d5 would have been a much better square for that knight. And this game right now continues in a very complex manner. White is perhaps objectively slightly better after knight takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop to f3. I do have the two bishops, but black also has a lot of play in the position. Going back to the live position, knight to h5 was his choice. And in fact, it's such a bad move that if white plays the right plan right now, and I will explain that in just a second, white is objectively winning. White had to take on c5. So everything tied to the counterplay for black right now is related to the pawn coming to c4. Coming to c4 and blasting open the pawn structure in front of my king as white. If you manage to eliminate that threat, and the very easy way to do so is just to take that pawn on c5, now we're going to have pawns facing each other. AB versus AB for black. And black is not going to be able to use the pawn and the pawn structure to open up the position in front of my king, which gives me pretty much free reign. And right now all I want to do is exchange as many pieces as possible, with the exception of the knight on h5. If I manage to exchange everything except the knight on h5, black's position is just simply losing, because you're playing without a piece. This is the key element in this position. Fabiano made a mistake, played the move bishop to e1, not taking on c5, and this allowed black to go c4, which finally gives Alireza a lot of counterplay in the position. Alireza has a very bad piece on h5, the knight on h5, but he does have a lot of play with the pawns marching down on the queen side. King to a1, Fabiano is trying to hide the king, knight to e4, take on b3, take on b3, and rook to c8. Bishop to c3, rook to c7, queen to d3, queen to d5, bishop to d2, and bishop to f3. And now we reach another critical moment. White has a clear idea in mind, and that is to give knight f6 check. That is a discovery check, and I'm going to pick up the queen on d5 first. But in fact, at this point, Alireza can sacrifice the queen. And the best move in the position would have been knight to b4. Now, knight to b4, it's an obvious move. You attack the queen. Now, I can take on c7. You have to take back on c7. I can take on b4, and now knight to f6. And it does, and probably at this point, Alireza was like, okay, I don't want to give my queen away. I don't have enough time. At this point, he only had 9 minutes on his clock against 13 minutes. Complex battle, and perhaps he just said, you know what, I don't want to give my queen away just like that. But if he looked a little bit further into the position, after knight f6, bishop d5, knight takes d5, this is completely winning for black, because I have a clear threat in the position. For example, if you go e4, I give you a check, bishop to c3, you go to b1, and now I just simply go a2. If you take on a2, knight to b4 comes, and I'm making use of all of my pieces to deliver pretty much a devastating attack. So, huge moment right now, and knight to b4, I'm not going to say that it would have given black the advantage, but it would have made this game extremely difficult for white to handle. He didn't play that. He played the move queen to d7, which is a very natural move. And now it is white who is pretty much stopping black's attack on that side, and it does feel like white is taking over once again because of the knight on h5. That knight is completely out of play. Black is playing without a piece. Queen to a7. All I have to do as white is start picking up the pawns on the queen side. queen to h1. I'm trying, Alireza is trying to create some sort of initiative related to the weakness of the king on a1 and perhaps get rid of this pawn on h2, not because I want to take a pawn, but because I want to bring my knight back into play. Knight to b1, knight c6, and knight to d8. The final moment right now for Alireza to stay in the game would have been with this move, bishop to b4. Now I have to move my queen away, let's say queen to c2, and now knight to e7. I'm making space for that knight to go back to e7 and find the right spot, which is d5. He did not play that. He played the move knight to d8. And right now, the pieces are just not enjoying a very good spot for black. And in fact, the knight on h5 is impossible to get it back in the game. Queen to e2, I'm targeting that knight already. f5. And after this one, it was just a matter of technique to simplify the position and finish the game. Queen to g1, bishop takes e3, queen to e1, knight to f4. I'm picking up the piece. Queen to g2, knight to d2. You can take back on d2, but after that, I'm just going to give you a check on h4. If you go to g8, I get another queen on the board, and that is game over. An impressive performance, once again, by Fabiano, especially given the circumstances. And unfortunately, after this game, Alireza decided to call it a tournament and, of course, take care of his recovery, which is quite important for him right now, especially going into his next events during the summer. So this was it. A very, very impressive performance by Fabiano, which gets him closer to the leaders, to the leader, in this case, Vincent Keymer. Guys, back to you. I hope you enjoyed this analysis and take it away with the games that are happening in today's round.
We're back. Thank you so much, Cristian, for recapping that whole game. We missed a fun game.
Yeah, it was a fun game. Great stuff. For those of you joining us late, I'd like to reread for you an official statement. And here we go. Alireza Firouzja has made the difficult decision to withdraw from the Super Chess Classic Romania 2026 due to an ankle injury. Alireza commentated, "Unfortunately, due to an ankle injury sustained during the event, I've decided to withdraw from the tournament. Thank you to the organizers for their support and accommodations, and thank you to everyone following the games. I wish the players and organizers the best for the rest of the tournament. We thank Alireza for his efforts to continue competing despite the injury and wish him a speedy recovery. We hope to see him back at the board soon." And that is the official statement, and to which we would add on behalf of ourselves, the commentary team, that Alireza, we miss you greatly and we wish you all the best in your recovery. But that impacted our scoring tremendously. Explain what happened.
So he suffered the injury after round 3, but he played 2 more games, withdrew after round 5, and because of that, past results will still count towards the tournament standings, because he was more than halfway through the event.
Right.
And his future opponents will be awarded a full point.
And since he was doing poorly, he had 2 draws. Those opponents with whom he draw will get a half a point, whereas literally everybody else in the field gets a full point, and that means free days. And for Vincent today, especially, a big result, as he keeps his streak alive. He wins with white, he draws with black. He wins with white, he draws, and today he won once again with the white pieces.
Weirdly, I will say I personally never really enjoyed these types of enforced double res days. It kind of shakes you out of your rhythm a little bit.
Sure.
It throws you off.
Yeah,
exactly.
one you're very used to, but when you have nothing to do for 2 days straight, it sometimes kind of makes you play the next game as if it's sort of round 1. And that's not always so great. But on the other hand, you know, a rest day and a full point, not a bad result for today.
I'll take it, as they say. Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's jump back to Fabi's game because the plan that Sindarov chose, Engine is not a big fan of. I see Valbar went higher for Fabi.
Well, when we left it, there was a bishop on e6, and we thought that was fine. As Peter was explaining to us, any trade of the light squared bishops is actually in the favor of black. Therefore, bishop c2, Fabi reinforces the pawn on e4, and by consolidating his center, he makes the redeployment knight f1 to g3 possible. Okay, this is step one in the wrong way. Are we doing it? I guess the right way was c7, c6, followed by a redeployment of bishop b8 and an eventual d5, as prescribed by Peter. Knight h7, knight f1, knight g5, and I see that the bar is going higher, but I don't know why.
It's just bishop e3. Basically, the machine says it doesn't really do anything. We can play bishop e3, and I had that position with a slightly different move order. But if queen f6 here,
for example,
yeah, even knight 3 to h2 is pretty strong, and this is what I wanted to highlight: knight 3 h2, knight f4, knight g3. And black seems like black achieved absolutely everything they could ever have wanted, threatening pieces around the white king and so on. Machine says this is much worse for black after knight g3.
Wow.
It says that there are no actual threat. White has very, very sufficient coverage on the king side not to be worried about any of the potential sacrifices on the g2, h3 squares. We want queen d2, and eventually we start pushing those pieces back. And once we start pushing those pieces back, our position becomes very, very pleasant for white. And I wanted this on screen just as an illustration of how the understanding of these things progressed, because Yasser and I, prior to the break, were in agreement that we used to think if you achieve something like this with black, you're probably better.
Yeah.
Not only are you not better, you are very much worse here. These pieces don't go anywhere.
And again, we want to emphasize, Peter and I, that if you had given this position to us as youths in our youth, we were told this is great for black, and today with the chess engines telling us it's great for white, it's hurtful. It makes me think of how did I misspend my chesshood?
And they were lying to us for generations.
Right.
Not for you, for generations.
Right.
Bishop e3 already played. Javokhir, of course, not obliged to go queen f6. You probably should take on f3, at least offload some stuff from the board. But after queen takes f3, let's say knight h4, the queen can go back to e2, for instance, and then knight g3. And this is quite enjoyable for white for the very kind of understandable reasons. You have more space. There's no real play on the king side. Eventually, we will start making progress somewhere.
The fact that this bishop is buried, if those two bishops were off the board, black would have a brilliant idea of queen g5 takes g2, checkmate right now.
If only.
If only. If only. And it really is ironic that queen f6 does not bring success to Sindarov's position. Remarkable.
So we like Fabi's position a lot. Yes, sir. I think we should go to the Dutch game. A lot has happened since we last looked at it.
Jorden van Foreest or the Dutch
or
Stonewall?
Anish
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. I meant the Dutch players.
Thank you.
I'd specify to that.
There you go. When we left it, we had seen actually the move a2, a3, driving the knight back. Anish retreated his knight to a6, f2, f4. So Anish is looking for space on the queen side. White, in turn, is looking to an attack on the king side. a3 cementing the control over the b3 square. Rook b1. Rook a6.
This was an interesting turning point, by the way. I was looking at this while we were discussing something else. Rook a6 looks such a natural move in this position, but I think it's actually a mistake. I think it was more important in this position to deal with the potential advances of white advances on the king side. The engine plays it in a way. It goes f7, f6. It says I can't really deal without without f7, f6 forever. So it plays f6, and after knight f3, it goes b7, b6. develops the bishop either to b7 or to a6. Both are very strong. And white at some point kind of runs out of moves. I tried making quote-unquote aggressive moves in this position. I played g4. Machine goes bishop d7, rook f2, let's say bishop d6. I put the rook on g2. Black played queen e7. Here already some kind of tactics are beginning to be threatened, like knight e4, rook, queen e4, if allowed, will be very strong. And after bishop d2, black can finally start making progress. You can play something like knight b3, bishop e1, and then c7, c5. And this is what we were building up towards with black, because with the white structure on the queen side being what it is, c5, c4 is a massive, massive threat, breaking everything open in the center, collapsing the white center, frankly. And this turns out to be much faster than whatever it is that white is trying to achieve on the other side of the board. Instead, Anish played rook a6. And one thing to note here is that he is sort of inviting white to go e4, e5, which is pretty much never good, because both queen d5, and even more strikingly, black can even play f6, e6, g6 very often in these types of positions. But white is not going to play e4, e5. And after knight f3, which is what Jorden played, the rook on a6 ends up being, I mean, it's not misplaced. It's a decent rook lift. It might become useful on the other side of the board. But it's a kind of a wasted tempo. Anish goes knight b3, bishop f4, c5. We know this is the sort of the correct approach. But now the bishop on c8 is a little bit out of play. And this is, of course, why white played f4, f5 on move 15. If we look at this position, it may seem a little bit strange to play f4, f5, creating this hole on e5. But by doing that, first of all, we stop black from playing f7, f5. And secondly, we completely restrict the bishop on c8. And the current position is still quite sharp, of course. Black can try playing for some kind of b5, c4 counterplay. But after queen e1, white probably will continue by playing rook d1 to prepare for b5, c4 even better. And then you start playing in the center. Maybe you play g4, maybe you play g4 followed by e5, maybe you bring the queen out to g3. This is a lot more playable for white than it was, let's say, 3 moves ago.
I must say that there's a prejudice that Anish has in his games. When he's white, he's playing against the king's Indian. He locks down the center with d4, d5 often, and then plays rook a3 to prevent f5, g5, g4. And he's won a lot of games on the white side with his rook on the a3 square, in this case, the rook on a6. So Anish, if you asked him, like, you know the move rook a6 was wrong, he's going to go, what? I'm very proud of that move. That's brought me a lot of success by shutting down the attack on the king side. But that idea that you prescribed, Peter, with f7, f6 was surprising.
And also, they're playing very quickly. Anish played b5 and Jorden played queen g3 instantly.
This does allow c5, c4. This was maybe you could have been slightly more precise with rook d1, as I mentioned. c5, c4 is now very playable. If you take on c4, black has d3, bishop d1, b takes c4, and black is quite happy about that. Unsurprisingly, a lot of progress has suddenly been made. Also, the bishop will now go to b7. We were talking about the bishop on c8 not having any work. It will have work here.
Good.
So I guess maybe he wants to meet c4 with bishop c7, trying to go for tactics, because if you play queen d7, I do have knight f3, e5, using the fact that the king is on h8 and I have knight g6 on knight takes f7 check in this position. Actually, whoa, this is amazing. I didn't realize. Knight g6 loses because the queen on c7 actually has no squares. That is quite beautiful. But knight takes f7 wins, because conversely, in this position, bishop d6 is unplayable. c8 is hanging, f7 is hanging. Massive difference between knight g6 and knight f7 there. But after bishop c7, black has, white made an intermezzo, and black has a one in return with bishop e7 to d6. And the resulting position after, let's say, queen takes d6, rook takes d6, bishop d8, rook f to d8, is, machine says, quite balanced. It looks like an almighty mess, but somehow this shakes out as being roughly equal. I have a feeling this is probably what Jorden intends, because you can't just completely ignore c5, c4. If you allow black to play c4, c3, you will probably not enjoy yourself very much.
I very much thought that rook d1 was required.
That's what it looked like,
but a good requirement. I mean, but white's not adverse to including rook d1 and slowing black down on the
c5,
the
c4 is very telegraphed as the only plan, really, black has that is fast enough. So improving your rook while also dealing with that plan seemed very logical. Yeah,
exactly.
We'll see.
Peter, don't get me wrong. I have no problems with the move Queen G3. But in truth, I really thought that White's whole goal was to play G4, E5, F6, or G4, G5, F6, and putting the queen in front of the G pawn?
Well, you need to have some... G4 ends up, I think, not being fast enough in a lot of these positions. Although, once again, with Black having spent a tempo on Rook A6, maybe it is fast enough now. Black probably plays, in all of these positions, Bishop D6 ends up being played, even trying to provoke E4, E5, which might look a bit startling, but very often it's just a weakening thing. Let's say if you play Bishop D6 here, after Rook D1, if White goes E4, E5, Black just goes Bishop E7 back, G4, Bishop B7, and says, thank you very much for opening the long diagonal to me. I will eventually find a way to make use of it. This is still a mess, of course, because there is not enough of an attack over the long diagonal for White to worry very much. But Black wants to put the queen on D5, and then perhaps start once again trying to push C5, C4. Very sharp position, very difficult to assess. I don't know how easy it is to actually decide to play Bishop D6, E5, Bishop E7, gifting White two useful tempi for
what appears to be two
for that access for the long diagonal. But you can also go Bishop B7 first and try to play C5, C4 like that. But then once again, after Queen G3, the engine actually quite likes this for White quite a bit.
Well, guess what, folks? We have Queen G3, and clock times looks pretty even.
Pretty even, 51 versus 55.
What move were they on, by the way? Let me just double check on that.
Only 20.
You haven't made that many moves thus far? Okay, Queen G. And by the chess thermometer, I'm seeing not triple zeros because of it's an imbalance, but I'm seeing an even position.
Roughly equal if you play C4. If you don't play C4, the engine actually prefers this for White. Once again, reestablishes Rook BD1 as a measure of control, and says White made more progress than Black has. So,
just your own personal feelings here, Nasi. Would you prefer to play Black or White?
I can't decide.
You can't decide.
I think, if I play C4, then I would choose Black.
Right.
Honestly, I don't know. Depends on the day and on my mood.
Aggression. And Peter, same question for you. Would you prefer Black side, White side of these Sveshnikov-like situations?
Honestly, I was very drawn to the idea of playing a 4 or 5. I began checking it before it appeared on the board because it seemed very logical to me. I like those types of ideas of locking out one minor piece and playing as if you're quote-unquote kind of a piece up for a while.
Right.
But Black also gets a lot of play in the center. I think originally I probably was picking Black. Now I think I'm leaning more in favor of White. Although, as we already mentioned, Anish doesn't hesitate to play the correct move here. And now the tables are sort of turned. If you don't play Bishop C7, maybe you're running some risks. And Bishop C7 is very concrete and very direct.
All right. Well, okay. The clash is about to commence in this one. And Wes, where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Interesting games on all boards.
It feels that way, right?
It does. Peter, you take us wherever you'd like to.
Well, on the topic of the Dutch, let's switch from the game between the Dutch players to the game where the Dutch defense has been played. And after Bishop E3, C6 in the game between Deac and Prague, Bogdan played Knight D2, Black took on E5 and castled. You could have waited with the trade on E4, frankly, in the position after a Knight E5, D5 castles. You can absolutely include something like Rook C1 and wait for a bit. You're not obliged to take on E4 straight away, but Daniel did. And now he has choices, because it seems very logical to play F2, F3 straight away. But after Queen takes D1, Rook takes D1, and F5, F4, the pawn gets to E3, and your Bishop on G2 might not thank you for this. So the way to maybe improve on this line is maybe to start with Queen C1 to make playing F5, F4 much more difficult, and then try maybe to play F3 next move. Positions where all the knights are gone from the board, and in particular positions with a symmetrical structure with all knights gone from the board, tend to be leaning towards equality because it's so difficult to create imbalances. But White has space, if I make some poor moves on, let's say I go h6, you go f4, I take en passant, and I play, I don't know, c5, allow f4, g4. These types of positions, if black gets to develop the c8 bishop to b7, they will be quite level. But if on the other hand, white actually makes some progress, could be quite dangerous for black. But obviously, a lot of liberties were allowed after queen c1. I probably should not be, in this position, I should not be taking en passant, for instance. It's just a very dramatic mistake to open up the bishop on g2. I guess maybe we can try f3 instead of f4 to force the issue. But black could choose to play queen c7, queen takes c5, and once again, not give white such a free ride. The computer pretty much always prefers white a little bit, but I suspect it's not the end of the world for black.
Thank you, Peter. One of the, I think I'm guilty, along with everybody else, of dabbling with the Stonewall because, well, it's just kind of a fun game. One of the things that I would be afraid of, and I do mean afraid, is these pawn sacrifices. I'm just going to describe the pawn sacrifice that I'm afraid of, this one. Just, yay, I'm a pawn up.
Triple pawns.
But those triple pawns, and also the combination.
It's good here.
Maybe it
you don't
is.
Believe
I don't
these
know.
extra pawns?
You know, like there could be a check. There could be checks that
unpleasant, yeah.
May be off-putting. I'm not exactly sure, but at least it goes through my mind that the triple pawns in the center of the board could be a liability.
The bishop on g2 is not entombed enough. It will come out by h3.
Good point. It's got a diagonal.
Yeah, conceptually, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Trying to give up some material just to make sure the bishop on g2 is extremely stuck behind those pawns, which cannot be moved anywhere. But in this particular constellation, I think white will not be unhappy.
Okay, probably I did it wrongly. Oh, sorry, queen c1. Here's maybe something like this, rook f7, f3, rook g7, takes, g4, takes. Still not getting, I was aspiring for queen d4 check, and now my bishop's on c8.
Yeah, it's not that impressive either. Yeah, if it was already somewhere like g6 or h5, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not getting there. So what does it mean? Does it mean that from the current position that Daniel is actually emerging from the opening with a nice advantage, Peter?
It's a pleasant position. Also, if you want full control, you can take on d8 here and then play rook fd1 and f3 or something like that, and you will. I mean, it's probably not the way to play for a big advantage, but it's definitely a way to make sure you're never worse. I don't know how interested Daniel is in that concept, because he's sort of, some games in this tournament he played ultra safe. Right. In particular, his first round game against Alireza, where he just took all the pieces off the board by move 15 and equalized very calmly. But he hasn't really been playing in that way since. He's been playing quite, I think, quite ambitiously. But the option exists just to announce, today I want a dry, very, very safe game, and then I wouldn't mind taking the queens off the board.
Exactly. Well, okay, a big strategical fight still ahead of us in this one. And Fabi Sindarov, again, a lot of history between these two players, again, because of the recent candidates tournament and the fact that Sindarov bested Fabi 1.5 in their mini match.
If not the only one of very few players who has a plus score against Fabi and has never lost.
That's remarkable, yeah. I mean, Fabi's been pretty much number 2, number 3 in the world for the last 10 years behind Magnus, as this is their lifetime matchup. This is the lifetime,
2 draws and 1 win by Sindarov at the candidates.
Not a lot of sample size, though, you have to say.
Yeah.
Sindarov is pretty young.
But you play 3 classical games with Fabi, and you're considerably younger than him. You kind of expect that maybe Fabi has at least an even score.
At least, right?
Right.
Yeah, and that win in round 4 of the candidates was a tour de force by Sindarov.
Huge. Yeah. By the way, he did play the knight G5 knight, Queen F6 variation. And you had mentioned, Peter, that the engine really likes keeping the pieces on the board. Knight H2, followed by Knight G3. And this is where, you know, we get tasered due to our misunderstanding that, you know, we were told black is for choice. Engine says, no, 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 white's for choice.
Much
and we're
better.
like, what did, they lied to us, as Peter said. But guess what? Bobby chose what, to our eyes, is a much more natural move, human move, and Sindarov has traded a pair of knights, and has that eased his burden?
Somewhat. First of all, some material came off the board, and secondly, somewhat weirdly, I think maybe the knight on f3 is not that great. It feels like a very natural square for it. You take away some squares from black, like you no longer have to worry about knight h4 jumps and all that, but maybe you actually prefer it on g3.
Wow.
Because it, you know, potentially maybe frees up some of to f4 plans for later, and maybe jumps to f5 in some positions. Because on f3, you're kind of struggling. It's nice for white, but what exactly is your plan here? I will tell you, the engine wants to play knight h2 now. I know this much.
Which is why you started with the knight is not happy on f3, and I'm like, but wait a minute, that's like the Dutch ambassador today started the game with one knight f3. She understood where the knight belongs. And you're telling me the knight doesn't belong there.
Yeah, and also we're a little bit tied up, right? Because maybe we would like to play something like queen d2, rook a d1. But the moment the queen departs from d1, we run into bishop takes h3.
Oops.
Which limits our options.
That is rather tragic, actually, because you're absolutely right. We would love to include our rook and queen d2 and rook d1's natural, but bishop h3.
I just want to point out from tournament standings.
Yes.
Sindarov's at -1, and he already played Alireza, so he's not getting that forfeit win.
And in fact, he actually got a half a point in that matchup. So yeah, he's really suffering.
Suffering, and of course he needs a win. But today, given this position, doesn't look like with black he'll be playing for a win.
Right.
Today it's all about survival.
Wasn't it, statistically speaking, coming into the event, because he had like a 2,800 performance over the last 6 or 8 months or something?
In candidates, it was 3,200 for most of the event.
It was pretty impressive, yes, indeed.
But you can't. No one can repeat that kind of performance in every classical event.
Look,
it's once in a lifetime.
It was record-setting. It's actually kind of funny, Peter. If I throw down the move d4, d5, and actually I don't like making this move, the crazy part is, if we do end up with a trade, and let me just play one more move, if you don't mind, c4, I'm looking at a Sveshnikov. Not a good one. Yeah, but not a good one, actually.
No.
This is a nice Sveshnikov.
These are very
for the
risky,
other side.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but doesn't it have that feel and quality?
d5 actually is very playable here. Black probably shouldn't touch it. We probably are supposed to play bishop d7 and stick to a different structure. d6 maybe you're even taking with the pawn in some cases. Although I think most people would take with the bishop. And but yeah, these positions are actually quite okay for white. And this might be, honestly, having just played knight h2 takes f3, I don't know how comfortable it is to go back to h2. And d4, d5, I don't hate it at all. I think, you know, I gave the whole speech about Fabiano being very allergic to the idea of playing d4, d5 in these positions. But this is not the same. You immediately take away the bishop on a7. You're not going to be under any kind of severe pressure on the king side. I think maybe you can actually force yourself to do it here.
Allergic to d4, d5. That was a good one.
We do have an interview. Cristian got an interview with the Dutch ambassador who made the first ceremonial move today. So let's take a listen.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Dutch ambassador to Romania, Her Excellency Van Haften. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Yes. Good afternoon. So nice to see you.
Welcome to the show. Obviously, this is a big event for us, a big chess event. What is your relation to chess? Do you know how to play chess?
Well, to be honest, I did learn to play chess because my parents gave me, when I was 6 years old, a very nice set of chess pieces and my father taught me the rules of the game, but I haven't really played a lot since I left university. So a little bit I know, yes.
Now, for the first time at the Grand Chess Tour this year, we have two Dutchmen participating as full tour participants. They are in fact meeting in today's game.
Yes.
You met them as well yesterday.
Yes.
How was that meeting?
That was wonderful. We had a very nice conversation because I had never actually met them. I know that the Netherlands is good at playing chess. We have a few famous chess players. We also have we had a few very famous chess players in the past. So I'm really happy to meet them, more or less the next generation of good chess players. So it was wonderful. It was very nice. It was very interesting. Yes.
It's almost a battle of generations between each other as well. Anish has spearheaded Dutch chess, and right now Jorden is catching up and coming along as well. Did you get to talk about this dynamic with them also?
Well, I got to talk about them a little bit about that dynamic. I know a little bit. They told me a little about their backgrounds and how they first learned to play chess. And both are, of course, very different personalities, also probably in the way how they play the game. But it's really nice to see them today actually playing each other, and to see how that is going to be working out. So I'm looking forward to the game, actually.
I'm sure you're very well versed in diplomacy, but I will put you on the spot. Who's
Okay.
your favorite? Who's going to
No,
win?
I can't. Well, see, ooh, that's a very difficult one.
No answer.
No answer. Sorry.
that one.
Sorry.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts as well.
I'm very happy to have been here. So thank you very much. I wish you good luck in the tournament, and thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you to the Dutch ambassador for joining us. We can talk about the game between Jorden and Anish and maybe break it down. Let's imagine that we've just seen a trade of bishops on the d6 square, and we trade queens, and we take the pawn on c4. So obviously, any recaptures, and we take the pawn. Anish's intention was to play d3, bishop back takes, and now black can be incredibly proud. A beautiful passed pawn, but Peter, going just one move deeper.
That was actually kind of very interesting and frankly surprising to me. A bit of interplay there, because if we go back all the way back to the moment where Anish played Bishop d6, White could and should have taken with the queen here, making sure that the queens actually come off the board. It's a bit of an outlandish move, because you put your queen on trees, but it doesn't matter. The black queen is always going to be hanging.
Yeah.
Instead, Jorden took with the bishop, and why Anish chose not to play with the queens on here is not that easy for me to understand. Maybe he thought e4, e5 does something, but after rook c6, you're really not getting mated here at all. And the white position, on the other hand, is very much creaking. f5 is hanging, c4, c3, c2, c1. Queen is being threatened here very much. And maybe he was worried about knight g5 and legitimately getting mated somehow, but the engine says no, you're really not getting mated. And the difference is precisely what Yasser was outlining there. If you take with the queen, which is what happened, takes, white absolutely needs to take on c4, d3, bishop d1, b takes c4, and in this position, bishop takes b3, a takes b3, knight d2, leads to a position in which black has seemingly a protected passer on d3, but the bishop is going to continue being locked out. c4 is very vulnerable. Let's say you play bishop a6, I go king f2, followed by king e3. I think it's actually very easy to get into a lot of trouble here with black.
Exactly. I love this for white.
Black is running significant risks here.
For sure. And
I'm sure this is salvageable, but yeah, I don't know. I think Anish maybe played over cautiously.
Wow. And by the way, again, that emphasis on queen on g3 takes d6 and forcing the trade of queens makes an enormous difference, because I just love the end game that you have on your board. And by force, Jorden can capture on d6, get that ending, and continue his run of success against Anish. Again, just referring to the Tata Steel of this year,
I
earlier this
don't
year.
see why white is that much better in that endgame, to be honest. I
Really?
wouldn't be saying that yet. Jorden is likely to win.
I think there was one game of Bobby Fischer, more than any other game that he played, that made a huge impression on me. He beat Tigran Petrosian in their match in Buenos Aires.
I would take with the c4 maybe. Yeah.
Where he blockaded a d pawn with his king. We'll come back to that for a second, but just to buttress this position, why we like it, you have to play a move like bishop a6, right? I'm not saying I want to take the pawn right away, but I just want to make sure there is no c3 coming at me. But my next moves are going to be king f2 and king e3.
It all looks very nice, but I think black doesn't have enough weaknesses to lose this game.
Why?
Because you don't have enough weaknesses.
Because
you can win a pawn, and that's all I can see.
Well, I'm not.
And once you win the pawn, then my position improves.
I'm not even sure I want to win the pawn. Maybe I just simply want to expand on the king's side.
Of course, yes, you will make a lot of improvements. Black will defend.
And maybe
at some point
I'll use my own passer, a pawn, kind of push it.
But black's standing and defending, and at some point I feel like you'll have to either take the pawn or open up the position somehow. And then black's position improves and should be able to hold.
We will see. A challenge has been issued. Lives are at stake.
Not our lives, but
Nice. I'm going to go back to the game, the Dutch Stonewall game. We'll call it that for a moment, because Daniel did play the ambitious.
By the way, Jorden took on d6, so we're going to see that endgame.
Yeah. Daniel Deac did play the move queen c1, the most ambitious move, as Peter described it. h7, h6 by Prague, and we're expecting either f3 or maybe f4. I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of a question of which is the more forcing. Would f4 force en passant?
No, but f3 would.
But f3 doesn't force you to take, because that was that pawn sacrifice I was prescribing.
I like that pawn sacrifice for white. That's why I'm okay with it.
Okay.
So I would go f3 here.
f3. So
By the
h7,
way, we
h6.
got to point out
Yes,
the time.
please.
29 minutes for Bogdan. They're only on move 13. What?
By his standards, untold reaches, I think.
So at least Prague's script of let me play something complex and unexpected in the opening and force my opponent to take a lot of time.
Big surprise, definitely, for Bogdan, and it has worked in that sense.
Yeah.
27 moves to make in 28 minutes. Of course, he's going to end up in time trouble.
But the position, it may...
We like white for now.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting a complicated position, but maybe a position that favors Bogdan. And I do like white's position as well, f2, f3 going on here. Peter, throwing it to you.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot to add to our analysis here. Black wants to play queen c7 in that position between Deac and Prague. So waiting moves are kind of thin on the ground. You could go for something like c4, c5 here with the intention after queen c7 of perhaps playing queen c3 and then putting a rook on d6. Either the f1 or the a1 rook on d6. But black probably plays b6 and then bishop a6. And once the bishop escapes the c8 square, the black position starts looking a lot more manageable, even though the positional exchange sacrifice is playable even here. Rook d6 is pretty much always a decent idea. But Bogdan, I think, correctly goes with f3. The engine dislikes e takes f3 quite a bit, but actually it kind of dislikes everything here for black. e3, c5 seems logical, but you have to contend with both h4 and h3. h3 seems like a very strange, slow move here. But I think the point is we would like to play f3 and f3, f4 next move, and we would like not to allow g5, g4 closing everything down. So we're preparing f4 this way. And something like rook f7, f4, rook g7 maybe is required from the black side. It's obviously pretty nice for white, but on the other hand, the position is closed down enough that maybe black has enough time to play queen c7, rook b8, b6, and bishop b7. And if you do achieve all of that, you are probably going to survive. But honestly, this is maybe the drawback of playing the Stonewall for a win, right? Because very often, in particular if these types of trades of knights on e5 and e4 occur, the resulting positions, they are unusual, that you don't see them very often. Maybe you don't navigate them as quickly as you would some positions you've been playing all your life. But they are so rigid. And they are, I mean, sort of, it's quite easy to play them by hand, just by making natural decisions. So if Pragg wanted a mess today, he did not really get a mess. He got an original position you don't very much see at the top level. But you wouldn't call it a mess, right? It's just a very controlled advantage for white.
Yeah. And Peter, how's Wesley's and MVL's position right now?
Wesley's a bit better. MVL maybe missed a little bit of a finesse there. We left it after knight e4, knight takes e4. And after queen f3, bishop c5, bishop e3, the engine was suggesting that before you take on e3, you should throw in knight g5, wait for the queen to go somewhere. And then after you take, the spin is a lot more annoying than it was in the game. And also the knight gets repositioned to perhaps to the e6 square, which is quite useful. Instead, he took straight away. Wesley took and played queen d4. This is where maybe you would like to play knight g5, e6, but your knight is still on e4. And this is the current position. It's not horrible for black, but Yasser actually mentioned this is extremely salient, and it was a very good spot by Yasser from some way away. This pawn is quite weak.
Yeah.
This is why you're not equal. If it was back on a7, I think you would have very little to worry about as black. But because it's on a6,
constant target.
Yeah, I think Wesley is quite happy with how this came out, frankly, because white wants to play c2, c4, further breaking down the black structure. Every single endgame is going to be at least a little bit annoying, some of them more than others, but I think every single endgame here for the rest of the game will be quite unpleasant. MVL goes knight c5. The bishop, of course, needs to be preserved. It will go back to f1.
I'll also point out that if Wesley wins this, he'll suddenly be on +2 score, because he's getting the 1 score against Alireza later. So
virtual
standings
+2
will change up very quickly. Wesley just needs to win one game. And today he has a good chance. I really like his position.
And I remember that Wesley had that opportunity of winning a game against Daniel. That was what an ending.
That was
so brutal.
So right now, as you can see, Wesley's at 50%. Vincent has +2. After today, he'll have +3.
Yep.
The rest of the pack is chasing. But if Wesley wins today and gets that another victory against Alireza, he'll be looking pretty good.
Yeah. And remember, they're fighting not only for the standings in the tournament, but also GCT points. For Alireza, is it too much to say that he can kiss his GCT tour goodbye with this?
It's just one bet event, so he'll get the smallest amount of Manchester points here, but
it's one bet an event where all the players play. All the players. He's getting this score. He's getting this bottom score for the GCT tour.
Yeah, that's not great, obviously.
Yeah.
But if he wins one big event, then
he would have to come back to the Sinkville Cup, have a massive score, and then balance them.
He did not play Warsaw, right? Did he?
Yes, he did.
He did,
Where he played poorly in Warsaw, too.
Actually, he got 6 points, if I remember correctly.
Well...
Which is not as much as Fabi and Wesley did, yes.
Yeah. Okay, here we have the stage. Again, this beautiful, beautiful staging playing hall. The Romanian National Central Bank of Romania is hosting, and is these gorgeous marble columns with these archways.
Your favorite chandelier in the middle.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's a 1-ton chandelier, and I don't want my game. I want my opponent sitting underneath that big puppy.
You take chess games too seriously.
Very seriously.
Let's jump back into Fabi and Javokhir's game, because yes, Peter, update us.
Quite a bit swing there, because Fabi, I think understandably, he found himself in a pleasant position, but he needs to find something to do. And, well, he did something, but it maybe wasn't the best something in the position. After c7, c6, he took some time and played bishop c2, b3. And we were discussing the fact that the trade specifically of light square bishops tend to favor black. And black immediately is doing a lot better. You can simply take on d4 here. White is pretty much obliged to take with the bishop. and then with the pawn, because otherwise, if you don't take with the bishop, the e4 pawn would be vulnerable without the protection of the rook on e1. And now knight g6, f4. The light square bishops will come off as well, and after king h2, let's say rook a to e8, g3, knight g6. My machine gives white equality with only moves now. You play queen d3, and after queen e7, currently the e4 pawn is hanging. So the way to preserve it is actually to step away from it, introducing the idea of rook e1 in the end there, which protects it indirectly. But if you step away from it, black can return the queen to f6. And now your only good move here is queen d3 back, queen e7, and shake hands. So yeah, the sequence of not going knight 3 h2 and then going bishop c2 b3 basically removed all the advantage from white's position. And yes, Sindarov, he began with bishop takes b3. There appears to be a small difference, but I don't quite know what that is. If ed4, now I think the engine, no, it's just the same position.
It's just a transposition.
No, it's not the same position because the rook is on e8.
Yeah,
in the other line, we were pretty much forcing white to take on e6, doubling our rooks for us. So there's a little bit still left here, because after ed4 we can take with the bishop and the pawn, but we are a tempo up compared. If black plays rook e6 here, we have rook e3, rook a to e8, rook a to e1, which is an improvement compared to the position we were discussing. But we still don't really have very much after, let's say, knight h4, and the knights also come off the board, and black should be fine. The moment these types of simplifications start happening, I think black very often can fall back on the fact that there are no weaknesses, a very, very solid pawn structure. The queen side is completely closed. Well, not closed, but there will be no pawn breaks on the queen side to speak of.
Sindarov has played the move knight f4, so he lured the queen away.
Knight h4.
He went knight f4.
Yeah, the engine dislikes this, actually, but for reasons which I don't think are immediately obvious.
Oh, knight h4 was on Peter's board.
Yeah, he's gone knight f4, and now the engine says d5, d5, bishop takes f4, queen takes f4, and c3, c4 is slightly better for white. Frankly,
do we believe that?
Kind of mystifying. I mean, I understand why the moves are being made, because knight f4 is quite threatening, knight takes h3 is a problem.
Right.
You have to deal with it. The fact that the engine prefers this for white is what mystifies me a little bit, because you want to lock out the bishop with c4, c5, but it will come back via the b8 square. And the structure is so locked up that why should black be in any trouble here? And I think black really isn't. It's just short term, I guess you prefer white a little bit, but eventually black, I think, should equalize.
Thank you, Peter. Let's go back to Prag's game, because the last move he made, queen c7, might not have been the best move.
So in answer to f3, he did not capture on f3, played queen c7. All right.
He had no particularly nice choices. It was kind of a flip between this and taking on f3. Both don't equalize. Both are still kind of playable. The engine takes on e4 here, and after queen takes e5, goes c4, c5, giving yourself some more space on the queen side, also preventing some of the more natural ways to develop the bishop on c8. You want queen c4 next move as well, so it's kind of a multi-purpose move.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm really liking white.
I did not see that. For some reason, I was glued to this idea: you attack pawn, I defend pawn.
Simple chess.
Simple chess. And I guess the question is, if I did play queen c3, and are we going into these lines?
Takes c5 it goes.
c5, and this is where you were saying h3, or rather f4, g4, h3.
Yeah, I think here the point is black is a lot closer to getting bishop d7, c6. In fact, it's going to be very difficult to stop. I think h3, h5, and then we go bishop d7, c6. And once that happens, I think there are very few problems left for black. We're not going to get
Actually, more
mated.
than that. Maybe black's starting to be better.
No, I think
so that is why queen c3, reasonable move, invites, takes, and c5. And therefore, we're trying captures, queen captures, and to stop this
crucial move, yes.
Yeah,
but if he does find
move.
it, I think Pragg will be in real trouble here. How does black fix the issues?
You begin by playing bishop f6, which might be provoking rook b1. But even if it does, white goes rook b1, then white goes queen c4. it's still very annoying. You would very much like to play g5, g7 here.
G5, G7.
I think if the pawn was still back on g7, this would have been manageable. Eventually, the bishop will come out from c8, and your structure is kind of safe. But with a pawn on g5, I don't think anybody is going to call this a safe structure.
So help me out here, Peter. I go bishop to d7. I'm trying to liberate my bishop. If you go queen c4, oh, excuse me, you can just go queen c4.
Yeah.
I mean,
forces you to put the king somewhere to avoid losing the f5 pawn, so choose a square.
Right, I choose a square.
Rook b d1.
Rook b d1.
You're borderline
d4,
lost here.
Yeah, bishop d4 is suddenly
you have to play queen c7, and after rook d6, it starts looking exceptionally unattractive. Yeah?
No, that now I regret everything. This looks marvelous, posting up on the d6 square. Well, and that happened very quickly.
Look at the accuracy also. Prag's dropped below 99.
I didn't have to pay too many bad moves to get a terrible position there. After c4, c5, I mean to say.
Is that
first after
the issue in the Dutch for black?
Yeah, that sometimes you play these natural moves that are actually inaccurate. You know, bishop d7, bishop e8. Something you aspire to, but for whatever reason, there's a tweak in the position and it doesn't work. So you get some very bad position, like a rook goes to d6.
Right.
And then you're crying, like, you know, why did I wake up today? You know, I could have stayed in bed.
Why did I choose the Dutch?
Yeah, exactly. Let's jump to the all Dutch matchup between Jorden and Anish, because that was the ending that you felt Anish has every right of holding it, and
yeah, he has an unpleasant endgame, but I just don't see him losing this.
Right. I felt it was actually a pretty fun game for Jorden.
And Peter?
You got to break the tie.
I'm more with Yasser. Yeah. I feel like Anish probably isn't losing it, but I very much prefer white there. I feel like maybe you're underselling the white advantage there a little bit. But yeah, I mean, conversing it, I think you described exactly the problem that white has there. Very often winning the pawn on c4 will create so much counterplay for black that you're just not going to enjoy it. But I think I was looking at some lines there, and where did I have it? Let me briefly show you a position on my screen. I tried playing rook h6 here for black. This is some way in advance, but actually the ideal plan, and the plan that the engine likes very much, is not even rook c1 c3, it's king d4 c3. Wow. And once the king is on c3, black is so completely stopped on the queen side. All three of my pieces could actually start playing on the other side of the board. And those types of scenarios could be quite unpleasant. Yeah, Jorden obviously absolutely correctly immediately snap takes on b3. Ah, okay, we get to discuss the thing you wanted to discuss, Nazi. Very good.
Taking the
very good. C takes b3. And now rook bc1 is best.
Yeah.
I was wondering about beginning with knight d2, but that allows rook c6, and that would be
rook
bad.
c2, yes.
Yeah, if it gets to c2, this one we will not enjoy. But you can play rook bc1. And now, there's actually, I think there's an argument to be made for playing d2, rook cd1, and just giving that pawn up to give some diagonals and files for your pieces. I don't know if Anish will do it, because if you play something like g6, and white gets to play knight d2, although this actually gives us files as well. g6 is also a very concrete move. Let's make a move which is not good. After rook bc1, let's play, I don't know, h6 and give white knight d2. This is suddenly +1. The engine really hates it without the c file. Really, really hates it. Says white will play g2, g4, then white will put the rook on c7, the king to e3, the other one on c1. These you very often just lose.
Right.
So I think, I mean, we're expecting rook bc1 to happen because allowing rook 6, rook c2 is just a mistake, also a very obvious mistake. I don't think anybody does that. And then it will be a very interesting kind of a moment for Anish, because he might have to take some uncomfortable decisions here. I don't think he can just wait. He has to.
The funny part, the point you were making about my winning a pawn. So if in this position you do go d2, you just throw the pawn away, rook to d1,
have to, yes.
Bishop b7, and then you were saying, yes, so you win the pawn on c4, but then I get all of this marvelous, wonderful
Yeah.
counterplay.
I still believe in that.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm going to lose. And I think that would kind of prove your point, actually. Your bishop would be very good. Your rook would be very good. And
after bishop b7, much stronger is to include e4, e5, though.
Ah.
And if the rook drops back, the difference is white actually generates a passer on the e file very quickly.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Can you show us, Peter?
Yeah. The position we were discussing, bishop b7 maybe is not the most precise.
Okay,
on
but it
my
looks
board.
logical, precise or not. But
and after bishop b7, white can play e4, e5.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. E4, e5. And this actually turns out to be quite unpleasant for black. If you go rook d8, I take on d2. And if you do exactly the same as you were doing with the pawn on e4, e5, e6 is actually very strong.
Oh, wow, it's just winning.
Distracting black from what they were
My king
doing.
is also, why is it on h8?
That's not your fault. Your king should be on e7 like a good king.
Yeah. And that question is actually so pertinent. The top line on my screen is king g8 here. Just getting this position with the king on g8. Even though white gets to play, let's say, rook c1, but the moment the rook lands on d8, black is kind of out of danger. So.
And this is a line where Anish is tossing away his pride and joy, his runaway passer. If he should ever try to maintain it, that is maybe the wrong idea.
This is how you get into trouble. He has two moves here to equalize, d2 and g6.
D2 and
Any
G6.
kind of a semi-waiting move here leads to very serious
D2
trouble. Yeah.
And trouble. Big moment as we are looking at the clock times. They're very even, it looks.
Very even, but it's still pretty early in the game, right? There's still 13 moves till the time control. And position can be quite different in 13 moves. It can be completely lost for black.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, I see Wesley has made some moves. Did he chose the right approach, Peter?
He kept his bishop, and that was important. There was when we left it, it was knight c5, and Wesley did drop back with his bishop.
Yeah.
And
before was maybe a little bit hasty, but it doesn't really spoil anything. The engine was also suggesting you could begin with rook a3. If we look at my board, rook a3, I guess generating the idea of rook b3, b6, which if black ignores it completely might actually just decide the game. And white is welcoming even this trade of rooks, perhaps somewhat surprisingly. But b4 is also completely fine. b4 is just, I mean, Wesley is playing schematically correctly. You want to fix the pawns on the light squares. Your plan is, I guess, to play rook a b1 so that you make sure that nothing is hanging. And then you want to play queen c3, d2 and start aiming for c2, c4 ideas. And no, this is struggle for MVL.
yeah, as you said, the scheme is really straightforward. You're taking some of the flexibility, especially with the d pawn under scrutiny.
Whoa.
Taking out, whoa.
You played c5.
I was about
MVL
to
says,
say,
I am not waiting for this to happen. I am
Yeah.
doing something myself immediately. But after b takes c5, he's going to be worse. bc5, knight c5, rook a b1.
Oh, rook's going
This
to
is
b6.
very unpleasant.
I think we once had a broadcast, Nasi, which was really wonderful. You said, what was the idea of rook b1? Rook b6 and taking a pawn. And that was ever since then, you've been cured.
I never asked those questions anymore.
Exactly. But,
Well, yes, sir. We can take a break now.
Okay.
And during the break, they asked the players, is it better to be underprepared or overprepared? How would you answer that question? I can't think of a time when it's bad to be overprepared.
I can't even think of a time when I was ever over-prepared.
That was my answer.
Good point.
I'm going with this.
And what did the players say?
Let's find out.
Okay. When was I ever over?
It's a good one. I think you can be overprepared. I think there's a danger of like not knowing anything. There is knowing everything. You want to know everything, but knowing like not enough is worse than not knowing nothing. So you should avoid this. But you are often in that area, which is really terrible because very often you see a player make certain move, and you're like, what was I thinking? And he's like, this great player, it can be like a top player. And you're like, how could he make this absolutely awful, obvious positional mistake? And then you start analyzing the opening that he's played, and you're like, there was a line where this weird move was actually great, and he mixed up with that. And then you suddenly think like, okay, that's fine. But it's not fine. I mean, but it comes from, and everybody experiences this. I also had experienced it a few times, and you make those moves, and people, who are much weaker can easily judge you, and they're right at saying like, how can you make it? And you have nothing and you'll be like, yeah, but is this sort of little knowledge, because you have so much trust and faith in the computer that sometimes you don't see why a move is good, but you just trust the engine so much that you're like, I will make it, and I will figure it out later. And then you make it, and then you don't figure it out, and you're like, what happened? And then you check your notes, and you're like, oh, I just mixed it up. Of course, here makes no sense, and I knew it made no sense, but I just thought I'll make it, because rarely you have that where you remember for sure some move is good, you make it, it doesn't make any sense, but then you think for like 20 minutes, and then you're like, oh, that's why, and then it kind of does make sense. So there is that too. So it's all very confusing and difficult.
Yeah, it's always difficult to find the right balance between the both of them. I think I used to over-prepare a lot, and now I'm actually trying to tone it down. It's more important to do the work before the tournament and during the tournament. When you're playing all these top players, usually the real decisions are made later in the game, and you should keep the energy for the really critical moments. So I think it's more dangerous to be over-prepared for sure. But yeah, you always try to find the right balance, of course. It's never easy.
I don't know. I always like to be over-prepared. If I understand this, it means like I'm ready for everything. Yeah. So I always like to be over-prepared, and even during candidates, I remember I even checking the lines, which my opponent will for sure not play. Let's say some stupid lines like King's Gambit, something like this, and yeah, I think it's over-prepared, and I'm always very confident when I know everything. But if I didn't check something, and I'm always a little bit nervous, and during game I was thinking, oh my god, if I didn't, it's also always it can happen. I don't know, actually some of the last games I remember I was worried about one line, I repeated 2-3 times, and during game I forgot in candidates, one of the games. So maybe even over-prepared is sometimes is dangerous, but for me it's better to be over-prepared than
both. I think I've done both. I've been on the both ends. The thing is, it's not really about under-prepared or over-prepared. It's what you have prepared. If it happens on the board, then that's all you need. So sometimes you prepare a lot, but none of it happens on the board. Then you look. Then you just wasted your time, and you're also tired. So I think you have to find the right balance. You have to prepare, but also have sufficient rest for the game.
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. Now that you mention it, well, it depends how prepared you are. Because if you're over-prepared, sometimes your brain becomes so confused that it can't literally think. Also, if you check too many lines before the game, your brain gets really tired that you can't play. So that's a really good question. You're right. You really need to maintain a level of balance. But sometimes, like many players in the past, like Boris Spassky, for example, this was in the past, but he said that you just have to show on the board with a clear mind and some ideas, and not necessarily focus on openings. And worked for him very well. And sometimes I do that. I come to the game with no preparation at all. I think I remember in the candidates this year, Fabi said he stopped preparing after losing to Anish, Giri. And then actually he did much better after. So you need a certain level of, I think in the middle is best.
It's definitely better to be over-prepared. But it does take some energy out of you, but being under-prepared will, especially in classical, will mean you basically won't get to have a fun game against anyone in this tournament. So it's better to be over-prepared. You have something to fight for from the start. And then there are some issues, like knowing too much can sometimes create confusion as well. But those occasions are very rare. It's just very difficult also to be over-prepared. It takes a lot of effort.
Under-prepared is the obvious answer, but if you prepare too much, and then it gets in your mind that the opening battle, you have to win it. Then it can lead to some disappointment and totally color your play over the whole game. Being underprepared, you have to be very smart about it. Like if you know how to be underprepared, where you can maybe not know so much, but you can steer yourself into a position where you don't need to know so much. And you can still survive even though your preparation isn't as thorough as someone else's.
Underprepared, definitely. I don't think, I mean, if overprepared means you go to the game very tired, then that's the worst for sure. But as long as you keep kind of, if you're being steady and just have a lot of light in your head, that's usually fine. Just, you know, if you're too tired to really play chess, then obviously it will destroy you way more than not knowing a few lines.
Okay, it's more dangerous to be underprepared.
Born in 1990 in France, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged as one of the most dynamic chess players of his generation. Known to fans around the world simply as MVL, he displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, becoming a grandmaster at just 14 years old. With an aggressive style and deep opening preparation, MVL built a reputation as one of the world's elite tacticians. His mastery of the Sicilian defense and the Grunfeld defense made him a feared opponent, even among world champions. Over the years, MVL captured numerous prestigious titles, including multiple French championships and victories on the International Grand Chess Tour. In 2020, he reached one of the defining moments of his career when he qualified for the Candidates Tournament. Beyond classical chess, MVL became a dominant force in rapid and blitz formats, where his speed, precision, and creativity shined brightest. He consistently ranked among the top players in the world, competing against legends like Magnus Carlsen and helping elevate France's presence on the global chess stage. Calm under pressure and relentless in competition, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's journey is a story of discipline, intellect, and passion for the game, proving that in chess, brilliance is built move by move. Vincent Keymer was born in Germany in 2004 and quickly became one of the most promising young chess players of his generation. Introduced to the game at an early age, Keymer showed exceptional talent and a calm, mature understanding of chess far beyond his years. His international breakthrough came in 2018, when, at just 13 years old, he delivered a stunning performance at the Grenka Chess Open, finishing ahead of several elite grandmasters and gaining worldwide attention. The result marked him as a rising star in European chess. Trained by renowned grandmaster Peter Leko, Keymer developed a style built on deep preparation, positional precision, and remarkable composure under pressure. As he continued climbing the world rankings, he became known for his disciplined approach and ability to compete confidently against some of the strongest players in the world. In the years that followed, Keymer earned victories and strong performances in elite international tournaments representing a new generation of German chess talent. His steady improvement and mature play style drew comparisons to many of the game's modern elite players. Beyond his tournament results, Vincent Keymer symbolizes the resurgence of German chess on the world stage. Quiet, focused, and highly analytical, he has gained respect for letting his performances speak louder than words. Still early in his career, Keymer is widely regarded as one of chess's brightest future contenders, a player capable of competing for the game's biggest titles in the years ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 6. Yasser, remind our audience, what does it mean, Alireza's withdrawal for the tournament?
Absolutely, everybody. Alireza, he withdrew after round 5, which means that his past results will still count towards the tournament standings and that all of his future opponents will be awarded a full point in the remaining matches. And that, of course, impacts our standings big time.
Big time. Let's have a look. Coming into round 6, Vincent Keymer was sole leader. Today he gets a forfeit win, so he stays in the lead.
With 4.5 points, he's a guaranteed
leader going into round 7.
Exactly.
There's a pack of 4 players chasing him, and it'll be only Jorden van Foreest who will get another forfeit win. And Wesley So on this list.
And along with Bogdan. So Alireza's remaining games will all be forfeit wins for his opponents, and that's important for Wesley.
Yeah, and for Jorden as well. He's already on +1 and he's guaranteed +2.
Exactly. Let's jump to the current position because, Peter, Wesley made a move that was quite the surprise.
He chose not to take on c5, which I think, in general terms, I think it's very easy to understand why he preferred before b5, because that immediately gives him an outside passer. Black cannot afford to allow b5, b6, so black will take. Bishop takes b5. And now white has a runner on the a file. But if you play precisely here with black, I think the advantage is smaller than it would have been had he taken on c5 and went rook a b1. Black can play rook e to g8 here. You would like to immediately play a6, but that allows knight c7, which I suspect just straight up equalizes long term, because you probably will have to give up that bishop for the knight. If you drop the bishop back to avoid being hit by knight c7, if you play something like bishop f1, c5, c4 here now works out, because you would like to take, but that allows you to be pinned on the c-file. That costs white a bishop, and that means that the bishop gets locked out. I guess if you want to drop it back, you should probably drop it back to e2, so that if c5, c4 happens, at least you have access to the f3 square straight away. But this, despite still being extremely dangerous for black, I think is an improvement, frankly, over the position that they could have gotten on the board if Wesley took on c5 and played rook a b1. I tried making some natural moves for black here and just kind of lost by force a couple of times to the engine. Unsurprisingly, this is incredibly dangerous. I think, and also quite difficult to play. From a practical standpoint, I think Maxime would have hated this more.
Yeah, that constant a6 pressure against the a6 pawn, it looks very favorable, I would say, for Wesley. He did play the move b5, and it was actually strange for me, Peter. I wanted to say that you were explaining that in this particular position that was coming up, rook e8, d8, a5, you were mentioning knight c7. I didn't really understand this. I mean, I'm thinking that this a pawn is actually massively strong. If I could play play two moves, a7 and rook a5. Like I feel like I'm freezing black's pawns and maybe freezing the rook as well.
Machine spends a tempo to create a lift. It goes like g7, g6, and then it will, obviously, I think in practical terms, white wins some of these.
Right.
But the evaluation is almost zeros here, shockingly, because I guess if you play a7, I immediately start attacking it with my own pieces. I guess queen c7 first, and then maybe rook a d7 even to follow it up. Right. It's not so easy to make progress, and black will at some point start trying to play c4, d4, d3, and to create a destruction in the center. So if you go rook a5 here, black just goes d5, d4.
And invites a7.
If a7, we play queen c7. Rook da1, we have c4, d3 coming quickly enough, and if you trade c5 for a7, why are we even better? I think that is the way to throw away much of your advantage. MVL, by the way, did not play rook e takes d8. He played the move knight d4, which is a kind of an attractive little move, using the fork on e2 to avoid having to defend the rook on the a. But after bishop f1, he still wars because white now wants to play either queen d2 or queen d3, and then c2, c3, and c2, c4 are becoming very unpleasant threats. It looked like a kind of a fancy, nice decision by MVL, but it actually, I think, is weaker than rook e d8. He's back to at least being in some trouble after bishop f1.
Well, then
changes with every move, huh?
But then the point of knight e2 check is it's
maybe he actually is intending to give that check on e2, but after takes and queen f3, just tactically this doesn't quite work out. Although, looking at what the engine tells me, I wonder if his intention is to take on c2 here, and after rook takes d5, just to liquidate into this endgame, which looks horrific, but might actually be a draw. Despite aesthetically being unbelievably unattractive. A6, we play rook a7, and not rook a6, of course. We play rook a7. We maybe even give up the c-pawn to put the other rook on b6, and then we wait. Maybe we just don't lose this. Maybe he is just trying to simplify by force by accepting some very unpleasant endgames in the process, but knowing he can hold them.
Wow, that would be deep understanding.
Play bishop f1, and we'll see if MBL goes for knight e2.
Knight e2. And I do see in the game between Fabi and Sindarov, by the way, they did get that ending where the computer likes white, and I couldn't understand why. I thought that Sindarov has now equalized, actually I think rather comfortably, but the engine still seems to favor white ever so slightly.
Question for you guys. Would you play bishop d4 here if I promised you that it doesn't lose any material straight away? And appears it does. It's strange because white doesn't take. If you play bishop d4 here, white goes rook a d1, rook a d8, c4, c5, kind of entombing it on d4.
I would be a little bit worried that it's wrongly placed.
Yeah, and then eventually I will drive your queen away from f4. Eventually I will be able, like king f1, g3, king g2. I will get the queen away from the f4 square. Let's say you play g6, I go king f1, you go king g7, I go g3, queen f6, king g2. And my plan is to go rook 1, d3, rook e to g1, maybe queen c4, tie you completely to coverage of that bishop. And then I don't know what. My point is, black will probably not have any moves.
Right.
You really aren't going to have anything active to do in this position. But how is white's, like, what happens if I just do this? Why am I supposed to lose this with black? Right. Where is the progress for white?
I mean, eventually I have to double rooks on the d file.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. Yeah, like I'm just going king h7, king g7 for the rest of the game. Machine says +1, but Machine also doesn't really show any plan as such for white. So this is, I think, maybe playable. Maybe if you want, you can have the bishop on d4, because obviously the other option would be to play rook a d8, rook a d1, bishop b8, put it on c7, which is sort of passive, but slightly more controllable, I would argue. And then your plan is to eventually trade everything down the d-file and claim that the bishop on c7 covers the one weakness, which is the d6 square, and sufficiently enough, and why are we losing?
Exactly. That would be my approach. I wouldn't play bishop d4 because I was afraid it might be a one-way ticket. I mean, never get out. Let's take a snapshot of our challenger for the World Championship.
Right, he's not having the best tournament yet here, but he's only 20 years old. His current ERS rating is 2766, and he just a month ago became a World Championship challenger, showing an absolutely dominating performance at the candidates.
My goodness, and at 20 years...
the whole chess world.
Oh, for sure. And at 20 years young, I can't believe that he's going to be older than the world champion. Gukesh, of course.
Life is so strange.
Yeah.
Definitely has a packed schedule coming up. He's a full tour Grand Chess Tour player. And of course, the match coming up in November or December.
Yeah. Peter, when you make a performance like he made, a record-setting performance, sometimes the expectations are so high. The pressures of meeting these expectations as well, they can get you into a little bit of trouble.
There's some very high expectations going around the chess world these days, because I mean, I know we're talking about Sindarov, but I recently noted that the Turkish kid, Erdogan, his coach, Shahryar Mamedjarov, apparently set him a target of 2,900. Why would you, like, I know, I know and like Shah, and I know and like Erdogan.
Yeah.
But why would you do that to a 15-year-old kid?
Wow.
Well, we'll see if it
let him just improve quietly. Like, why do you
no
set
pressure, huh?
Yeah, just get to 2,900 at some point.
2,900.
At least I don't think there's a deadline set for that.
You're criticizing it now, but if it works, then we'll see what you'll say.
Yeah, no, obviously if it comes off, it's fantastic. Yeah. But it's never been my approach, and I find it kind of hard to reconcile it with, you know, being a kid. I think he's improving immensely without really any kind of specific restraints put on him. So why burden him with additional expectations?
Talk about improving immensely. In the Stegeman tournament in Malmo, it seemed like the only person who really stopped him from achieving a very nice success was Magnus. And Magnus had to play very well and even needed a little bit of help. That was the very end.
Typical Magnus game. Yeah, trade everything down to 2 pieces each, and then prove that chess is not a draw anyway.
Well, exactly. But wow, you must become 2,900. I'm picking up the game between Jorden and Anish, and this is the whole D2 pawn sacrifice. Something that you felt.
I think Anish was pretty comfortable in this position.
Exactly. It feels like White needs 2 moves. White needs to
put the knight on c3 and play rook d1.
I was about to say put the king on e3 and play rook to c1.
Yeah,
and if I can do those 2 things, I'm gold. The problem is Anish wants to play either rook c8 to c2 or rook to d8, and bishop takes e4. And this is what Jordi, if you see rook c2, forget about it. You're just not winning. So let's start with rook c1. Yeah?
Rook d8.
Rook
holds
d8.
Very comfortably. Rook c7 simply h5 or h6.
And exactly, Peter's just hitting the nail right away, is that you can ignore the threat and...
Here bishop takes e4, yeah.
Bishop takes
or we can
e4.
even take on d2 and then play h5, not to even give you this opportunity, because rook c8 doesn't exist. Yeah,
exactly.
Like, I don't need to defend against the back rank mate just yet. I can take on d2 first.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a very comfortable
And White's
draw.
losing the b2 pawn. Isn't Black
is
maybe
it
better?
Is it one of those...
Oops.
What just happened? How
You
did I do
clicked on
that?
Wesley's game? Yep.
How did I do that? That was very unusual. Rook 8. No, we were looking, pardon me, at rook takes d2, rook takes b7, h5, or
king g8, maybe?
Or king g8, h5. Doesn't matter.
Rook b4 still makes a draw, but
Yeah.
White has absolutely no winning chances here whatsoever.
Exactly.
The only way to really continue in the current position appears to be this slightly strange move, knight d2 b1, just to make sure the rook never gets to c2.
Just give up the e4 pawn?
Wow. I mean,
I think he's considering that.
That's along the lines of just go d3, d2, and give up the d pawn.
No, I think it's a findable and a kind of a makeable decision, but you're still not winning, because after knight c3, bishop c6, rook f4, you could go full passive, but you could also just play something like rook d8 here, with the intention of giving you the a4 pawn for the chance to put the rook on d2. I will throw in h5, h7, h6, or h5 here, and yeah, now you can't stop rook d2 next move. Though you have rook f2 there.
But we could have started with rook d2.
Yeah, we absolutely could have. Yeah, I was worried about rook c4, but I guess I have.
C2, right?
That's very good. That's very good. Okay, but you can also just go rook a8, rook c4, bishop e8, and I don't think you lose that one either.
Oops, sorry. Rook
Black will take some time to, I don't know, play h5, activate the king a little bit, but the pawn on b2 is a constant
and what you
target
see in
for
the
counterplay.
standings also is that Vincent already got his point. He's 4.5 out of 6, and these 2 players, Giri and Foreest, are behind him, but if they draw, they'll be a full point behind Vincent.
Exactly, exactly.
Then only Fabi or Pragg could still remain half point behind Vincent.
And speaking of those, so knight d, I find it hard to play a move like knight e1 because I'm struggling to maintain the extra pawn.
Well, if it doesn't allow black rook to come on the second rank, then I would find it, because allowing black rook to activate that much means I don't have a chance to win.
I think the problem is everything else appears to be more or less a forced draw.
Yeah, but he's played rook c1.
Yeah, that means the game is, I think, hurting towards some sort of drawing conclusion.
And who believed that Anish was going to save this?
You never had any doubts. Rook c7, rook takes d2 is a very nice move. I mean, ignoring back rank mates.
Yeah, I think that c takes b instead of a takes b was important.
Yeah,
yeah.
That actually, I think, sort of illustrates both your point and our point. Black isn't losing, but he was worried about a takes b3.
Yeah.
He did not want to play that position.
So everybody happy.
Yeah. Anish managed to, please everyone.
All happy, yeah.
It's a very interesting move, knight b1. And I agree with the idea that keeps the game alive and still white for choice. Wanted to go to the game of Wesley and MVL because I was more than curious. After knight d4, bishop f1, did MVL play knight e2?
No, he's still thinking.
Oh, he did not, sorry.
This is move 27. He's down to below 20 minutes, which is not that bad, but also not a lot of time. And the engine doesn't play knight e2 check, but the way the engine plays this position, I would be very tempted to try and make some kind of a groveling draw in the major piece endgame. Because the engine goes h6 here, queen d3, and plays rook e4, a kind of a slightly mysterious move, I guess trying to meet c3 with c4. And tries to hold move by move in a very kind of a concrete tactical fashion. But it's extremely scary, because if you actually allow c2, c3 somewhere for white, if white manages to organize c2, c3, here c4 is quite strong, I guess, because there are no good squares for the white queen. You could also, instead of queen d3, try queen d2 with the idea of maybe playing rook a3 and then c3. It might still be okay. I'm looking at what the engine gives for white here, and I suspect in a computer versus computer game, this probably ends in a draw. But it's not particularly enjoyable for black.
Well, I think for the human players, this combination of this outside pass pawn, which is very disturbing, the likelihood that c5 and d5 are more targets than they are assets, and combined to make you uncomfortable.
For sure.
In MVL's position.
Yeah, just practically speaking, it's definitely unpleasant, more than the engine suggests.
By the way, I do note that Sindarov did not plant his bishop on d4 and say, I will die on this hill. Rather, he put it on c7, covering, as Peter said, his only weakness on e5, and that looks like a very safe and solid choice by the challenger.
Feels like this probably fizzles, because there's just, I mean, white has some spatial advantage and some dreams of getting the knight from f3 to d6, but I think black should be completely fine once you've established full control. I think the last move, queen f6, g6, is an indication that he wants to play h5 and f6. He could have played h5 instead of queen g6, but he didn't really want to allow knight g5 and have to calculate the knight jumps. But if he achieves both h5 and f6 and then queen f7, the position is so symmetrical and there are so few entry points that I think black just holds very, very comfortably.
You let slip about Magnus trading down and then getting 2 pieces versus 2 pieces and proving that he can win. Magnus is a grinder and he's obviously the world's best. Where would you put Fabi in that category of technical or endgame technique player?
I think people at this level who are really poor at endgame are very few and far between. I think Fabi is very good at pretty much every stage of the game. I don't know if I would immediately associate him specifically with that part of it, the winning of very dry, very kind of technical positions where you just kind of outlast your opponent more than anything else, and you continue finding, you know, the small differences between moves which all are pretty much drawn, but there will be like this small minor detail which differentiates between the two decisions. But he's not bad at it. It's just that I think the position is so rigid. If we talk about that really dramatic win Magnus had over the Erdogan in the last round of the Tepe Sigmund tournament, there were very few pieces on the board, a lot fewer pieces on the board than here.
Yes.
But there were structural changes. White eventually organized the passer or so on the king side. Black had to calculate variations. Black had to contend with, you know, which pieces to trade, what to do, and eventually he ran out of patience and maybe simply became tired by hour 6. Here I think Black has such a clear-cut decision tree in front of him. He wants to make sure the knight never jumps anywhere. I really like specifically setting up h5 and f6. And once you do that, I think you can just start trading down the g-file, get everything off the board via the g-file, leave the queen and the bishop on c7 or e7 even versus queen and knight. Your only target is b7. The only way to get there is via the d6 square. The d6 square will be covered by the bishop. Your decisions really become very, very straightforward.
I noticed knight h2.
Could
Peter,
be a bit of a draw for queen somewhere,
g6.
knight f3.
I was wondering if, for argument's sake, any aspirations of trying to cement an f5 square?
I would be surprised if Fabi makes a draw here. I would go with this, Yasser. Put in the knight on f5.
Yeah, the problem that I was
think
having
allowing
was
h4, h5 is a mistake. I think the queen goes back to g6.
Exactly. I think Peter is absolutely right. Why even allow h4, h5? Because that is at least a shadow of
okay, but queen e2? Will you play h5 yourself?
I think we have to, yeah.
That was
well, have to is maybe strong, but I would. And honestly, I wouldn't play queen g4. I don't quite understand why we played queen g4 at all. I think
provoking knight h2.
Yeah, we could after queen c2 we could have played h5 already. I think there was no particular reason not to do it there. Just play h5. Yeah, you obviously always have to worry a little bit about knight g5, but I think we can play f6, rook d8. Now, of course, we cannot take with the rook anymore because of the family fork on e6, but we can take with the bishop, and then put the bishop back on c7. And as I said, my plan is to play queen f7, rook d8. And once I have that set up online, queen f7, rook d8 next move, I really don't see how I lose.
By the way, commentators curse, did you just say?
They are.
Knight f3, you didn't expect Fabi to make a repetition?
Yeah, he's not even considering anything else. He's about to claim a draw.
Yeah. Which means, once again, that Fabi does not equalize the score, or he doesn't get
right, he stays full point behind Vincent.
And he doesn't get to defeat Sindarov, that is to say, their...
Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, their personal record of
will still be
unbeaten.
-1.
Yeah, Sindarov remains unbeaten in his match play.
So this will now be a draw.
Yep.
And elsewhere, Wesley actually made a bit of a rushed decision in his game against MVL, which throws away most of the advantage. I'm a bit surprised about this.
First game that finished.
Yeah.
It was a peaceful result between Fabi and Javokhir.
He did play the move a6. That
yeah, but he
makes
now knight e2 check is a lot stronger than it
playable,
was a moment ago.
Yeah.
You absolutely do play it here, and MVL has already played it. Yeah.
Perfectly timed.
Yeah, because now a6 is also hanging.
Exactly.
It wasn't hanging in the previous position. Now it is very much hanging. And after queen f3, I can just go rook e5.
What about queen d3?
Queen d3, I think also, queen d3 I can choose even, strangely. Because you're not threatening to take. Because of rook e1 check, yeah.
Gotcha.
Rook e6 is fine, rook e7 is fine. Pretty much every single move here is fine. That's a bit of a strange one by Wesley, because normally he does not let go of nice, stable advantages this easily.
So he
is maybe one of the best in the world at converting them.
Excuse me, he must have been considering queen f3?
Yeah, I think he wants queen f3, but Now rook e5 is just very good. Because normally you would play c2, c4 here, but rook takes a6 exists, which did not exist when the pawn was on a5. Right. Black also has a luft on the king side already, so no, this is just a draw. Queen d6, like who is better and why?
Comfortable blockade, and as Peter said, this is just a draw. No argument from me. Yeah.
This is a bit of a shocker.
Yeah.
He had options.
Yeah.
The one the computer eventually started liking the most was the move king g1, h1, just to make sure knight e2 is not a check.
Wow.
And pass the move over to black.
Yeah. By the way, as this game appears to my eyes to be racing toward draw, we have another game, I think, that is also about to race to a draw. This rook ending between Jorden and Anish. Rook takes d2, rook takes b7, h6, h5, king g8. And that rook ending is going to, everything's coming off.
Yeah, we know it's going to be a draw, but do you think it's going to finish in a couple of moves?
No, I think they'll...
No, they'll play.
Yeah, they'll get there slowly but surely.
So let's go to Bogdan's game against Prague and check how the other Dutch is going.
Yeah, that is the game that maybe at this moment has the most chances of being decisive. But the question is, for whom?
For whom? I still like white. What do you think, Yasser?
Me too. Me too. And by the way, Bogdan did play the whole c5 sequence. But did he? Yes, he did
but
it.
No, he started with king h1 and rook d1, so he kind of delayed it. That's why
he
his advantage
gave
is
an
not
important
so big.
tempo, I think, to Prague compared to the lines we were showing. I think the worst is over for Prague. I think you probably still pick white a little bit, but I think the worst is very much behind him.
And Bogdan has 6 minutes for next 20 moves, or 7 minutes. Let's point that out. But his position seems pretty.
Yeah, he should
easy
probably
to
start
play.
looking for ways to simplify.
Okay, I would love for you to do me the solid favor of capturing and letting my queen. Let me take a move that I think I might need in the future.
We can probably afford to play 7a6 for now.
Yeah, I wasn't intending at all to play b5. I was just simply kind of locking my c5. But let's pause our analysis.
Let's go over to Bucharest. Cristian is with Fabi.
Thanks, guys. Fabi, an important game today, but I do want to start asking you about yesterday's game as well against Alireza. Obviously, that was a novel experience for you as well. How was that?
Photo here.
We do have a photo as well, yes. Quite an unusual circumstance there.
Yeah, no, it was very bad luck for him that, I mean, he just, I guess, fell and messed his ankle up. And he decided to play on for a few games. I mean, it's...
Tell me about your experience, how difficult it is to maintain focus in such an unusual situation, right? Because you're not surrounded by other players, there's nobody around you outside of the arbiter, and you're playing in a hotel room. It's...
Yeah, no, this was a very, very weird experience, of course, to actually play in the room. The hotel room, at the start, it didn't feel like we were playing, thought we were playing like some casual chess. It had like kind of vibes of a world championship match, except my opponent was on the bed in a cast. Yeah, I just feel sorry for Alireza that he can't continue the tournament. I mean, it's just unfortunate.
But you did maintain your composure and your focus, and in fact, you played quite a good game, I would say, by your standards as well.
Maybe by my standards.
You're laughing a little bit about it, you know.
Okay, you know, it was maybe not the best game. Like from a tournament situation, of course, the win doesn't. I mean, I kind of needed to win at least to not to fall behind others, but it doesn't leave me anywhere because, like Vincent, for example, now is +3, right? It's very far. But so the last few days I've been like really sick, so I like just stopped thinking about the tournament for the most part. I was in bed like 14 hours a day, and then came to like it started with my game against Wesley, and then it got progressively worse. So when I heard the news that Alireza wasn't playing the next day, when I was supposed to play him and I would have a rest day, like there was almost a bit of relief that I wouldn't have to play, because it was really bad. I was like at such a high fever. But now I'm starting to feel a bit more myself. I mean, I don't have energy, but at least I'm not like really sick.
Tell me about today's game. Obviously a tough opponent, Sindarov, who is somewhat struggling in this one. At least he's not finding the stride that he had in the previous event, the Canvas. But how did you approach this one, and did you feel like you got anything out of the opening?
Yeah, I decided to just play something rather modest, which was popular many years ago. I think like Linear was trying this kind of stuff. I mean, I think I had some game also with Black, this type of position. Linear was playing this, and some other people. Wesley, for example, was playing this with White. Javokhir chose a kind of unusual approach, but it shouldn't be bad. I mean, although I think there was maybe some game recently from the World Cup, which was something like this, some game between Wei and Yesipenko. I think it was something like this. So 97, I was on my own. Okay, we played kind of logical moves. Yeah, here I was hesitating because I can also take on e6. I wasn't sure if he takes with the f-pawn also. I mean, rook takes, I also wasn't sure, but maybe I get this c4 and stuff. But okay, it's probably nothing. So maybe this was the right decision, and then here I just struggled to find anything. Like, this is so much better for White. I'm really surprised. Take. But I don't understand, what is bishop a4? Like, what's the computer?
But that's the thing, you see, the engine is going from 1.3 to 0.7 immediately after you make the move. So probably it wasn't that
like
big of a deal.
I remember many years ago checking some Italian line where Black eventually, like the plan is to play knight f4, g6, king g7, and then to rook h8 and to sack. It's a slow plan, but and the engine a long time ago didn't quite evaluate it correctly at the start, and then you start to analyze it and
so you didn't
realized,
respect Black's idea.
Yeah, that it wasn't so easy. So that's what I remember. That I mean, I was actually looking at like g3 here just to stop knight f4 at any cost, but then queen f6 is a very strong move.
Can he take your pawn?
But take this queen h5. And then,
queen h5.
Yeah, this is typical stuff. But queen f6 is very strong, and bishop e3, knight f4. And this sack is also typical. Okay, bishop a4, like bishop e3, queen f6 also could have had in the game, knight h2. I just, like knight f4, I didn't really think I was at all better. I mean, maybe this is a better position for White, but I didn't. And now g3. Yeah, it's like maybe this is correct. I can kick the knight back, and then I do get my space advantage counts for something. It's not the end of the world for Black, but maybe this was something.
But I guess that g3 is quite a crucial move at that point.
Yeah, it's... And here, apparently, knight 3 h2. I mean, I thought about it briefly, but because this position I just didn't think was clear. Like, I mean, he also has some play in the center, and it's like knight g3, c6, king h1. I don't know, very... Maybe it's true that Black doesn't have ideas.
Knight f4,
probably knight f4, there's like knight g4, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, h4. Yeah, it's also typical.
Okay.
Maybe knight g4 is also. But yeah, I probably should have realized that I have to keep all the knights on. But yeah, it's. I mean, after this, I don't. There's this like funny line here. Which I wasn't sure.
Reminds me of your game against Anish from a while back.
Game against Anish.
Yeah, I think there were some complications that could have arrived like that. But
yeah, I was thinking maybe it's okay for White, but I didn't want to risk finding out. So I took with the knight, and yeah, here I was trying to find something subtle to do, but I didn't see any ideas. Like Black doesn't have ideas, but White just has no way to improve the position whatsoever. I mean, it's important he played c6 because if I get d5, then this is very good.
You get the space advantage.
Actually, here it's probably even better because I have e8. Yeah. But like in general, if I get d5, it's very good. Yeah, here I just, and Okay. I mean, I see the computer kind of says I'm slightly better here, but I don't buy it whatsoever. I mean, it just wants to trade all the rooks, and then I think it's just nonsense. Yeah, just trade all the rooks. I mean, you can never win this. There's nothing left.
Fabi, you mentioned you're feeling quite poorly. Obviously, you're going into the last 3 rounds a bit behind, 1 full point behind. Vincent, what do you have to do to win the tournament?
I don't know. I mean, it's such a weird tournament already. Like at some point, I just went into survival mode. So I wasn't thinking about winning the tournament. I was just thinking about continuing to play it.
Well, glad to have you back in full spirits. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you, guys, and we hope Fabi feels better soon.
Exactly. That was unbeknownst to us as well, that he was feeling, as you've heard, Fabi, a little flu symptoms and 14 hours in bed. Oh, dear. We do expect that the game between Jorden and Anish is racing towards a draw now, because...
It is. It's a rook endgame, and white's up a pawn, but black's b3 pawn.
Yeah, you can even win the pawn back immediately by playing rook b2, a2, I think. No, sorry, you go rook b1 check first, and then rook a1. That actually forces white to go rook b4.
Because we're threatening b2.
I don't know if you actually want to put your rook on a3 here, because it's extremely passive, but white also has absolutely nothing to exploit it with.
Exactly.
So some kind of a rook b7, rook b8, rook b7, rook b8 here would not be out of place. This one should conclude pretty soon, I feel.
Right. Yeah. I completely agree, Peter. And if we ever play g4, then the move
tricks,
h3.
Everything's pretty obvious here, yeah.
Yeah. We can play b2 to take h3. We can trade it off. But I like rook b1 check and rook a1. That feels like...
And let's update our standings. We have one result. It was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov. Of course, coming into the round, Vincent got a point against Alireza Firouzja, and the other 3 games still going on. And at the moment, we expect all draws.
Yes. That seems to be the way it's going.
Yeah. Wesley's advantage has completely disappeared. So has Bogdan's.
Yeah, what happened to Bogdan's advantage there? Because Peter did.
Yeah, I can show you some
have
moments.
something?
I can show you some moments if we switch to my board for a second. I think maybe the last moment where he may have had something was around this point, where there was a bunch of potential ways for white to go bishop d2, bishop c3. Either immediately, you would think maybe f5, f4 is playable, but it's completely not, because of g takes f4, and neither this nor this is actually g4, maybe rook g1 is even, yeah, you can also throw in bishop d2, a5 here, and then go for some play on the king side. Black probably replies by playing rook a d8, and then you go ef5 and bishop c3. And with the bishop on c3, you do have a bit of a pull, even though I suspect the black position holds after bishop f6. And you could also do it on the next move here. Bishop d2 was still playable. But once he's played bishop b4, bishop takes f5, I think now, you can make an argument the black bishop is actually the slightly more harmonious of the two. Black can also throw in g5, g4, not for any kind of an attack, but just to secure the queen on f5. I will note that the engine was actually playing g3, g4 here, because I think it's important to kick the queen away from the f5 square and either assume control with the queen on e4, maybe even just get the queens off the board after queen f7 and dream of some endgame where the king might come all the way to e4. But it's very level. Pragg does play g5, g4 here, but I think you can start trading with rook f1. It's just a very safe position for, I think, both white and black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that line you were showing where there was a potential for king e4, and I'm thinking king of the hill, where you win when you get your king to e4.
Although, in all fairness, even if you get all of that and black gets the king to e6, I'm not sure if you win.
Exactly. It just depends on the rules of the game. g5, g4 by Pragg, and I really like that move in the sense that if white had played g4, then the bishop on e7 has the potential of being stuck, being the wrong.
Bogdan is down to 4 minutes, but it's move 24, and also pieces will start coming off the board, I think, in droves. So
let me just refresh my board, actually.
We might have a truly quiet round, because we've had some rounds with few results, but they were all extremely hard fought.
Including
and not that today wasn't, but today really no games, apart from maybe Wesley at some point looking very promising.
Bogdan a little bit too.
Yeah, and Bogdan as well, yeah. But it looked like equilibrium has not really been shaken as much as it was. Like round 1 was 5 draws, but there were properly winning positions not being converted. Today did not look like that at any point, really.
Do you feel that the withdrawal of Firouzja has impacted the players? I mean, it's always disturbing.
Sure, yes. It affects everybody.
Yeah.
But to what extent?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the sense that it takes away your own enthusiasm. Like, you know, Alireza, such a great player, comes in and, you know, imaginative ideas, and, you know, you're thinking, okay, I'm playing the best in the world, I really like it, and then, you know, poor guy twists his ankle badly and withdraws.
Once again, we do, of course, wish him the speediest recovery. And important to note that I think I saw on social media that he is absolutely still slated to play Norway chess, which starts 2 days after this finishes, by the way. It starts on first round May 25th. Not very far away at all.
That crept up quickly.
Yeah. And stellar lineup for that one as well. And Alireza has been on the lineup and is still confirmed to play. So I guess he will have some recovery time where he does not need to not only keep the foot elevated, but also play chess while it's elevated, which is not that easy as we have seen. So all the best and all the speediest recovery to him.
Exactly. Looking at the game of Wesley So and MVL, that is now just a major piece ending with 4 pawns per side. That looks like it's also heading for a draw, though. The eval says whites for choice.
Well, we are winning the d5 pawn, and MVL is betting that he will hold the resulting endgame. He could have, instead of the last move, queen g6, if we put the queen g6 move back, rook e2 e5, saying, if you want my d5 pawn, show me how you win it.
Come
was
and get
probably
it.
more to the point, because it's not that easy to collect it even.
Very
if you
good.
play queen d2, I have some rook a2 ideas, for instance. I can make your life quite tricky just with the challenge of winning it comfortably.
Sorry to interrupt you, Peter, but the other game is racing towards the draw. Let's go to Anish and Jorden.
All right.
They've exchanged all the queenside pawns, and now it's just 3 versus 3. They're going to make perpetual right now.
So rook e2, munch, munch. This is how we got it.
It's a very interesting opening, the reverse Sveshnikov with h3.
h3.
They're repeating now. I think we're here in the...
Yeah, I thought the chess clock, the DGT clock, it has that very...
There's a handshake. Another draw today between the 2 Dutchmen, and they maintain their positions in the standings. They'll be sharing second.
When you reflect on this game, who do you think had the better chances?
Jorden, right?
Anish. C5, C4?
Oh, in that moment, right. I thought in the end game you were both telling me.
I thought, and then Jorden did get, it felt like an advantage.
So maybe both of them had something.
Something to be proud of.
Nothing major.
But the point was that the engine really liked Anish's position without the move rook a8, a6.
We can almost hear what they're saying, but we don't know which position they're talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think they're talking about the middle game.
Yeah, I think so too. The position with rook a8, a6, when that was played.
Maybe they're even discussing the opening, who knows?
But those... Yeah, it's hard for us to pick up on what they were saying.
They're speaking English instead of Dutch.
That is a surprise too, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, normally be speaking
For
Dutch
our
with
benefit.
one. Yeah, exactly. In case anybody was listening, they were making it easy for us. Peter, what?
I was going to say Dutch might be Anish's third language, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
I'm not. How good was his English when he moved? Maybe it was. Maybe he learned both simultaneously.
Maybe it's second English is his third, yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. But the game of Bogdan versus Prague after g5, g4, queen d3 has just been played. And this looks like it too is racing towards a...
The bishop ending is potentially quite risky for white, but I don't think Bogdan will trade on d8. If Prague takes on d3 here and goes rook d8, I don't think you're supposed to get the rooks off the board. Because those endgames could, although
we talked
not,
about
yeah.
White getting a king to e4, black getting a king to e6, and the game was drawn. What happens if black gets a king to e4? Maybe it's
this
not
one you
so
probably
drawn.
lose, yeah. But after rook d8, maybe we're just in time to play rook takes d8, rook bishop f2, and e4. Although black probably plays e5, e4. No, you should not be allowing that. You should play rook a3 just as you were indicating.
Yeah.
This is on the board, by the way. Everything up to rook d8 on the board, and yeah, I think there's absolutely no reason to get the rooks off. You play rook a3, rook b3, and after rook d7, you probably play h2, h3, actually. Start trading. Because h5, I will attack it from the side. I think you have to take on h3. And if you have to take on h3, you never have any advantage.
No.
h6, h5 here. It's just very level.
Exactly. Nice. And he played rook b3.
Yeah, he began with
away.
rook b3, but it doesn't really matter. It's the same position. Rook d7, we play h3. You really don't want to allow black to play h5, king g6, king f5. You might start having troubles.
And bishop f2, e4 is also, but results so far.
We had two draws. Jorden van Foreest and Anish Giri just finished their game. And then Fabiano, Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov also ended in a draw. And of course, Vincent gets a full point and a rest day today.
And we've been looking at the game of Bogdan and Prague. And this looks like a very balanced ending. And Wesley picked up a pawn.
He does have an extra pawn, which he's going to keep alive. Now, how do you use it? That's a different question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that candidates tournament taught me that endgames with 4 rooks are much trickier than I had given them credit for.
You don't have a way to simplify into it just yet, because queen d3 will lose the f2 pawn. The engine goes rook e5 here. The engine says the rook on e2 is much better than the one on e6, and this is the one we should trade. Trades it away straight away. And honestly, this is very kind of remarkable to me by Maxime, because I would be panicking. I would really not value my chances of holding queen and rook and c against queen and rook and c very often. But Maxime, even though, as I mentioned, he did have options, he did not have to give up on d5 easily or frankly at all. Maxime seems to be quite okay just saying, I will not lose this. And maybe he won't. Honestly, he's a very good technical player, but...
Rook e5 looked a lot safer than this, though.
Yeah. Rook e5, I tried finding something for white and just couldn't find a single problem, frankly. It just felt like we are just going to make a comfortable draw there with black, so why not?
Right. Noticing that Wesley is down to 8 minutes versus 9 minutes for MVL, but...
Still 8 moves to make.
Yeah. So this is still some tough decisions.
Yeah.
If I were in Wesley's shoes, I really like the suggestion of playing rook to e5 and trading off this e2 rook. That's the one.
Have you played very many of these, by the way? Because
feel
none
like I
immediately come to
haven't.
mind, yeah.
The crazy part is I feel like I've played a lot of queen endings, a lot of rook endings, but with all 6, that is to say 4 rooks and 2 queens.
Yeah, Wesley does find rook e5.
As expected.
Yeah. You can go rook e6, but it all comes to very much the same. one endgame we might actually get here, and one endgame we were getting almost by force. Instead of king h7, there was a move rook d6, which the engine liked a great deal instead of king h7.
So after queen g6, rook takes.
Rook d6.
Now was the time for rook d6.
Well, trying to create something by force. And the engine was playing takes g3. And then, after I give a check and play rook e2, e1, you have to play rook c8, queen d3 check, resulting in this somewhat famous endgame, which Magnus, if you remember it, lost to, who was it?
Nepo.
How. He lost to How, I think, in one of the Norway chess tournaments. And there was also that famous game that Nepo lost to Wesley, right?
Yes.
So Wesley even has experience with this.
And then it was somehow, the next day, Nepo had the other side, and they was openly laughing at the
that was
at the circumstance. We do have some moves, though.
Yeah, rook e5, rook takes e5 played as expected. You obviously take with, although actually even rook takes is playable, but I think you take with the queen, try to position it on a better square.
And again, Peter, you were saying that you would not necessarily panic, but you'd be concerned.
Yeah, I would not be happy here with black, even though I think the understanding is pretty much all of these positions are a draw if you play them properly, because there's just not enough. You can, I guess, pretty much always find a way to trade down to a rook ending, which should be held. But yeah, I would not be subjecting myself to this if I have any choice. And he did have choices. This is the surprising part. Okay, if you find yourself here, you defend it. But if you can also just play 4 against 4 against instead of 3 against 4, why not play that?
Exactly, you can just avoid it. Yeah, though I'd also go so far as to say that if white manages a queen ending, that is about as close to a winning queen ending as you could get. You'd have a very safe king. That is to say, there's no obvious perpetuals, and in the meantime, not easy to block.
C-pawn just promotes itself, right?
Exactly, goes up the board very, very quickly. So you don't want to trade rooks as black. You'd love to trade queens and put.
Or you can keep all the 4 pieces on the board, right? But ideally, trade queens.
Yeah. How for Wesley to make progress?
Yeah.
They're making some moves. Rook e6 was just played.
Rook e6, you can. I mean, there's not much difference between the various choices. Queen d5 maybe is logical, but.
So again, I'm saying that the move to avoid as white would be queen to d5. Anything to be said? Oops, excuse me, that was not what I wanted. Anything to be said for the old get him from behind technique?
Queen b8, queen e4 is okay. Rook d6 is a kind of a cute little move there as well, trying to kind of interrupt the connection.
There's always check and queen e5, right?
Check and queen e5. That.
Oh, I think check and queen takes f2, frankly. Rook h8 is just one check. We're not that worried about it.
Right.
Well, because of queen f2, yeah, there's no longer queen g3 or anything.
Yeah.
Oops.
No, queen e4, I think, is a very solid response to this.
My attempt at brutality was rudely refuted.
Well, in the other game, Bogdan's down to 2 minutes with 7 moves to go. Of course, position looks very drawish and shouldn't be a problem to make 7 moves in this position.
But it wouldn't be Bogdan if he wasn't down to 2 minutes, right?
2 minutes is honestly a lot.
Yeah. Is this a time where we get to go bishop check, captures in e4?
Yeah, I think that's very solid, right?
Yeah. So we're looking at a variation more or less like this one.
Except do I have rook f7 at the end?
Yeah, that's a bit annoying. But b7 is still hanging, so after king g3, I don't think I need to worry all that much.
Right.
Or king g5 even.
Not
you want to be ambitious here, yes.
not running for the rosies.
Yeah, this looks very dry.
Yes.
He'll probably continue this way. It's not force. He has many other ways, of course, but this is the most force in draw.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, what do you think? Prag's choice of playing the Dutch, was it a good decision?
It didn't pay off this time, but I must say I like the effort.
Me
I
too.
really do.
Mhm.
I mean, you're playing a very strong opponent, and you're saying, "I don't care if I'm white or black." You're having a bad result, and I'm going to try to beat you with the black pieces. And I just don't know how much experience Prague has.
Well, let's ask Peter.
In the Dutch Stonewall, I meant.
I think his generation has looked at everything, and I'm trying to remember if we were considering to play the Dutch in any games in Toronto. I don't think we were, but they just try to get some feel for pretty much every single opening known to man, and Dutch would be on that list because it is an opening known to man. So why not give it a shot? Today did not seem, as Yasser is saying, today did not seem to have worked out the way he would have dreamt, because Bogdan never really felt out of control. Yeah, he was even much better at some point, but more of a problem for Prague is that he never really felt like, assuming control or creating some kind of a sacrificial attack on the king side.
Just to look at our standings again and why this game really is impactful to the tournament.
Yes, and also notice in the current score, some players have played 6 games, some 5, some games are still going on. So Vincent Keymer currently is leading the event. Today he got a win without a game because Alireza has withdrawn from the tournament. But he played half of the event. That's why everybody keeps the score. If he withdrew before the 5th round, all his games would have been annulled. And going forward,
as Prague comes in, as you see the scoring system, as Prague was coming into today, a victory with the black pieces against Daniel, who is at the bottom of the cross table along with Alireza, would catapult him higher. He would have 4 points and he'd be chasing Vincent down into the business rounds.
yes, but looks like this will be a draw, and then 4 players will still be tied for second.
Exactly, and this
Vincent with full point ahead going into round 7.
Yep.
Nobody picked him to win.
I'm disappointed with our so-called experts. Look at you guys. King G3. I think we do have Rook F7, by the way, just cutting the king. King G5 or King G3. I think King G3 is probably
he chose
the
King
more.
G3, which is.
I mean, if we ever play Rook F4. And we take this pawn at the cost of this B7 pawn, the E pawn is potentially dangerous, not when the king is within easy walking distance towards the queening square. So King G3, black's king can't go anywhere. A7, A5 on the board. I suppose in the interest of good housekeeping, I would probably play A3 myself.
I don't think we're interested in Rook A3, Rook F4, right? That's the one thing we are not very interested in.
No.
That would change up the endgame. It's still, I'm sure, equal, but...
Yeah, you can actually go Rook A4 there and keep that balance. It's black really does not have any objective.
There's also a funny line I want to show you.
Please.
It's in the current position.
From the current position, yes.
Let's play Rook D3.
Rook David 3.
And on Rook F4, Rook D4. By the way, 3 moves left until the time control, so Bogdan has 30 seconds, but he doesn't look worried.
You can tell it's in a check.
No, it looks prettier. For no reason.
For no
I'll have
reason.
to move it in a move, but it looks nice.
Yeah.
I must admit that Rook D4 did not cross my mind. But what did cross my mind is, after A5, which I
12 seconds.
How about Rook A3?
Rook F4.
Rook F3 he has played.
Rook F4. Rook A4. Okay, so what's my idea? Pause, just go ahead.
B3, A3, and then Rook takes A5.
Yes.
Even that allows Rook E3 check, right?
Yes, that is true. So it's a really, it's a non-starter.
Bogdan just played Rook F3 offering the Rook trade.
Yeah. Will not be accepted. I'm pretty sure Prague goes Rook G7 check here.
Because if it's accepted, white wins.
Whoa, this I did not realize, but that maybe shouldn't shock us all that much because the king
Rook trade is lost.
Rook takes on F3, white wins.
Wow. Whoop. Wow.
Because of that c5 pawn, right?
Yeah.
We go king g4, king h5, and...
We wrong foot you.
Mhm.
Wow. Okay. We avoid the rook trade, everybody.
Yeah.
Rook g7 check, rook
So
g4.
maybe rook d7 straight away could also be attempted. But I guess if rook d7, Bogdan just intends to go back to b3 and try to play king f3, king e3.
As he previously tried, yeah.
So I guess you go rook g7, rook g4.
King goes to e3.
Yeah. I'm not sure we are allowing rook g2, but maybe we are.
Rook f2, right?
Yeah, that's also per 3 rook f2.
Because we win the king upon endgame.
Well, here we don't win, I guess, but we also don't lose. The king doesn't get to the 5th rank. It's a draw, but king f6, king g5.
Yeah,
stay on d5,
my chess
h5.
thermometer it was frozen. It refused to ascend up the board. So rook f3 on the board. And 37 seconds, but Daniel will make the time control at move 40 in what, 2 moves?
Yes, rook g7 played, 2 moves till move 40.
We're expecting king f2, followed by king e3.
It's not king h2, right? That would be the
Yeah,
only
that
really
would be a
bad
very
move.
strange move. Would make no sense. And rook g4 very quickly played. That is move 39, and we're expecting king e3. Although
Even
rook
rook
b3
b3 is fine, frankly. But rook b3, you're kind of inviting trouble a little bit, right?
Rook b3 invites trouble.
Yeah, rook takes e4, rook b7, rook b4, and now you have to start thinking. And who wants that?
Who wants to start thinking? Good point. So king e3 on Daniel's agenda.
17 seconds, as long as he doesn't forget that he hasn't made move 40 yet.
Yeah.
He's one move away.
More move.
10 seconds. He's
10
not looking at his
seconds.
clock.
And
okay, he woke up.
Yeah.
He played rook e3.
Rook e3.
3 seconds.
Yeah.
Wow. Rook e3.
Also
That's a
fine. The black king is sort of
frozen.
Very much in jail there on e6, having like you can't really activate the king. I don't really like being as passive as we currently are with white, but I don't think there's a way to exploit it. Yeah, we want, I guess, rook e2, king e3.
Should we check how the other game's going? Wesley's down to a
Absolutely.
minute and a half with still 3 moves to go. Oh,
Yeah,
queen's
MVL
about to come off.
found, I think, the good way to.
When we
make
left
a
it, the
draw.
rooks had gotten traded,
Rook
and after
c2, yeah, this is
Yeah.
racing towards the draw.
Ooh, that's a nice move. That forces Wesley to go into a rook and pawn endgame.
Here, Yasser, do you take on f7? Do you play c5?
Probably.
matter, right?
I probably play c5.
Yeah, I think rook f7 is completely a draw for c5. King g6 is also kind of a draw for you. Have to play g4. Black can start. I mean, h6, h5 removes more stuff from the board if we want.
Right.
You don't have realistic winning chances anymore, really, not in any of these positions. So.
No. But it's the extra pawn.
It is.
I'm
yeah,
the
and,
moral victor.
MVL being proven correct, and my gripes about allowing this endgame being proven completely unfounded, but.
Also 1 move away from the time control. What do you think Wesley's thinking about?
Yeah. Where did it all go wrong?
Yeah, he did have decent chances today. There's
And
some moments where he was
that
almost
decision to
+1.
play b5, that was for me very, very surprising. I would love
And then
for my
a6.
opponent. Yeah, and then a6. I would love for my opponent to have to perpetually defend a6 for the rest of the game. And especially if the rook on a8 gets stuck, completely tethered.
Right.
You feel like I'm in exchange up.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, that was a shocking decision by Wesley.
Sometimes I think being patient, you know, sometimes you're impatient. You really, really want to prove your advantage right away. And I think that Karpov had an incredible skill of keeping his patience for the longest time. You think he would rush, but he very rarely ever did.
Chess is a patient man's game, right?
Yeah.
You have to be patient.
Yeah, except unless you're Garry Kasparov, and you just go for the
There are
jugular.
very few Garry Kasparovs.
Exactly.
Let's play at rook f4.
Rook f4. Okay, that's a surprise.
I thought we named every possible move, but we missed one.
There you go. So does the desirable g5 work?
I think
in this
g5
game?
is completely fine. Yeah.
You're giving me pawn with a check. I know you take f2 right away.
Right away, or c4, your choice. But that reduction of the pawn, I think, is helpful. But okay, I don't have to play the, g5, of course.
You also go f5 here.
Oh.
Preparing g5
Well,
the next
better.
move. Yeah.
That's actually a funny move. f5, king g3,
G5, rook d4.
rook d4. Still keep
King
my
g6.
extra pawn for gosh knows how long. Draw. Yep. Okay. Sorry. I think I would play g5 here. Just forcing resolution on the king side.
Yeah, there are very few bad moves here for black.
Well, give me time.
Besides the rook blunders, there's really no bad moves. And okay, I can move the rook away from c-pawn, and then I would give you 2 free extra pawns, so that would be bad.
Yeah.
So if we have all draws, well, I keep saying all draws, but Vincent did get a point, so it's not all draws.
The forfeit victory today.
Yeah, we're going to have a very different looking pie chart tomorrow. Vincent will have, what, 65? Maybe even more?
Maybe even more.
70?
Yeah.
I think
if
I'm
he'll be a full
capping
point.
it. No, I think I'm capping it at about. I don't think it's 65.
He'll be a
Although
full,
maybe
a
you're
full,
just right.
a full
He
point.
does have 2 blacks coming up,
Yeah,
so that
full
changes
point with
things.
3 to go.
Right.
Two
But
blacks in a row.
Jorden, actually not a full point because
Because
Jorden will
one of
get the
them-
+2
True.
with the default win.
Technically, Jordan's in second right now.
Yeah, Jorden is in virtual second. I suspect it will be maybe 50-ish or thereabouts.
Yeah, maybe around 50-55 then.
But obviously a massive favorite regardless, playing really well and also just on the right side of the whole forfeit line.
Yeah, if Wesley had won today, and then he would also be
That would have been
+2.
different, yeah, because
Yeah.
Wesley also has a win coming up in round 8 and
It's nice when you have a guaranteed win coming up. How does that happen?
Exactly. And a free day and a win. Well, it looks like Friday's a very good day. I mean, all things considered. I'm going to go back to the game of Bogdan and Prague for just a moment. I don't know.
Rook f4 check was played by Prague. He's hoping to get the rook somewhere behind the A and B pawns, but that's never going to happen.
He did play rook f4 check?
I see it on my board, yes.
Okay, I haven't gotten an update on mine. Rook f4 check.
Vincent has black against Sindarov and black against Fabi as his next 2 games.
Not
Which is about as tough as,
Yes,
you
tough
can,
as it
can
gets,
have. And then white against Jorden in the last round. So yeah, not the easiest schedule in the world.
No.
But playing really well so far, obviously.
Is Bogdan just playing king e2 to...
King d3, c3, and then I
D3
think
and-
you're completely safe. Once your king is over to that side, black is going to struggle to generate proactive ideas.
Any chances of playing
I would
for a
never do
win?
this, but I think giving king g2, king g1 back and forth just holds.
Probably, yeah.
Wow.
Because your king is not improving.
Right, black's
rook-
king.
Yeah. Black's rook can't break through anywhere.
Right.
And the pawns are not moving, so what do you do?
Yeah, exactly. Personally, I play for a win.
Yeah, of course.
King b3, king f4.
Why not?
King c3, king b3, king a.
Yeah, and Vail does play g7, g5.
He heard you, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I know, I have to speak softer, all the way from St. Louis.
Considered his options for a bit and decided this is the safest. It is pretty safe.
So we only have 2 games left on both boards. Draw, rook hand games. Although at least in one of them there is an extra pawn, but I think the no, I was going to say the other one is more drawish, but that's not true.
Yeah. The interesting thing about people who like to get into time trouble is they do it regardless rather, of the position that they have. So this is I think everybody just plays king e2, king d3 very, very quickly. And if you're time trouble, you don't move until you got like 3 minutes on your clock, and then you're forced to make a move. And then if the game's really, really complicated, well, then you say, I used all my time because I was analyzing the complications. And then you ask them, well, what were you doing now? I said, well, I was using all my time to analyze the simplifications.
That is what's happening right now.
That's what it's all about.
But you know, it happens sometimes when you, in your head, you know the result of the game.
Right.
You start to zone out.
And that actually, there's a real danger that can happen there, that maybe that's what Magnus does to his opponents. They kind of
That's his magic.
Yeah, they go, okay. Although...
Never zone out against Magnus.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Peter, when was the last time you played Magnus?
That tournament I keep on referring to, the Baden-Baden tournament in 2019, was, I think, our last classical game where he finally got back to 50%. I'm still very heartbroken about it. And I actually allowed mate on board because the final position, it's kind of a very unusual position where I have a king on h1, he has pawns on h2 and g2, which you don't see every day. And I thought not allowing him to go g3, g2 mate would be, or I think it was g3, g2 mate would be an opportunity
Good
to miss.
sportsmanship, yeah.
Yeah, I think we haven't played classical since. We may have, well, we definitely played some online. I don't think we played anything over the board since.
Wow.
I was never ranked high enough in the World Rapid and Blitzes to get to Magnus.
Yeah.
So.
But a lot of online.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I played at the inception of what later became, I think, it was even called Magnus Chess Tour at some point when COVID just began. I was invited to those tournaments and played in some other things. Yeah.
Yeah, chessable events and stuff. I see that Wesley's got a c-pawn, and he's pushing it for all it's worth.
Let's go over to that game.
Let's jump over to that. And Peter, there are certain endings you might say, these are the ABCs of chess, and you simply have to know them. Give us an overview of how you win them and how you draw them.
Well, this one, I actually found a way to lose. I was kicking it about a little bit on my screen, trying to figure out like what the pitfalls are. And in particular, I was wondering what I'm supposed to do with my structure, if we can switch to my board for a second. So we get, let's say, here, kind of a normal-looking position. I haven't played rook c8, c6 yet. And I was wondering if I should and if I could play g4, g5 check here. And after takes king g3, now if you play king f7, rook c8, let's say king f6, c6, if you go king g7 here, this one you lost. Because after king takes g4, rook takes g2, king f5, you're just not in time to go to get to the c-pawn. So that would be a mistake. But you can play, because it's not the b-pawn. With the b-pawn, this plan doesn't exist. But with the pawn on the c-file, you can go king e5, king d6. Although, once again, nobody ever does that because you need to be absolutely convinced this is not lost.
Right.
And even though you kind of suspect it's not, why would you do this to yourself?
Right.
This is still a draw because you switch to frontal checks, basically. I think we've seen, there was a recent game where there was a game, I think, in the candidates, right? There was a game where somebody held like this with the frontal check. Yesipenko with black against Nakamura, I think, was that game where Hikaru had an extra pawn on the queen side. I think it was the b pawn on the queen side. And Yesipenko was keeping the rook on b8 and giving frontal checks to the king whenever it peeked out from b2. The way to hold this position is well known. It's not very difficult. But also, if you're wrong, you're completely wrong. So I think from that viewpoint, it's just much easier to play h5, h4 here.
Exactly.
And just keep the king on h7, g7, and there's no way forward. Because eventually, you will have to, you can't win this without the king. And if you give up on g2, you're just not going to be fast enough with your
There'll always be
g4
player
on the queen side.
And h3.
Yeah.
This counter.
And in particular, because there's no f-pawn on the board, even this, for instance, is just a very, no, this I lost, actually. But this one, I wanted to, for those of our viewers who maybe have not seen this endgame before, you can, even if you want, give up on h4, it changes nothing. For white to win, this needs to be the f-pawn that gets to f6. The h-pawn does not get to f6, so we just keep the king on g7, h7, and cannot be shaken from that stance.
Yeah, I remember that particular endgame of the f6 pawn in Dvoretsky's endgame manual. But the h and g also draw, right?
Yeah, so I think, generally speaking, there are very few pitfalls for MVL to navigate from here on out. It's a pretty safe endgame.
So the point is, for the defender, bring the rook behind the c-pawn, stick your pawn on h4, and don't let white's king run to the queen side without it costing the g2 pawn. And from white's perspective, what's his structure? Should he be playing king g3, king f3, g3, or is there some kind of structure?
I don't think there is a magical secret to this at all. I think maybe the one hope you have, the position I have on the board, like if we get here and black plays like this, you can maybe slightly scare your opponent because eventually the king will land like on f5, but I can sort of fast track it. Like something like this will happen, and it might feel scary that the white king can get to those pawns. Like you go rook c5 check here, king g4, and you have to contend with the idea after king h7 that white will play something like rook d8 and take on g5, and maybe you lose both, but you never lose both because there's always rook c2 in the end, which will pick up the g pawn. So maybe you don't particularly want to even think about it, but I think eventually, I think it's difficult to stop white from having access to any of those. But maybe you just keep them on g5 and h5, preserving both options until white plays c7. And once white plays c7, you can choose whether to play h5, h4, or g5, g4. I think there's just, as far as these go, white would prefer it to be a b pawn, not a c pawn, and white would prefer to have 3 and not 2 on the king side, and a more active king, and so on and so forth. I think there are very few like wrong choices for black.
Thank you, Peter. Nice. That line that you were showing with h5, h4 a moment ago, that would make me a little bit nervous because of maybe king g4 to h5, not taking the g5 pawn and moving the rook c7, rook's taking g5. And
yeah, let's actually show this. This is an important detail there. So if we get to this position, white has king h5, and after king g7, you can try something like rook d8, rook c7, rook d5.
That was the
which is a draw specifically because king f7, and now rook h7, king g4, king e6. And,
king e6, wow.
Yeah, king e6 or king e7. Rook h7 loses, rook h8 loses to rook h5 and king f3. So I guess the point is you need to have rook f8 check in this position, which is why you're playing king e6 straight away. And now if rook h5 and king f3, very, very important to have rook f7 check and then back to g7. So yeah, you can understand why you probably don't want to even get involved with any of this because
I'm holding my breath.
These you actually could lose if you make a mistake. So
exactly.
maybe don't do that.
Don't do that.
There are some players who like to show off that they know how to defend any endgame and will deliberately go into such situations.
We call them thrill seekers,
Yes.
and they often end up going out the tournament hall on a stretcher. Oh dear.
Could never be me.
Who was it? Was it your game, Peter, in the Olympiad that was played in Kalmykia? It was the last round, and Zurab has fainted. at the chess board, or he was.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the last round, but it was that
was
definitely
Russia
happened.
versus Holland or something.
Yeah, we were playing against Holland. Yeah, and my game had a different kind of an accident. I was restraining myself from referring to it when we were discussing. At some point, for some reason, on one of our previous show, the topic of Berlin using a toilet breaker has raised its ugly head, and I was trying not to refer to my game against Jan, sadly recently departed Jan Timon. I was playing Timon on board 1, and I was worse the entire game. And then I finally saved it by the first time control. I'm an exchange up, and we're kind of repeating. I have a rook against bishop, but he has a very strong passer. I'm not better at all,
right?
Because the passer is so dominant. And I'm moving like the rook along the c-file, and he moves the bishop away from the attack. And then instead of attacking his bishop, I decided move 40. I'm finally going to make move 40, and then I can get up from the board. And I really need to get up from the board.
And rush.
So instead of playing rook c6, attacking the bishop on g6, I think, I played rook c5, attacking nothing, and rushed away from the board. And when I came back to the board, score sheets assigned, my king is in the center, and there's no Jan Henrik anywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's a draw, but I still need to shake his hand. I mean, I would have accepted the draw immediately, but like I'm supposed to be there to accept it. And then somebody explained to me that he just didn't really look at which square I chose, and he thought I played rook c6, so he played bishop f5 and released the hand before realizing where my rook is, just putting it on prise and losing immediately.
Oh dear.
And he thought about taking it back, but obviously he is too good of a person and too respectful of our game to do that. So he just put it back on g6, signed 2 score sheets, and went away while I was on a break.
How long did it take you to understand that you
People
won that
explained to
game?
me, I wouldn't have figured it out. There's no way to figure it out. Like, I don't have enough clues. There's just not enough data to understand what happened there.
Wow. And somehow I think he got distracted by Zurab collapsing, because that was a big last round, and it was U.S. versus China. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was a great clash for the gold medals. We do have Wesley MVL. He's tossed in a rook check. Don't think that makes anything significantly different. King g7, king f7.
King f5 is completely fine as well.
King
you have
f5,
choices.
Yeah,
but MVL says no, I don't need to.
Right.
I don't need to do anything fancy.
And again, just this idea of dropping the rook dropping the rook behind the c-pawn. After king g7.
Yeah, the way the pieces are, maybe we even get to play h5, h4, and keep the king on g1.
We've been keeping the rook in front of the pawn and trying to put the pawn on c7 and somehow masquerading a king walk. Can we do something else? Can we put the king on the side of the pawn in order to?
Yeah, you could, but it doesn't really change anything.
How would you defend this as black, Peter? With the
well, if I pass forever, if I go h4 and then go king f7, g7 forever, what's your plan?
So, well, obviously I don't have any other plan than bringing my king towards the.
Now I lost.
See, that was my trick.
Yeah.
Okay, so so the computer says you're drawing, but you're not taking on g2, which is a bit of a surprise.
Not yet, no. Yeah, I guess I go king f7 and then rook c5 or somewhere. But yeah, this is maybe a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't have really gone to g7 at all. Maybe the king is supposed to be around.
But it's still a draw. Let's find how it's still a draw. So rook drops back to c5.
Sorry, no, that was not. King f7, king d1, rook. Sorry.
c5.
Rook c5, and now I proudly introduce my crowning.
Let's go king e7.
Okay.
And now rook f5. I kind of want to go back for your g2 pawn because my king can defend the c pawn.
Okay.
You're not letting me check.
I wonder if we're supposed to go king d8 c7, which frees up our rook.
Okay, check is very bad. Check is very bad. So d8, yeah.
So I'm kind of proud. I'm managing to trick my illustrious
King C7?
King C7, and then after King E4, I want to go Rook C5, and I want to claim that there is no way in. Rook C3 check, I guess.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Rook C3, Rook C3.
Ah, you finally got me. Ah.
But hey, you achieved a lot.
So close, but no cigar, as we would say.
We're probably going to see these lines. This is what Wesley has to try.
Some attempts at wrong footing you there, and that of course is Wesley versus MVL, and the other game had less chances, I felt. Whoa, B3, what just, did Black's king manage to activate itself? How did he do that? Prag's a genius.
It's not going too far, though.
I thought that the rook was going to go to B3.
Probably didn't want to give up E4 pawn and allow Rook B4. You have to calculate that.
There's Rook B6 there, which I think makes an immediate comfortable draw, in particular with the king on F6. And honestly, I really don't like waiting passively here. I'm sure it's still a draw after B3, but I would be, at this point, I would be looking for a way to start trading pawns. Because if you imagine the black king materializing on F4 in this position,
I'm imagining.
You absolutely can lose this.
Oh, for sure.
To F4. Why did I not see that? Now I'm concerned a little bit.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, whoa. When the pawns were on C5 and E4 and the black king was on, doesn't matter, E6 or D7, I'm like, okay, I got the king beautifully locked up. Now the king is leaking out to F4. Yeah. And let me just
it's actually not the position in the game, because Prag threw in Rook F4 check, actually, which makes white's play a bit more understandable, because there's no immediate path to the F4 square for the
That's why I was confused. On Yasser's board, king ends up on F4 so quickly, but there's a rook actually on F4.
Okay, let me just refresh my board and get the live position.
They've made a couple more moves since this. And King
B3,
G5 just
King
played,
G5 has just been played.
Yeah, but now Rook G3 check. And if after Rook G4, King F3 does make a draw.
And if you go King H4, do you go Rook G7?
Honestly, I think I do, yeah. Rook G7, Rook takes E4, King D3. I think I do, yeah. Or
King D3 or King F3?
I like King D3 better, but I don't think there's a difference necessarily. Rook B4, Rook E7. We're not losing that.
Rook D4.
Or that, but yeah, after Rook takes B7 and King E4, we're not worse, really.
Good point.
Not with the black's king on H4.
Yeah, not
Good
with
point.
the king on H4. Yeah, Rook G3 check played. Yeah. I think for Prague as well, it doesn't really make much sense to, although maybe you continue, but Rook G4 does force King F3. If you don't play King F3, you're in trouble, but King F3 is an immediate draw, of course.
Nice.
H4 was played.
I'm not finished with you yet.
Yeah, Prague says
Prague.
No.
That's his style. He's and all the young players now. Gukesh, Sindarov, all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's a very comfortable draw for white.
Do you think Bogdan will reach a second time trouble? He's 16 and a half minutes here, so he's still really far away.
Chances are high. I feel like a weather report. Chances are very good. We see this gathering storm clouds of time trouble.
Precipitation is expected.
Is rather guaranteed, as he has played Rook G7. And by the way, he did it very precisely. The rook just kind of lifted itself.
Just to give you an impression of how drawn this position is, Rook G6 is also zeros. Rook G8 is also zeros.
Oh, wow.
Wow. And neither of those two moves crossed my mind.
Yeah, like nobody.
You were talking about thrill seekers, and
Yeah,
I think Rook G8 is a kind of a thrill seeker.
Giving black a full tempo here still doesn't throw away the draw.
So after white's king move, black will play Rook B4. And then you go after the E pawn, right?
Yeah, Rook E7.
Yes, then we go Rook E7.
Yeah, there's nothing here. Black king needs to be on D5 for black to play for a while.
Precisely.
It's quite far away. I'm keeping my eye on the other game. Wesley hasn't played a move yet, so. Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're right. Yes, Bogdan will probably reach another time. Well, as long as we consider time trouble as 5 minutes,
Right.
then that will probably happen.
That's a certainty.
Yeah.
Exactly. Here, the choice between king d3, king f3, I don't think has a difference. I think either one of them.
Even king d2 or king f2. Thrill seeking again.
Exactly. I would probably choose d3 myself, and then
I just want to be closer to my pawns, even though nobody's attacking them.
Right.
I want to be over there.
Exactly. And again, I think the most likely line of play would be king d3, rook d4 check, king to e3, rook to d5. I win my pawn on b7, you win the pawn on c5. Oh, come on. Again, I have
But black pawns are all split, black king is so far away.
Exactly, and that's why
Just
king e4.
Yeah, let's say you play rook. No, there's nothing.
Nothing to play
Nothing I can do. If my king was on d6, even then it's probably a draw.
Yes, exactly.
It's still a draw, but
right.
Yeah, with the king misplaced on h4,
So far away. Yes, exactly.
Did you also learn this, Yasser, first thing in the endgame, that the king becomes just as important as every other piece?
You know, it was strange because I actually had a coach who was a problemist, Jeffrey Parsons. So really, my very first lesson might have been something like, I have a king and a rook and a bishop, and you have a king and a rook, and I'm learning that the king is a real strong piece.
Wow.
And
first lesson.
Yeah, first lessons are to, so what happened to me in the opening? I was trying to use my king as an attacking piece, and if you see some of my earlier games, yeah, I was like anxious to put my king to work, and sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't. It's rather embarrassing when it didn't, when it worked. Yeah, we're going to just briefly jump to the other game between Wesley and
Maxime?
And Maxime, because they kind of, it looks with this move, rook c6, that Wesley's kind of
and we'll probably stick to king g. Nope, as I said that, he went to f7.
Right, commentator's curse.
I like that he's skipping the rook on f4, not even allowing the lines you showed yesterday.
Yeah.
White king managed to get out.
Exactly.
I think he's actually trying to keep the king in the corner for as long as possible, and so that he doesn't even have to play those positions that we were slightly worried about.
Now I understand. It's not going to happen yet, but I understand if we do go on break, we can put Irene to work.
Not just yet, no.
No. But just to let people know that their favorite segment of the show might be coming up soon.
Rook c8, played by Wesley.
Now, Peter, it's one of those moments like, if you're going to play h5, h4, like, you will never have a better time. Better chance of ever playing h4.
It's followed by rook f1 in particular, because then.
Oh, how's the king coming out?
Yeah,
that's what.
Just make it kind of
just
impossible
not right,
for.
You can't play g3, so.
Yeah.
I think that's the way to just shut it all down. Rook f1.
Exactly, and just to say you're not coming out.
Yeah, you play c6, I go rook c1, and your king never comes into the game.
Exactly. We'll go king g7 as our tempo moves. King g7, king h7.
Yeah, I think that's very, very clean.
And if you ever play g4, we never take it. We'll just.
Now we can even take. Oh, no, you mean here? Yeah, here we don't. Yeah.
Because by the time you bring your king over, I'll have a protected passer on the h file, not just taking the pawn on g2. So.
But let's go over to Bucharest. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Thanks, guys. Well, I just want to give you guys a break as well and try to understand what has happened in the past hour or so in these games, as well as perhaps try to analyze those end games that you guys have been drilling down for the last few minutes. Let's start with this game. Bogdan-Daniel Deac versus Praggnanandhaa. This one is obviously a big one. Prag really tried from the opening phase with choosing the Dutch. Obviously, in the opening is a very risky affair, but he was showing his cards early on. He just simply wanted to get a game at the expense of potentially getting worse position and just trying to do something with that, trying to do something with the imbalance. Unfortunately for him, it did feel like Bogdan just kept it very quiet, kept the game very quiet, the profile of the game very quiet. He never took any unnecessary risks, and that's exactly what we got. And this is the position. It does seem like White has its trumps. The rook on the b file, obviously putting enough pressure on the b7 pawn, and the rook on d7 trying to defend that. So you get that slight imbalance. And of course, on the other side of the coin, you have the black king potentially getting to the center, and this is what black should be focused on. Get the king to the center. If White manages to stop that, then most likely this game is going to simplify very quickly, and that's exactly what happened. G4 was a crucial move by Bogdan to try to get the king first to activity. King to f6, bishop to g5, and we enter this endgame. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that this game is still going on, because it's just extremely equal, and there's just simply no imbalance in the position. Rook to g4, rook to e3, taking a bit of a passive approach in the position, nevertheless, still very fine for White. b3, I'm not a big fan of this move, b3, because generally what White was always getting in this position as a counterplay motive was getting this rook on either b3 or a3 and attacking black's pawns. By playing this move b3, you're taking away that counter-attacking motive from your own position. So I don't really understand this move. b3, king to g5, rook to g3. Again, the position is still completely equal. There's absolutely, well, there shouldn't be any chances for black to create any separation in this one. White just simply has too much activity. At the same time, you just sacrifice the pawn, right? So this is the position we currently have. The first thing I'm looking at is just attacking that pawn on e5, and I do believe that this will probably be Bogdan's choice. Just attack the pawn on e5. If you go king to g5 and king to f6, now at least I'm not going on the 7th rank, at least not immediately. This perhaps is what Bogdan is getting worried about. Rook to h5, a4. You can see White potentially starting to see some ghosts. The position is still completely equal, but at some point, even with a move such as king to d3, you can take that pawn. I'll get the king to d4. This is still completely equal. At the same time, you've been in an equal position the whole game, and then suddenly you have to accept the position with a pawn down. Even though you know that this is a technical draw, you might be a little bit reluctant to do so. So, again, this position seems to be very close to equality. Let's move on to the next one. Wesley versus Maxime. And this one, again, rook endgame, 3 versus 2, a technical draw. But the question is, are you going to be able to do the technical draw? Are you going to be able to defend the position as accurately as you have to in order to make that draw? And I've seen this type of endgames being lost by the defensive side at all levels, way too many times to call it a draw just yet. So Wesley still putting on some pressure, and I'm trying to understand right now what's the easiest way for MVL to make a draw, to basically force a draw. So, for example, my question is, can I go h4, force your king to h2, and now what I'm trying to do is block that king on h2 with a move such as rook to f1. So right now, you cannot get this king out. I would assume you're going to go c6. I'm going to go behind you. And now if you go c7, then obviously there's a big idea in the position. If you give me one more move, so let's say you go something like rook to c2, this is the one trick in the position that black really needs to pay attention to. I go rook to h8, you have to take that pawn on c7, and then of course rook to h7 finishes the game. This is a very typical example of what can happen badly for black if he doesn't pay attention. So a very simple way to try to defend against that is with the move king to g7. This is a very typical approach to this one. Either king to g7. Apparently in this position, king to e7 works as well. So for example, right now, if you go rook here, I take, you give me a check, we exchange. And if this king was not as locked as it is right now on h2, and you could fly your king to f3, then you would be very close to the g pawn, and in fact, the black king would not be as close, so this would be a winning position for white. But of course, that's not the case. So even king to e7 after c7 seems to be perfectly fine. I think the more I look at the position, that this is the easiest way for MVL to just pretty much force matters at this point. Just go h4, king to h2, and block the king from going to g1. Once again, I'm trying to understand whether there's any attempt in the position for white to create anything. c7, king to e7, the only thing I can see is rook to g8 and pick up the pawn on g5. But even this seems to be an easy draw after rook to f7, king to f6, excuse me, rook to g4, and just a simple rook to h7. It doesn't seem like you're going to be able to approach the pawn on h4. So that is the way I think this game is going to end. And yep, there you have it. h4 played by MVL. King to h2 is going to come automatically, and I'm expecting MVL to follow it up with rook to f1. That's the easiest way to achieve equality. MVL knows it. I don't see any of these two games that we still have pending as going anything but a draw in both of them. So that's that, guys. I hope you enjoyed your break. Take it away and continue the analysis.
Thank you, Cristian.
Good job, Cristian.
Yes. A lesson in rook endgames.
Let's take a look at our standings with these two remaining games.
Let's have a look. So Vincent Keymer is the only player who got a point today, 4.5 out of 6. Anish, Giri, Fabiano, and Jorden van Foreest are full point behind him now. Pragg still playing. We expect it to be a draw, and he'll join the players who are sharing second. Who else? Wesley looks like he'll still stay at 50%.
And do keep in mind that Wesley will be paired with Alireza and will get a point as well from that. So he'll be jumping up when that pairing is known. King h2 on the board from Wesley. And it looks like Pragg and
they're making some moves. Actually, Bogdan chose king f3. He went the other direction than we were suggesting.
Yeah.
Commentator's curse. The moment we think we've got it figured out.
The reason I think you had to prefer king d, I mean, it doesn't really matter in terms of the in the grand scheme of things. It's all very even. But Bogdan will now have to play some kind of a pawn down ending. With the king on d3, you would not have lost anything on the queen side either.
Mm-hmm.
Because we will see now, after king g5, rook e5, king f6, rook h5, Pragg will play a4. And with the king on d3, you would play king c3 here.
Yes.
Protecting everything and being extremely safe. The way things are, I guess Bogdan just goes king e3, takes, and king d4. This is, of course, a very, very safe draw. 2 against 1, you really need to cooperate fully
to give any chance.
To lose, yeah. But if you could play 2 against 2, I'm always in favor of not playing anything that is a pawn down.
100% with you all the way there, Peter. A bit unnecessary. A draw, yes, but a bit unnecessary as well. Yeah, that king d3 just looks so much more.
I wonder what was his concern.
Yeah, I tried figuring it out and came up with nothing. Absolutely, yeah. I heard you on air say, I want my king next to my pawns. So do I. Like, why are we not bringing it closer to where it's supposed to be? Yeah.
I mean, it's going to come back now, but we might lose a2 before it comes back.
Hear that,
of course,
kids?
It's still a draw.
I want my king close to my pawns. There you go. That's what it's about. King d3 was much clearer. One of my favorite quotes was Michael Tal when he was asked by a journalist about, losing his title of the World Chess Championship. And he said, well, I'm happy about it. And, what? You're happy about it? He says, yeah, no, I'm thinking about the Soviet children. Now they can go back to defending their pawns and pieces instead of having to sacrifice their pawns and pieces. He was a great humanitarian. All the children were crying as they were being taught to sacrifice their pawns in the style of Michael Tal. King e6. It doesn't change anything, actually.
Not really, no.
He's got a4 in his pocket. Although after king e3, he better play it quickly before
time to play it now. And honestly, now rook h6 check might be a more forcing draw, but it really doesn't matter.
Just checks on each file.
Yeah, just giving a lot. Yeah, but
a4 was
Bogdan
played.
not interested. Goes ba. And yeah, I think we just give up on it. He's actually, I think, intending to make a...
Reaching for his rook to go to h7, perhaps?
So he actually found a way to... I mean, you can take on a2 and play king d5, but that is a very, very technical, very easily drawn endgame. So I guess Bogdan found a way to make a draw the way engines make a draw often. Yeah, when you have safe 0-0-0 positions, and they just simplify into something they know they will draw 100% of the time.
Exactly.
So he did that, I guess.
Yeah, but I do think they're only a few moves away now. Okay, 2, rook b7, we're going to see.
a2 takes b7, just as Peter was mentioning. King will come to d5. King will come to d3. King will capture on c5.
Did both of you spend most of your time studying rook? As far as endgames go, rook endgames was your main focus?
Yes, in my case most especially. And in fact, I kind of felt to the detriment of bishop endings. Like I never, who studied bishop endings? I mean, the only bishop endings I ever studied
fanatics.
was I had 2 extra pawns and couldn't win.
This is fascinating.
For me, I remember it's a kind of a very fond memory. I was probably 8. I only just began studying, maybe 7 or 8, very early on in my life as a chess student. I don't know what brought this on, but somehow the endgame with black having the a-pawn and a light squared bishop appeared somewhere in my life. And I remember I had those textbooks. And I think I spent maybe 3 pages looking for a win against the king on a1, basically. Yeah? And I thought, okay, there has to be a plan, right? But I'm not finding it. And I kept on looking for more and more intricate maneuvers which would finally queen the a-pawn with a light square bishop and kind of banging my head against it. And then eventually I asked my coach and was informed that, there's a reason why you didn't find it. but there were pages and pages of analysis.
Time well spent.
Yeah.
It definitely left an impression on me, too, when I discovered that being a bishop and a pawn to the good was insufficient. That was really, really a stunning
See, I learned that the hard
revelation.
way. I actually had it in an endgame. I had a bishop and h-pawn, and rooks were still on the board.
And
I offered the rook trade. And it was like Georgian Championship under 10 or something.
Oh.
Oof, I cried so much.
Oh, still hurts, still hurts.
Funnily enough, even with the rooks on, it's somewhat tricky. I remember it was there was a World Cup. I'm trying to remember which year. It maybe was the one in Sochi in 2021. There was a reason. It was already maybe I want to say maybe quarterfinals of the Women's World Cup.
So deep into.
And there was a game. Black had king on g4, bishop on g3, pawn on h3, and a rook against king h1, rook b1. And it is winning, but you have to know how. And the player playing the black pieces eventually did find it, but it took her quite some time because there's a lot of stalemate tricks.
Yes.
And eventually you have to get the bishop over to e3 without blundering any stalemates and then get the king to g3 and white resigns. But you have to be very careful how you do it, because otherwise you could run into some trouble. And even with the rooks on, it's a lot more intricate than you would suspect. Yeah.
No.
It just defies logic.
Yeah, exactly. No.
They are making a lot of moves in Bogdan's game.
Let's pick it up. The king is on c3.
I don't know why Bogdan keeps thinking.
Right?
Yeah, important to make the precise move in this position, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I have
yes,
to refresh my board.
There we go. This is the current position.
There we go.
I think Prague is ready to shake hands, but Bogdan wants to keep thinking.
I think Prague is very much willing Bogdan on here, because he knows he's not winning this game. But
so the normal technique is to just put the rook along.
There is no bad move. King B1, C1, D1, all draw.
Whatever you want to do is okay.
Just don't go too far away from the C file and you're good.
Exactly. I think the normal technique is to put the rook on h3 and wait for Black to push his pawn all the way to c3 and then check from behind. So. And time trouble is defined by 5 minutes, you said?
Yes, and we're getting there.
Weather forecasts are 100%.
You were accurate, yes.
Yeah. And finally, I'm just going to, we're checking back and forth between this game and with the Wesley So versus MVL game. Oh, somehow Wesley managed? That is really surprised. I thought the rook was going to f1 and then c1.
I'm a little bit shocked, honestly, that this hasn't been played.
He allowed Wesley's.
So, are they going to get that position that Yasser got with the king on f5?
Possibly, yeah. Some kind of a position with g2, h3 versus h4 will appear. And they're all drawn, but you can lose pretty much every single one of them if you don't quite understand what's going on and panic.
King f6. I'm used to the Scholastics tournament where the young player makes a move and keeps their finger on and looks around and double checks that they haven't blundered something and then release it. He was holding Maxime just at the end.
Have you ever done that? Kids do that a lot.
That's what I'm saying. It's Scholastics tournament. I see it all the time, but no, I did not.
The little kids even like stand up to get the whole view of the board.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very cute.
King f6 on the board. Just wondering how. No.
What Wesley can figure out here.
Where the cheapos might lie.
King f1, right? He's heading towards c-pawn.
Crawling towards the c-pawn.
Yeah, once again, no bad moves.
Do you have any painful memories of losing such drawn rook endgame? Once you were already a good player?
None that come to my mind immediately. I'm constantly afraid of it, but it hasn't. I don't think it has. It happened. I definitely lost some drawn endings, but not the very dry theoretical ones like this, I think.
But in rapid and blitz, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. No, I lost rook and bishop versus rook a couple of times. Once very painfully to Magnus in a world blitz, and I think one more time at some point. But that people do lose, in particular in shorter time control. That I'm definitely not alone in that.
Yeah, no, I didn't lose, but I do have a distinct memory of playing Specimen, Jonathan Spielman, and I had the 3 pawns, he had the 2 pawns, and he made a move and he openly said to me, oh dear, I think I messed this up, or words to that effect.
While the game was still going.
While the game was still in progress. And so I didn't know how to react. And then he made the move that really did mess things up, and that was it. But yeah.
You didn't say yes.
No, exactly. I avoided that. But what I was particularly chuffed about was, and I think it was during the event, it was in the Phillips and Drew tournament in London, was literally that month they had some kind of a book signing or, you know, Jonathan Spielman's Endgame book on the Endgame, you know, and then there it is, this example of how to mess up Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2.
Yeah. Bogdan and Pragg will finish the game in the next 30 seconds.
Okay, let's go there.
Rooks are coming off.
At last. And
Pragg actually misplayed it by getting it to move 60, and now Bogdan will fill out the second score sheet. While Pragg is waiting for Rook takes A3, but no, filling out the second score sheet takes precedence.
Exactly. Make sure you have a proper score sheet at all times.
He's taking his time before he trades the rooks.
Wow. This is the other problem, being the wild card and being the target, is everybody plays to the very, very last drop. Nobody gives you
rules. Rules don't allow draw offers. Pragg would have offered a draw, I think, 20 moves ago, frankly.
Yeah.
But he just can't.
You just can't.
That's where I don't like that rule for moments like this.
Yeah. No, it's not even Pragg being spiteful or anything. He is actually trying to make it as quick as possible, and Bogdan is thinking about every decision. You know?
Oh my.
What could he be thinking about here?
No, I'm taking on A3 with both hands.
This is actually very instructive. Look at what MVL has done.
We have to stay with this, though, because it has to end.
Yeah. No, I like what MVL has done there.
They have made their 60th. Well, hold on. Is there a second time control?
No, there's
no extra moves.
No, but there is a second score sheet.
There's a second score sheet. Yeah.
I'm just very confused at the moment as to why are Rook still on the board.
Right.
Will he not take it? And wants to show how to draw.
To draw with
He
king
wants
on
to show
B3.
he knows how to draw the Philidor position. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but come on. I think Pragg is also playing c4, c3 after takes king c2.
Yes.
Yeah. Frankly, I don't think he's even playing king before and giving stalemate. I think he's playing c4, c3. But he's not being given a chance.
Please.
Yeah, I don't know if this is necessary, but no. Okay. Let's see if I'm correct about c4, c3.
But I think that this is
C3.
like
I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay.
One of the
We're
first.
going to see stalemate.
One of the first things I learned about these king and pawn games was king c2, king c4, king c1, and that was like the ABCs of chess.
Yeah. Slightly illegal goings on there because people are not writing down
the moves immediately
moves in pairs,
as prescribed by the official laws of chess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now will we see king c3 or king c4?
And there we have it. Now it's officially a draw.
Wow.
Pragg stays in second place, sharing with 3 other players. Let's jump into our only game remaining. And Peter, tell us what is the
and the thing I really liked was we got to that position after c6, c7, where we were, I'll wait for the board to appear before we talk about this. Black holds without doing anything at all, but we discussed the fact that white needs the f-pawn to win against the king on g7. So MVL just gives up the g-pawn to double the white pawns on the g-file. And now it's just, even if you lose the h4 pawn, it's a very, very simple draw. Nothing can be done anymore.
Exactly.
Very instructive, actually. This is much safer than waiting for white to pick up the pawn on
To go
g5.
king g4,
and then making slightly study-like draws there. This is just much, much simpler.
I totally
Very
agree.
instructive. So he's gone g5, g4 in the position here, hg, and now he's just shuffling on the c-file. Even if white removes the pawn from h4 from the board, which I think Wesley probably can force.
Mm-hmm.
You go g5, g6, then you play king g5, king h5, and black. Yeah, I can show this on the board. Yeah. In the current position, you can play g5, king g7, g6, and then you play king g4, rook c4, king g5, and black has to give up on h4. But this is still completely and utterly drawn because there's just no progress for white to be made.
Now that you're
just stay on the c-file.
Now that you're showing it, Peter, I must say this is unusual in that you're showing me a rook ending where white is up 3 pawns, and you're saying this is utterly and completely drawn.
Yeah.
3 pawns to the good.
And also, somewhat importantly, let's say in this position, even if, well, MVL clearly is not allowing it, but even if you do this, it's important to know that wherever the G pawns are, like this position is a very, very simple, comfortable draw. It doesn't matter that there's 2 of them.
Right.
It would be the same on the F file as well, but on the G file in particular.
There's one exception if pawns are on G6 and G5, right? Is this?
Yeah, I guess then you
can
depending, I guess, on where the pieces are, because there are still stalemates.
There's still stalemates.
There are still stalemates, and what Nazi is describing there, we can actually get there pretty quickly, so I can demonstrate on my board.
Just
so if
in
you
one
allow all
position.
of this for some reason, yeah, now you lost. Not to G5 though.
Not to G5.
The winning move is King H6, and
Check,
then you
check.
go. No, but yeah, you have to play G5 later. You have to play G5 when the king cannot come to G7.
Goes to F file.
And the winning
G7,
idea is Rook D6, F6, and then G7.
Yeah.
Because if you play G7 straight away, you still throw it away to
Stalemate.
G6 and Rook to G6. Yeah.
Oops.
But there is a win with Rook. Sorry, no.
D6?
Yeah, first Rook D6,
Rook F6 and then G7.
and then you can go G7, not allowing the check from A6, and then let's say.
Might as well show until the end.
Yeah, Rook F6, and there's no stopping Rook F8 check. But obviously, you are not going to, in a practical game, like at some point you will stop this from happening. You're not allowing.
You have about 20 opportunities.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you can stop it pretty much at any point.
They seem to be blitzing along, or not? Not blitzing
I think Wesley's
along.
thinking here. He still has 18 minutes.
Yeah, he's gone G5, Rook C2, and.
Will MVL take the G pawn on G2?
Yeah, I think against 1, it's still simpler against 1 than it is against 2. And I think MVL, yeah, he doesn't really want to subject himself to unnecessary
Extra torture
pain
for
and
no
suffering.
reason.
Yeah, so he is also showing Wesley that I know it's a draw, but you're not even getting that. This is very clean by MVL, actually. I really like his approach to holding this endgame.
Yep.
I remember I was playing a mini match with Vasil Ivanchuk, and somehow I managed Rook and 4 versus Rook and 3, and he defended it really beautifully. Like, I mean, it was really high-level stuff, and the game was a draw. And our second game, this time I was black, and I got Rook and 4 versus Rook and 3. And again, he just defended it really, really, really well. And now we had to go into the playoffs. So I said to him, Vasil, if I get Rook and 4 versus Rook and 3, I'm claiming a drawn match by 3-game repetition. I didn't get the Rook and 4 versus Rook and 3 in the playoffs. 3-game repetition.
Was it also always on the same side too? 4 and 3?
Yes, king side was.
It's like
G7.
The old 3 corners equal a goal. Yeah. Which is the whole basis apparently of Arsenal title race this year. I think they were very reliant on scoring from corners.
Gotcha.
We'll take your word for it because I don't think Yasser and Yasser's not following soccer, and neither am I.
No, well, hey, wait a minute. He's talking about the Premier League. This is very serious, yes. But yeah, the corner goal is very important. Rook C1, and MVL is basically saying, go ahead, try to
what you got.
Yeah, try to improve as best you can, but I don't think you can.
No, there's absolutely
Improve.
no way to improve here. I think Wesley might just start repeating. Would he even try to take the H pawn and play on? No, right?
Not really. At a certain moment, you just kind of say, okay, that was a really great idea that you came up with, that whole G5 stuff, and you kind of just tip
applaud
your
your
hat.
opponent. Say, studied the rook end games. Good job.
Yeah, well done.
But Wesley definitely had chances earlier today. Couple of times, right?
Yeah, at least a couple of times, yeah.
But he rushed in that few critical moments.
Yeah, that was actually very unusual for him specifically, because he normally is extremely patient and is very good at not doing anything unnecessary.
Yeah, when we were talking about technical players who will convert tiny advantages, I was actually thinking of Wesley.
Yes, he's very good at that too.
Very, very good at that.
Rook F2 check.
Rook F2 check, yeah.
A little bit.
Well, he needs King G2, Rook takes G4, King G4 takes G2, and he was making sure he has that.
Yes, he did. Good point.
They also successfully made their way to the second score sheet. So. Important milestones in the life of a tournament player. I think we discussed it on air at one point, guys, but when you get the second score sheet, do you carefully mark them as 61, 71?
I always did.
I absolutely do not.
I always did. I got
like
those
it's not my
60s, the
job.
70s, all the way down to the
I
100s.
always do that as well, yeah.
It just bothers you to look at 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
That's yeah, I don't care.
That's the job of the arbiter, huh?
No, but it's because every game is digital now.
That's the other thing.
That's true. But I'm not doing it for the future generations to be for them to be for it being simpler to read it. I do it for myself. I feel like order needs to be like my universe needs to have order. This is move 61. It should say 61.
Right.
And they could have score sheets that start at 61. Why don't we by now?
Because then you don't know how many to print per tournament. It's wasteful.
Have a couple.
It's slightly wasteful. Or if you have only a couple, then that doesn't quite work either. I think it's correct not to have them, but yeah, and it's also completely fine not to mark them if you the way you do. Absolutely no judgment attaches there, but
I'll make sure not to do that if we ever play. Although I would not last 60 moves. So I don't have to worry
your
about
score
that.
sheet is your business. I'm not bothered by you not doing it. I just need. It's like another thing that I think we also discussed on air is occasionally you run into arbiters who, in particular in round robins, when every pairing is well known, there's not a lot of score sheets to mark. Like you come to the board and your score sheet has names on it.
I don't like that.
In a different person's hand.
Right.
I take them back and I ask for a new one. Honestly, I've done that before.
I'm with you there, yes.
Especially in Olympics. Olympiads, for some reason, the arbiters feel it's their need to mark my score sheet.
Do not like.
No,
I don't even like when they put the kings at the end of the game, like, let me do it. Especially if I won, let me do it.
Wow, okay. I don't take it that far. I'll let them do something. But sometimes setting the clocks are actually...
I think they're repeating, by the way.
The pawn is now on G6, so there's no repetition. I mean, Wesley has been doing this with the pawn on G5 for a while. Now he's doing it with the pawn on G6 for a while. But yeah, there's not a lot going on.
It's not going anywhere farther, so now...
Have you?
He goes to G5.
I mean, it was a very important tournament, and I think it was between Timur Recipov and Jan Elvist. And the idea was that they were playing some playoff game. The arbiter, instead of giving, I don't know, 3+2 or whatever, it was just 3-0. And the guys had played, and then somebody noticed at the end of the game and said, hey, wait a minute, this and this. They said, okay, play your next game first.
What?
What?
They, stay with the schedule. And Timur really, really got messed up. He ended up losing a match that was very unfair because the arbiter had set the clock wrongly for the first game. And I always thought that if the arbiter wrongly set up the clock, that the game's replayed.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
I don't really know if there's anything in the handbook on this topic, but I would assume the proper way to do it. I understand everybody lost some time, and maybe if there are more boards going on and you need to start simultaneously, maybe it creates some kind of a problem in a big tournament. But still, it's not their mistake, and it clearly impacted the outcome.
Exactly.
3-move repetition.
And finally, the players made their draw. So 4 games, 4 draws, 1 forfeit.
1 forfeit, yes.
That is how we will sum
Now
up.
every day we have a guaranteed 1 forfeit, so it's not going to be 5 draws.
I know. I'll write that down as something I can repeat, just in case if it comes to this.
The fans actually hung in there for this. They waited
Well, I think
Till the end.
Daniel, they hung around for Daniel, and they said, well, now that we've put in this much effort, let's just see how these guys finish up.
Let's take a look how our day finished today. After round 6, Vincent Keymer is the sole leader with 4.5-point full point lead over 4 players. Anish, Giri, Fabiano, Caruana, Jorden van Foreest, and Praggnanandhaa sharing second. Then MVL and Wesley at 50%.
And we're expecting Wesley to get a forfeit win, so he's going to bounce eventually into
I think
that
it's
second
Jordan's
rabbit.
time next round, right?
The next
Tomorrow,
round is Jordan?
Jordan's getting plus
Okay.
score, and then Wesley in round 8.
Actually, I had a...
So we can technically say that Jordan's half-point behind.
Yeah, in
Let's
fact, we
peek
can
ahead
take
and look at the pairings.
a peek as to who will get that forfeit win.
Round 7, we have Javokhir Sindarov playing the leader, Vincent Keymer with white pieces.
Nice.
And he slowed down the leader. Let's find
Exactly.
out. Praggnanandhaa against Fabi, big matchup.
Right.
Anish against Wesley. Jorden van Foreest will get a forfeit win tomorrow
He
against
will be the
Alireza.
one, yeah.
And MVL will be playing Bogdan with the white pieces.
So Jordan is guaranteed to be at 4.5
Mhm.
after round 7. And the question is, can Prague or Fabi?
Getting a forfeit win with the black pieces is very, especially
that
nice.
is very good. Very good planning by
Yeah.
by Jordan right there.
Very good plan.
Mark
This
of
was
a
his
true
big master
professional.
plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mark of a true professional.
Nice.
Vincent does have next 2 games coming up with black,
Yes, he gets the double black.
right? So his strategy can be that maybe make some draws with black and in the last round play for a win.
For sure. Well, anything that keeps you in first place is a good idea, and drawing with black is an excellent.
He has Java here tomorrow and Fabi in round 8, if I remember correctly.
Oh, yes,
So
that's
those
true.
are tough games, but so far he's been relatively untroubled, even with the black pieces, I think, right? I think
Was
he
he
even had
ever in
winning
trouble?
chances. I think he was better against Wesley, and I can't remember him ever being in trouble. So,
Yeah,
very solid tournament.
I think the 2 players who haven't been in trouble are Vincent and Anish.
Anish has had a very good run.
Yeah,
He's
that
the
seems
one with
fair,
the
yeah.
advantages and stuff like that. Although now that I'm thinking about it, Jordan,
Jorden, yeah, also.
not bad.
And Jorden and Vincent, it's their first time playing, and
And yeah, the rookie,
they're doing great.
they're doing welcome to the big leagues, and we fit right in. Happy to be here.
It's like they belong here, and
yeah,
they do. Of
exactly.
course they do.
We're just getting hooked up and ready for the final words from Bucharest, so we'll just wait for Anastasiya and Cristian. As we
And let's go. They're ready. Over to you, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, I have to say, guys, today was a very peaceful day. The
Absolutely
best result was for Vincent, who got a victory by default against Alireza, and obviously extends his lead by virtue of everybody else making a draw. So peaceful day, but tomorrow, going into the final 3 rounds, we're expecting some fireworks, Anastasiya.
Can you imagine for Vincent? I mean, you got the free point. You also had a free day today.
That's
like
not bad.
after yesterday's free day. Like I think it's really it shows that he is now on this kind of way, which just kind of helps him to be for the moment the leader of the tournament. And it's so hard to catch him up after everything what happened. But you know, today was interesting also to follow the players, and after the games they kept analyzing. It was really funny to see Dutch players Anish, Giri and Jorden van Foreest leaving the playing hall, talking about the game, signing autographs at the same time, and then again uniting and leaving the bank building, still talking about the game. So it's clear that they were excited about what happened there and kept analyzing and talking non-stop for all this time that they were leaving the building. I'm sure it continued after. Yeah, so if you would like to see all these behind-the-scenes videos, I'm inviting everyone to follow our Grand Chess Tour accounts in Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
And I have to say, it's not for lack of trying. Like, even the players tried all the way until the end. It's just a game of very minimal margins. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Wesley had an advantage today. Prague really tried with the Dutch opening. And Fabi had an advantage as well out of the opening. But again, it's a game of such small margins that you make an inaccuracy, you let your opponent back into the game, and they're going to capitalize on that. And that's exactly what the players on the defensive did today. So, well-played games today, and tomorrow, hopefully, we're going to expect some fireworks here in Bucharest, Romania. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. Good night from Bucharest.
Thank you, guys. And Anastasia, big shout out. She's doing an amazing job on social media. I keep watching behind the scenes and great content.
Nice.
Well, thank you everyone for watching. Join us again tomorrow for round 7.
Good night from St. Louis.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.